walking setback after setback. It took me way too many years just to get back what I lost. Push through whatever the cost, and who knew? You end up becoming the boss, but I'll never quit. They'll try to throw me off, but I'ma get ahead of it. Stay on top when it drops and reap the benefits. Survive the attack, do what I gotta do to stay on track. Cause I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. Never going back. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back. Never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back.
I'm adding spark to the fire. I'm bringing the fire. Nothing's gonna hold me back from burning so bright. I only keep getting higher. I see it inside. Blame it on the way I thrive when pressure's applied. I can't be stopped. I'm breaking through now, ready to rock. I'm invincible. I can't be topped. I make them say, well, walking the walk. I'm invincible. I got away with persevering, watch and see. And anyone who's interfering goes through me. Nobody does it the way that I do. Keeping it old school while bringing the new. I got away with persevering, watch and see. Come on, let's go. I can't be stopped. I'm breaking through now, ready to rock. I'm invincible. I can't be topped. I make them say, well, walking the walk. I'm invincible. Invincible. I'm invincible. Invincible. I'm invincible.
Just try and keep me down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round. Hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Just try and keep me down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round. Hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Just try and keep me down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round. Hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Just try and keep me down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round. Hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now.
see it in your eyes. I can see it in your eyes. Need that sparkle in my life. I can see it in your eyes. They're the star you like to shine. Need that sparkle in my night. I can see it in your eyes. They're the star you like to shine. Need that sparkle in my life. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your eyes. You're the star you like to shine. I can see it in your eyes. They're the star you like to shine. I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your eyes. They're the star you like to shine. Need that sparkle in my life.
Step up, we need a hero. We running out of time. We gotta find someone to set the clock back to zero. We headed straight for the iceberg at a fast clip, but you can save our ship. So step up, we need a hero. We running out of time. We gotta find someone to set the clock back to zero. We headed straight for the iceberg at a fast clip. Somebody save our ship. We need a hero. We need a hero. We need a hero. We
Welcome to the Clash of Clans World Championships. This is day 2 of the June monthly finals, which means by the end of today, we will have given away our 3rd golden ticket of 2025. I am Juno Sloth, joined by my fellow co-casters. Itsu, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great because we are going to have a lot of Clash action today, and we have seen maybe some upsets yesterday. The question is, how can those teams perform today on the second day when everything is in their hands? But, Lexnos, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. We had a lot of amazing matches yesterday. 8 awesome matches and so many more to be played today. With the new seasonal defenses, it's changing the meta ever so slightly. How are you feeling about it, Bash?
Oh, I'm feeling great. We're giving away our 3rd golden ticket here for the World Championships. What's not to love? But of course, here today, we're talking about the World Championships. But I want to quickly talk about something that's been running alongside this, and that's the Town Hall Cups. Each month, we've had 3 Town Hall Cups at Town Hall 9, Town Hall 12, and Town Hall 15. And these are meant to get these lower and mid-level players an experience of Clash Clans esports. We have 1 more remaining with registrations at July 7th and July 8th, so you can sign up with your squad, and it runs similar to our monthly qualifier, ladder phase into a top 128 into a double elimination bracket. But more importantly than that, there's an amazing prize pool. The Town Hall 9 Cup will have $3,350 on the line. Town Hall 12 will have $5,000 on the line. And finally, Town Hall 15 will have $8,250 on the line. So get your guys a team together and get in the Town Hall Cups.
Well, let's take a look at the prize pool for this weekend, though. Yesterday, All Exceed and HTM, who went home, both got $1,000. The 5th and 6th place team that we will be finding out today goes home with $2,000. Then this scales up over $4,000, $6,000, $8,000, and the 1st place team walking home with the golden ticket will also get $15,000.
There is a lot of money on the line, but how can those teams make it to this stage? Well, let's take a look at the bracket, because we have only 2 teams remaining in that upper bracket. Elevate versus Dizzy Stamina is going to be a match later on. Oh, we have 4 teams currently in that lower bracket. Team Electros versus Oni Bazinger, and as well Vedic Esports versus Tribe Gaming. 6 teams are left, and only 1 team will get that golden ticket and the prize money, which we have just heard about later today. But, well, we had a lot of matches yesterday happening, a total of 8 matches overall, and the question is, how did we do prediction-wise on those matches?
Out of 8 matches, all of us casters were predicting who would win each one. Itsu and myself were able to get 6 out of 8 of those predictions correct, while Bash and Judo just 1 behind, 1 little extra slip up. They're at 5 out of 8, but with a bunch of matches to be played today, any of us could end up with a better score.
Yeah, tons of wars still to be had, tons of predictions still to be had, but you guys see our predictions right over there. You guys can predict right alongside of us and also earn some rewards while you're doing so. If you head over to the event site, event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans, you can make predictions, you can watch the stream, you can interact, and you can earn rewards for yourself and your village to help you upgrade some of those hero upgrades that you may need. Well, after you get your prediction in, we're going to hop right into the action. So we're going to gear up for our first matchup here today, and it is going to be an elimination matchup against Team Electros and Only Bads Lexnos.
These 2 teams had some ups and downs yesterday. Each one of them did lose a match, but they also won a match pretty convincingly as well. And I'm really excited about this match in particular. Not only is it an elimination match, but look at their statistics over the past. They are so close. I mean, these numbers almost match up perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost one of those coin flip situations here. One thing I do want to see from these squads is I want to see them putting up a little bit more stars. This one could end up being a little bit of a defensive battle, but we'll have to see as we take a look at the Team Electros roster here. Diego, Loop, El Tano, Rodrigo Torres, and Almo Alin. These guys are very seasoned. They've been around the scene for a long time, so there shouldn't be too much nerves for them here, as they've been in the World Qualifiers before as well.
A lot of these players here have long-lasting histories of playing in the World Championship circuit, and as we can see here, their hit rates, some of them have been a little bit lower than expected, but some of them have been picking up the slack. El Tano's average destruction is insane, above 97%, so even when he is failing, he's still getting super close. And here we actually have a video from Team Electros.
I think we are a mature team. I mean, we are not child, so the losses sometimes happen, like in every team. So we try to improve, as always. Check what we did bad and try to don't make it again.
I think that's always the goal, is to try to improve and do better. And we've seen them here. I mean, this is the second time we've seen them here in our monthly qualifiers. So making improvements is always the goal, but they have a tough road ahead of them as they have a defensive juggernaut and Only Bads as their opponent in this matchup.
Yeah, the Only Bads team, kind of a dark horse in this tournament. I don't think they were receiving a lot of the community vote, but they still have these moments where they perform exceptionally well. And in this particular season, some of their players, such as Ninja, are just hitting incredibly high hit rates. I mean, look at his stats there, 71% 3-star rate with a 99, above 99% average destruction. And this team is very well known for having some of the best base builders in the world.
Yeah, I mean, that's a crazy hit rate looking there for Ninja. Definitely something to be proud of, but it's a well-rounded roster. It's kind of like a little bit of a hodgepodge of different players from here and there, but sometimes that can just mesh well together. You get some of those specialists and you kind of get everyone together and you can really do some magical things. But let's see what they have to say here going into day 2.
The biggest lesson we learned is that sometimes we overthink plans, and that's the reason we aren't able to beat them in the moment. But I feel like this weekend that's not going to happen, and we're going to beat whoever comes up.
Interesting there from Ninja, saying that sometimes they get in their own head, but these guys definitely have the talent to be one of the top teams. It's just whether or not they show up mentally today. Don't worry about who's on the other side. If the other team is expected to beat them, they just have to show up, do their thing, get 3 stars, and move on in the next match.
I think that's really just like a human element. I think we kind of all overthink things, but when you start having like prize money involved and you start seeing the pressures and going up against your opponent's bases, I'm sure there's an element there that I can't relate to. I've never played pro. I know you have in the past. I'm sure like that's just something that you got to kind of work through and just get used to. But I think this team definitely showed us yesterday. I mean, they upset Tribe Gaming. They showed us that they can hang with some of the best teams in the world.
Yes, indeed. I mean, they've already shown it once with an amazing win against Tribe yesterday, so they can do it. They just have to be able to stay in the right mental space. Don't get in your own head. Just focus on your own attacks. I remember from when I was playing in the past, a lot of people get into this habit of worrying too much about every single attack as we go from attack 1 to attack 10, and it completely changes how they look at what's going to happen next. Instead, just focus on your own attack strategy. If you're helping one of your teammates plan or plan their attack, just help them out, and that's how you have to move forward. But let's go ahead and take a look at how we are predicting this match and maybe some of the other matches to go here. For this match in particular, not everybody voting for Team Electros. Itsu is actually rooting for Only Bads.
Yeah, a little bit of a mix-up here. For me, I just like what Electros is doing, but man, I was really impressed with Only Bads. But I felt like kind of what Ninja was saying there, it seemed like they were kind of in their own head and kind of like a little bit distracted with that. And even at the end of the last war that they played, Ninja got the triple, but you could tell he wasn't satisfied. So I'm hoping they can get over those mental hurdles. But when you have the experience of a team like Electros, I feel like that brings a little bit of a competitive edge. But let's see what the community is seeing. We see 75% of us are in favor of Electros, but what about the community here? Ooh, this might be our closest one yet, Lexnos.
Much more split here, 59-41 in favor of Team Electros. Pretty close, basically within 50-50, less than 60-40. So very interesting to see what the community is saying and who they're backing. That means everybody in chat, roughly half of the chat voting one way, half the people voting for the other way. It's going to be awesome, but we're getting ready, preparing just less than a minute or so from that first attack here of the first match of the day. Remember, this is a lower bracket match, which means it is an elimination match. Whoever loses this, they're going to have to wait until next month to try again.
Yeah, it's tough. Our first 2 matchups today will knock out 2 more teams, but that means that the winners would advance, and they're going to have to face off there a little bit later as we prepare here. Remember, guys, go over to the event site, get your predictions in, event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans, as we have only bad Sean going to be our first attacker of this war.
Sean going to be going up against Diego's base, and we'll see if they stick with the classic Root Rider kind of setup for most of their attacks here today, or if anybody's going to kind of bring something unexpected. It would be fun to see here on day 2, and you never know. Some of these players do actually prefer going a little bit off meta, or maybe if they think the base is just too well built against Root Riders or have a specific bait, they might try something slightly different.
Sean kind of had a little bit of a rough go of it. I mean, his percentages were fine, but not able to find a 3-star yet. He had an 87% and then a 91% with the Root Riders. So looking to hopefully bounce back and get a little bit of momentum. But let's see what he's got for us here today. And it is going to be more Root Riders. I mean, I think that's the really common thing. I think the percentage is something like 85% of our attacks have been some variation of the Root Riders.
Sean sending that Royal Champion in from the lower side of the base, have that Spirit Fox to help her out, of course, in combination with the Electro Boots. It's the classic go-to. This is basically taken over the meta as kind of the new Queen Charge, if you can say that. So many players used to really love the Queen Charge as an opener, but now it has very much shifted toward this sort of strategy because it's so versatile. The walls don't matter. You can send the Royal Champion wherever you want, get the value, and as long as you don't hit too many traps, you can recall her just like that and keep the Spirit Fox alive for later.
Speaking of traps, you could also trigger the Giga Bomb like Sean did just there. A very nice play. Anytime you can get that Giga Bomb to go off and then recall her, or even use the new Ice Block spell to negate all that damage, that is a huge pickup. He's going to go ahead and send this log launcher in, looking to go right towards the Town Hall. We'll just see if the Root Riders accompany it, but he's opening up this fire spitter compartment with the Queen in there. Here come all the Root Riders with the healers and the Warden in, but now that Queen will go ahead and shoot open his log launcher, and out pops some Yetis.
This is a very interesting angle to drop the log launcher. He dropped the Earthquake spell on the fire spitter, but the log launcher didn't actually hit it, but I guess it's not going to be the end of the world as the Yetis can go take it out afterwards. He very quickly takes out the Town Hall with the Root Riders. A lot of the time we've been seeing with this army, the players will tend to overgrowth the Town Hall and try to go past it slightly and then get the Town Hall as soon as the overgrowth expires, but not Sean, not here today. He only brings the one overgrowth, drops it right in the middle of the base on all those core defenses, gets the Town Hall and starts moving around the upper side of the base.
Ooh, if this RC can pick up that Crusher Mortar, that'll be huge. Nice and Viz. She is going to get that, and it doesn't get very many shots off. That is one of those new seasonal defenses that can really slow down a Root Rider attack, dealing out tons and tons of damage to only ground troops, but it is now taken out. Now the Royal Champion going back over and getting a little bit of support with those Root Riders. This is looking pretty good so far for Sean, but a lot of heavy defenses in this right compartment.
Unfortunate for him, the Royal Champion does fizzle out there, but he's actually got so many Root Riders still alive, and the healers, and the Rage Gem from the Grand Warden. Those are all good to have together, but as the Warden gets targeted there from the enemy Minion Prince, he loses the Rage Gem effect, and now it's going to come down to the power of the King and the Queen.
That Queen popping out the Giant is a huge thing. I think this late getting the Giant out is massive. I feel Sean has to be feeling good about his chances here. Only a couple of defenses remain here as the Giant is going to go over there and start working on the Ricochet Cannon. King's still in there. Queen's at full health, and this is looking like, time. I did it again. I didn't watch the clock. 5 seconds. He's going 4 seconds. Lexos, it's going to be a time fill. Oh, no.
Oh, we did it again. It power-wise looks so good, but the opener took a little bit of time. He was watching the log launcher do its thing for so many seconds, and in the end just needed 2 or 3 more seconds to get it done. It's going to be a 98% 2-star to kick off this war.
I thought he was going to finally get over the hump there and get that triple. It looks so good. Maybe could have went Queen ability just a little bit earlier to get the 3 queens out of there with the Magic Mirror. It's tough to say. You know, it's always easy to look back and say, he could have done this, could have done that. but 98% is super, super respectable. That's going to bring Diego is going to have to come out with a strong attack of his own. And Diego has been a really solid attacker for this Electros lineup. He did have 1 triple yesterday and then a 94 on the miss, but he's going to go ahead and start in with Root Riders, diving in with that Royal Champion.
He's brought a lot of invisibility spells to this version of the Royal Champion walk. Most of the time we're seeing just 3 or 4 invis spells used for her before that recall, but Diego brings 7. We'll have to see if he's using them all. Looks like he planned to use an extra one there just to force her into the right direction. Already many shots from the Town Hall hitting that Spirit Fox. She's very low on HP, and she does end up going down there.
I like this combination getting into that Crusher Mortar. We saw the Crusher Mortar cause some problems on a lot of attacks yesterday. If he could actually pick up this Monolith as well, that would be massive. Poison Towers both throw off. He's going to go ahead and recall her in there. And this is something we saw from Only Bads yesterday. We saw them running Super Miners on defense. We saw it deal some damage, but also saw it not be so effective. He's going to go ahead and lure them over and then take them out with the Super Barbs. So maybe even a little bit afraid of those Super Miners here as he's trying to keep them away from his main force. But keep in mind, I mean, those extra few seconds dealing with those miners, we saw the time fail earlier. That could play a factor. Let's see as he gets going here with his main force.
The Super Miners on defense seems to be a staple for this team. Kind of a high risk, high reward decision. I feel like it's not the ideal defensive clan castle unit, but if it goes and targets one of your heroes, that's when it's going to come in clutch and just absolutely shut an attack down early. We've got the Root Riders moving in slowly toward the middle of the base here. He's going to go ahead and overgrowth that Monolith, so we're going to have to skip it for now. As the units move around the top side of the base, those healers are still doing a great job. I think he had Healing Tome here on the Grand Warden as well as the Rage Gem. The King moving around the outside of the base, keeping everybody nice and funneled inside the walls.
That's the key on these roots. You got to keep a nice tight pack, and he's doing just that. Diego is so good with these Root Riders. Royal Champion still in there with plenty of health. Queen still has ability. Still even has a couple of Super Barbarians with a minute remaining. I don't think time's going to be an issue here. He's actually going to go ahead and get the Monolith down now with the Queen, who went to ability, popping out that giant. Everything's looking good. Lots of force here. Can he cross the finish line? Electros could use a triple in a great way here.
The magic mirror from the Queen, giving her a few extra queens to help her out. Able to take out the enemy Archer Queen, able to get through that last Fire Spitter, moving on to the last couple of defenses, and it looks crushed. I mean, he's got so many units still alive. To have Root Riders, to have healers all alive at the end is very impressive. Diego is gonna be able to get it done, and a beautiful start to this war for Team Electros.
Rock solid lead off attack. Now, if you're Sean, you're really dreading those few seconds you needed for the 3-star. But look at this, plenty of time for Diego. 2 minutes 37 seconds, plenty of time remaining, and now we got us a ball game. Team Electros jump out into the early lead, and that's got to be such a hard feeling, like such a heartbreaker. You're like, you had enough force there for Sean, but just literally needed maybe 2 seconds, maybe 3 seconds. But let's see if his teammate Demo can pick him up here with a 3-star. Demo kind of had a shaky performance yesterday. Did have that 74% that was really, it wasn't a big deal yesterday because his teammates picked him up, but it was just definitely a shaky attack in that tribe matchup.
Here we're seeing the 2 overgrowth variation of this army. I think both the previous attackers only bringing 1 overgrowth spell. He is going to send the Royal Champion here on the left side of the base. And no haste vial on this one. He's rocking with the Rocket Spear. Able to take out several defenses on the left. It looks like the Royal Champion got distracted by the Queen a little bit there. And then as the Queen jumps in the invis, she has to shift back around. And he's having to use extra invis spells here just to keep her where he wants her.
But that's the one nice thing about that Royal Champion charge. Talked about how it was safe and how it's like the new Queen charge. And you really can manipulate and have this Royal Champion go exactly where you need to. We saw some really high-skilled Royal Champion charges yesterday. It seems like kind of a silly thing to say, but the way that some of these players manipulate the charge with those extra invisibilities is crazy good. King's getting there with the 3 witches. We saw this being used a little bit by some players yesterday, but those 3 witches can actually come in really clutch, providing some tanking, providing some extra force. But now everything is in. They're going to circle around and go right around that overgrowth area.
Overgrowth covering that Crusher Mortar, covering that Monolith. We're going to have to surpass them for now. The King kind of getting distracted by some clan castle units here. Also the storage. He'll make his way into the inside of the base. We do have that second Overgrowth, and this time we're not going to cover the Monolith. Very wise choice. as we can easily take it out right now when we have so many units, including the Giants, from the troop launcher just right on top of it, helping us out. He still has all 4 hero abilities.
But there goes the first ability going off. Warden gonna go ahead and just protect some of these troops, heal them up a little bit. But notice he elected to overgrowth that Crusher Mortar. It just shows how much of a threat that new seasonal defense can be. It's also one of those risky things. Yeah, most of our attacks are Root Riders, but when an attacker comes in with a dragon attack, that Crusher Mortar is gonna have 0 effect. Those Giants are actually going to go ahead and distract it, and now it's going to shift gears over to that Royal Champion. Also going over to the Roots. Man, that Crusher Mortar did some work right there, Lextos.
The Crusher Mortar and the Royal Champion trading blows there. They actually took each other out with each of their last shots. So down goes the Royal Champion. We won't have her for later. The Warden stepping out in front, at least getting in range of the Town Hall. That freeze saved him for a little bit, but down goes the Grand Warden. And again, we're running into this issue where even though we have Root Riders left over, no Grand Warden support, no spell support could really slow us down here. And there might be a bigger issue at hand as he doesn't have the Town Hall.
There's no way. The Roots are going to have to cut in, but they're not going to. They're going to go left to the Wizard Tower, and then they're going to go over to the Expo. There's no way he's getting this Town Hall. This is going to be a 1-star for Only Bads, and this means they are going to be in huge trouble right now. Wait, Queen's coming back. Queen. Does she have enough force here? She's hanging on, but she's getting targeted by that Town Hall. Lextos. Giant. The Giant gotta get this Town Hall somehow.
Come on, Giant. He's raged up. He does so much damage. He's going one more shot. Yeah, I believe.
Oh, no.
Bash. At least it's not a 1-star. Oh, my goodness. That saved him. That would have been devastating. If not only were they already down by a star, but then a 1-star there would have been heartbreaking for his team. Obviously, still not the result he wanted, but that makes a huge difference, at least securing the Town Hall at the very end. And if you didn't notice, there was only like 3 seconds left in the attack when he got the Town Hall.
Yeah, if there's any naysayers on the action figure equipment with the Giant, that should be evidence of why these players are using it. I thought, and it looked like his reaction thought that he had a 1-star there. I thought there was no way he was getting it. But I think one of those Root Riders just barely clipped that wall, so the Giant was able to sneak in there. Ooh, yeah, you're right, though. That could have been devastating if it was a 1-star. Kind of keeps them alive. But Rigo Torres, one of the most experienced pro players in all of Clash Clans, if he could bring a 3-star here, this could be a really devastating blow as well. It's actually going to go ahead and go with the Warden charge here. The Warden no fireball, actually. Just Warden walk into the Root Riders. No fireball on this one.
Looks like he is using a giant arrow and sends it straight up from the bottom of the base. I don't know if he slightly angled it incorrectly. No, I think he hit everything he needed to. The log launcher is meant to come in, finish off the Town Hall, finish off the Clan Castle. Look at that. I believe it took out the Clan Castle before everything came out. Maybe one witch, something else beforehand came out, but that's okay. He already easily dealt with that, and he can get the Monolith too with that last log.
That's a new little trick that we're seeing more and more. Yeah, a couple of the CC troops came out, but it really wasn't an issue because the log launcher logs kind of took care of those troops as they popped out there. The Queen's actually going to be able to pick up these fire spitters right here. I like that value as the Roots are going to go in behind the other fire spitter, and then maybe the Queen, with the King using his Earthquake Boots Spiky Ball combination, can join up with the Root Riders now.
It's a little unorthodox in this current meta to send the King off completely by himself, but let's see if it pays off, as the funnel here is beautiful. I mean, the Root Riders have nowhere to go but exactly where he expects them to. The overgrowth on the top side there, covering the Crusher Mortar, covering the Poison Tower, already makes it to where you know these Root Riders are going to continue through the core and into the upper right side of the base before ending on this devastating top side with all the Teslas.
Those Super Barbarians getting down those defenses in that last compartment. That means everything. It's going to be a final showdown on the north side of this base. Demon hoping his defenses can hold strong. Rigo Torres hoping that his troops can power on through these final defenses. But man, they are some of the strongest defenses in the game. The Crusher Mortar, that Merge Multi-Cannon, they are doing so much work and the troops are disappearing. Where'd all of his force go?
It looked so good when he was dropping that Ray spell, like he had everything ready to rock and roll. But this Crusher Mortar with the Barbarian King on defense just standing in the way and taking everything. That Crusher Mortar just deleted his entire army. Everything goes poof, and only Bats can breathe some fresh air here, a sigh of relief as they get a defense and this is going to give him an opportunity to get back in this match maybe earlier than expected.
It's one of the risks you take when you go leave like a compartment like that up. I mean, it was very obvious that the Crusher Mortar and the merged multi-cannon were in there, but also you see the Tesla farm popping up, the heroes in there. We've seen time and time again, the King and Minion Prince are just such a stronghold on defense. It's 86%, and only bads get back on percent. They're actually going to be in the percentage lead now. They're still trailing a star, and with Demo just narrowly escaping the 1 star, they're still in this war now.
I think we saw that base defend yesterday as well. That top side is just so toxic, so devastating with all the defenses stacked up there. You have to have a plan for it. You can't just finish on it and not have any spells. So a very good defense from Only Bads. And let's see if they can follow that up with a beautiful 3-star. We're going with something slightly different. It still looks like Root Riders, but he's got an Electro Dragon here.
Yeah, not something you see a ton of. But if you can get those chains together, remember the Electro Dragon, as it fires, it can chain through buildings, not just defensive buildings, any buildings on the base. So you can really get some nice chains together. It's almost like the old bowler bounce days. We might see him try to tech in and get some nice little value from this Electro Dragon. I'm kind of curious to see when we see that deployed. But first, you got to start off with a nice Royal Champion charge. I'm not sure if he wanted to get the Monolith or if he was looking more for pathing there. Looks like more for pathing is he's going to go right into the Monolith now.
He only brought 4 or so invisibility spells, so I think he achieved exactly what he wanted to. A simple funnel, relying on the skeleton spell now to try and distract the monolith as much as possible while he just gets in there and has everybody combine on that monolith area and take it out. King being utilized with the Frosty on the outside of the base, the Queen kind of in between. She might follow the Root Rider, she might stay outside. It's somewhat hard to predict. Ooh, a nice little booger from the Sneezy went forward toward the middle of the base and pulled like 5 red air bombs all at once. That's gonna be good for not having to worry about the healers hitting them later.
Those boogers come in so clutch. We've seen that time and time again as well. Does have a furnace out. I'm not sure if he sees it. There we go. Poison spell does go down on top of the furnace. Also, Rocket Loon's going to get attacked and taken out now. You see those boogers just working over there. And actually, oh my goodness, they might even get the World Champion. She's barely hanging on there. The defending World Champion with the Headhunters there. But the Overgrowth wears off, and he does have another Overgrowth to be used here. There goes that second Overgrowth, which will actually push all the traffic right into the Town Hall. There's that Tech Electro Dragon on the bottom of the base, looking to take that mortar out, or the multi out, and then push everything right into the Town Hall.
Great base identification to notice that that was a very high hit point kind of trash building right touching the multi-targeting Inferno Tower. As a base builder, you got to be aware of that. You can't really have those high, heavy hit point buildings like that touching your Inferno Tower. Almost felt for free since the Electro Dragon can just go be a part of the normal army now right after taking that defense out. I want to say it's looking good, but I'm worried about things fizzling out. That Stone Crusher, you never know, but he's got a free spell to deal with it.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Like, we've called so many attacks so early. It definitely looks fine as far as time and force. He's only got the multi-archer tower. Yeah, this is going to be a 3-star for Only Bads, and this is what I was talking about. With Demo kind of catching a break and getting that 2-star, they are right back in this war with a 3-star attack from ND, his second of the tournament here.
Yep, very nicely done, and it makes all the difference. Now, the momentum might slightly shift back, at least the pressure. The momentum of the pressure has shifted back over to Team Electros, because now they thought they were in a lead, they thought they were in a good spot, and they might need to triple now just to keep that lead.
Coming into this attack, Only Bads was up by 5 percentage points. So if Loop does not 3-star here for Electros, we could definitely see this whole war shift right here. Loop has kind of been hit or miss. He can really put up some beautiful attacks, but then he can also struggle, which we've seen him so far in his 2 attacks. He's kind of been struggling with an 87% and then a 72%. So definitely needs to get back on track and needs to bounce back here. It's going to be a Warden Walk here to start us off. Does have the Flinger on that top side. Loop needs a high percentage at bare minimum, if not a 3-star, to keep his team in the advantage.
He did not bring any Earthquake spells here, so unlikely to be a Fireball. Just kind of what we've seen a lot of the other players doing this weekend, using the Warden instead of the Royal Champion to set an early funnel here, and then gonna pull him away with some other units. He is gonna have to fight the Archer Queen here, but Loop well prepared with a simple free spell and a Headhunter well timed, gonna be able to easily eliminate the Archer Queen, and the simple funnel seems to already be made, unless he's just going for a lot more.
And now he can clean up some of those buildings on the outside, like the barracks, the storage, the spell factory. He's doing just that as the warden continues to walk there. So one nice thing with especially the Angry Jelly, allows him to target only the defenses with his warden for 35 seconds. The first 35 seconds of the attack, that warden was targeting only defenses, but now he's going to push right in, and it looks like he's got a clear path to the town hall. And look at that flinger up top is still doing some work. He's actually going to go past the town hall and then circle back. I think the timing should be beautiful on this.
It looked like he had lost about 2 healers to Seeking Air Mines, and then very wisely dropped a couple Cocoa Blooms and found another 2 Seeking Air Mines, and then the Sneezy just hit another Seeking Air Mine. So it looks like all the air traps set up over here, but luckily the Booger now able to take out the red air bombs, and then another Seeking Air Mine hits a healer. As soon as I say that, I think he only has 2 left.
Yeah, they are getting blown up there. There goes a little bit of warden abilities for some protection here. He needs everything to cut back and go into the town hall. Does have the poison down onto the furnace, so that'll be dealt with. That flame flinger is going to get full value as it continues to work, but those roots need to catch up and get out in front here to provide that tank. He can go deal with that world champion, no problem there, but I'm a little bit worried about the backside of this base. With a minute remaining, he's still got over 40% of the base. It's going to be a tough finish.
He's going to overgrowth the ricochet cannon and the very heavy hitting monolith to try to see if he can get as much percent as possible before having to deal with the monolith specifically, because he probably understands that his army's starting to fizzle out here. He's got the queens with the magic mirror moving through, getting some value. The royal champion goes down. He lost the grand warden earlier. He's got no more support whatsoever after he runs out of spells, and this is fizzling out quickly.
This is what I've been talking about. Loop. I don't know if there's just something mentally going on or just the meta shift with the recent changes are making him struggle a little bit. But this one is another sub 80%. And that means that only bads are going to jump into a huge commanding lead right now. They're going to be up like 27% after that attack. That's a huge shift. That could put it really where Electros needs to win on stars at this point with only 2 attacks remaining.
Man, that was some quick math, but it looks like you were spot on. 27 buildings is quite a bit, not a tiny number whatsoever. So only bad's got to be feeling good. I mean, obviously, they started off a little rough, time fail, and then the near 1-star, but now all of a sudden the tables have turned and they are looking decent. We're going in with some more Root Riders now from Dima of Only Bads. And another 3-star here back to back for their team can put them in a spot to potentially take out Team Electros.
Dima can really put this one away. Any 3-star is going to be insane, but really he has a lot of wiggle room here. If he can just get this one into the 90% range, so it's going to be a really fine attack as he's setting this one up really nice. Here comes the recall to get in. But I did notice there's 3 overgrowths on this one, so super ambitious. I'm assuming, yeah, maybe the core right there will be overgrowth, so he can work around that, but I guess he can kind of pick and choose where he wants those overgrowths as the attack develops.
Yeah, he's got so many to work with. He can just overgrowth everything, Bash. He's got the troop launcher working with the Root Riders. The only thing that's kind of tricky about bringing so many overgrowth spells is he doesn't have a single rage spell, not one at all. So your units are going to be just slow throughout the entire base, and he's got to understand that. The only real backup he has, other than using the overgrowths to control their pathing, is the Warden's passive abilities. So that Rage Gem means a lot. You got to find a way to keep the Warden alive. You got to find a way to keep the healers alive, because that is your lifeline.
Here comes the second overgrowth in there. There goes the Warden ability popping off. Look at the Booger getting pulled by the Hook Tower. The Hook Tower, one of those 3 new seasonal defenses, will actually grab and stun whatever troop that it grabs. But it does have a pretty long cooldown compared to attack rates of other defenses, that is. But he's got a strong force pushing through here. The Roots are continuing to walk. The King, with his ability, the spiky ball going up, is going to push everything back in. Now the Royal Champion's going to go over, take out the Town Hall, and there goes that 3rd overgrowth. This one feels so controlled.
Yeah, I mean, the Grand Warden and the healers are still alive up to this point, and that really is the simple key. When you're using this sort of slow, methodical approach, super hyper-controlling the pathing of all your units with 3 overgrowth spells instead of just the classic 1 or 2, all that really makes the difference is if that Rage Gem can stay up and help you out, and if the healers stay alive, and he has done a perfect job at that so far. No surprising traps coming up and taking those healers out. He's able to make his way through the left side of the base here, and the only question is time. But if Root Riders are opening the walls for him, he's going to be okay.
Pops off the Queen to get that action figure going, get the giant on the board. 27 seconds, only 6 buildings. Everything is in reach. This should be no question. A 3-star for only Bads. And Dima gets it done. One of the base builders converting over on offense, doing some huge work. And now Electros find themselves in a very, very devastating position.
The pressure has definitely fully shifted as far as a few tacks ago, but now Dima just making it a crushing blow. I mean, not only are they up by 3 stars, but just an incredible amount of percent as well. Team Electros have got to be feeling like they must triple on their next attack. That is the insane pressure on their shoulders right now. There's no wiggle room for mistakes anymore.
Not just this attack, but I feel like they have to triple both attacks with the percentage that they're down. I mean, this war is kind of insane if you think about it. Demo's attack could have been a 1-star. We could have a whole different ball game, but the ball bounced in his favor, and he ended up getting that town hall down, getting that 2nd star, and now that's going to be enough to keep his team in it. But not only that, keep his team in the advantage. We have a big risk here. We're not playing it safe. We're not playing it conservative with a Root Rider attack. It's going to be Rocket Loons with a Royal Champion charge. Very interesting entry, but I think he wanted to set up so this Flame Flicker can just go through and clear out pretty much everything on that left side remaining.
You know, really interesting thing to point out now, though, is at this point, even if Demo had 1-starred instead of 2-starred, only Beds would still be in the lead because of the previous 2 triples they just hit. So just fun to point out there, they have a huge lead because he didn't 1-star. And here, Amwalin setting up that Flame Flinger, trying to get it to make a nice little chunk of value over here on the right side of the base. Skeleton trap, trying to go take it out, but the flame effect of that Flame Flinger took out those skellies easily. Now we're having a delayed Warden on the left side of the base, and usually when you see rocket balloons like this, it's because we're having a fireball, and there it is, in combination with the earthquake spells.
The Warden is set to air mode. That puts him at a little bit more risk here for seeking air mines. I was worried about the air defenses, but obviously he took those out with the fireball. But now this Warden's gonna be in a little bit of a precarious spot. He should be fine. It's not that much difference, but you can't really like put healers on him. I guess he didn't bring any healers anyways. The Warden's just really in charge of that left side. But keep an eye on this time. At this point, like, I don't know how he gets through this base. I mean, obviously he still has all of his rocket balloons, he still has all of his heroes, but 1 minute 10 seconds and over 50% of the base remaining, it's gonna be tough in hard mode.
Very tough indeed. He's trying to send the king and the queen toward this town hall section. I think he did have a nice wall breaker right there. He might also have earthquake boots on the barbarian king, I'm unsure, but now having to get stalled up by these ice golems could also bring in some extra frustration. Gonna go ahead and pop the magic mirror of the queen, get the giant out in front, and invest the rage spell, so the town hall does go down. But that's not good enough. They need a 3-star. He sends the royal champion in from the north side of the base.
Yeah, but time is ticking away here. 75% in 30 seconds. I mean, he could definitely get some buildings down here, but any one building left up is going to be a problem. I see a gold mine in that bottom compartment. I see the scatter shot being a problem. Oh man, it feels really compartmentalized on this attack, and I don't know if he's going to have enough across the finish. Like, Royal Champion's working there, Kings and Phoenix, but that minion prince on defense is going to be a problem. That gold mine at the bottom is going to cause a time fail. No matter what, even if he gets through here, there's a gold mine that's off screen right now, and he's not going to have enough to get through. It's a time fail. Actually, no, it's just going to be a fail as the Royal Champion gets taken down, and that's going to be it for Electros. There's no way, unless there's a devastating 1-star, they can come back now.
That's just heartbreaking right there for Amwalin. So close to that 3-star, 3 buildings away. And man, this has just taken a different turn of events than we were expecting. I mean, like you said, technically not over, but it's looking pretty grim for them.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the plan there, but it also, like, it felt like he was taking his time so much that he kind of had to just panic there at the end and just start sending stuff in, and maybe didn't get the most efficiency out of those rocket balloons. It felt like he had the right plan for each compartment of the base, but now you have Ninja coming in to attack, and Ninja, we saw his hit rate. Ninja does not miss often, and if Ninja can get a 3-star, I think really just get a 2-star here, this one is going to be out of reach. He's going to go ahead and start with the Warden with that fireball early on. He's got the Flame Flinger on the right side, and Ninja is looking to put his squad even further in this tournament.
Indeed, they are 30 buildings ahead and a star, so 71% 2-star is really the only number he's looking for if all they care about is the victory. But Ninja, with the highest hit rate on the team, probably looking to pad his stats, so he's going all out for this 3-star. A beautiful fireball to kick things off, and really fun here to finally see some Super Witch action.
One thing I remember yesterday we were talking about, Lex, I believe it was you and I on the cast. Ninja finished strong with a 3-star, and I was talking about the momentum that could bring. Yeah, this war started out a little bit shaky, but we had a time fail from Sean. I mean, it felt like Sean was on his game, and then Demo catching the break. The momentum has definitely shifted in Only Bad's favor in this war. An unfortunate break for Electros, as it seems they're going to be facing elimination. And this Town Hall still needs to go down, and it's in the middle, and it's in a really awkward spot, but it feels like Nin should have enough to get through there with all these Super Witches marching through the space now.
Earthquake boots, nicely timed there from the Barbarian King. Does so much damage in the core, hitting all those major defenses, including some of the ones on the right. We're investing a rage spell now for the healers to help keep these Super Witches alive as we start to get a little bit of a split. He did have, I think, extra Valkyries in his Flame Flinger, and they're moving to the outside of the base, and now he's deploying the Royal Champion from up there. So he is kind of all over the place, trying to keep an eye on everybody. Nobody really staying in the same spot as the Super Witches are starting to go down.
Once this crosses 70%, the war will be over with the 2nd star secured. 70% is all they need. Well, I guess technically 71% as they're up by 30, and there it is. Only Bads are gonna get the victory and take out Team Electros. We thought this would be a really great matchup coming in, and it has lived up to the hype. Back and forth affair here, but Only Bads just really kind of took over here in the latter half of this war. And you see, look at the smiles from the team. You know, Demo, he's got to be thanking his team so much for picking him up in this one.
Indeed, this one looks like it's fizzling out here. Ninja, unfortunately, not going to be able to get another 3-star here. Maybe he just wasn't feeling quite the pressure like it was a must-have 3-star. A little more relaxed there, but still fun to see the Super Witches come in, do a lot of damage. 83%, still respectable, and we still get to see one final cool attack coming in from Team Electros.
El Tano will be the final attacker. And if you're Electros, I mean, you're walking home with a nice little bit of prize money, but also they are getting those points. This is the second time we've seen those in them in this monthly qualifier. Remember, this season's a little bit different. We do have our golden ticket qualifier matches here, but also we have the point leaderboard, which we'll talk about a little bit later today, where getting those points can be a big factor for them to still have a chance to qualify, even if they don't win a golden ticket this month or next month or one of the remaining months. They can still play in that last chance qualifier or even have a chance to win a golden ticket from the point leaderboard.
Indeed, that leaderboard is going to be very important toward the end of the season as we approach the last couple of months. We are having another Root Rider attack from El Tano with some of the classic, most used equipments here on the heroes. One recall spell for the Royal Champion likely going to be used, and one overgrowth spell in this setup. He decides to send the Royal Champion from the north side of the base.
Send her in, let her work. Only 4 invises here, so not going to go for a crazy huge spirit charge here, but it should be just enough to set up the pathing, set up the funneling, and to set the table for these Root Riders to come sweeping through this base and finish it off. This seems to... Oh, wait, Royal Champion not cooperating and recalls her early. I like that, actually playing it safe rather than risking losing that Royal Champion. Just get her out of there and continue the attack.
It's always unfortunate when that happens. You predict her going one way and she says, nope, gonna go the other way. He did end up losing the Spirit Fox because of that. Maybe didn't grab the extra Inferno Tower that he planned to, but still not the end of the world by any means. He's got the Queen working with one healer. Nice little touch there. And then she'll join in with the Root Riders here on the right side of the base. The Rage Gem of the Grand Warden going to help out, of course. The Log Launcher actually doing a great job of getting that scatter shot, or at least the Yetis will be able to finish it off in combination with the Booger, and that Log Launcher open the wall, so those Yetis can probably go grab an extra building here in the core.
Oh yeah, they're going to pick up a couple buildings here with that multi there. Picking up those multis are huge, but look at that Crusher Mortar. It's starting to fire away. Like, as we've seen this thing be so intimidating and damage so many troops, with all the healers there and the Royal Champion hurrying up and getting through there, doesn't play too much of a factor. Also, getting that merge multi-cannon down is a big pickup as well. It's still a ton of base as he crosses the 50% mark. The 2nd star secured. He has about half the attack percentage and time-wise remaining.
Overgrowth spell being used so late in the attack here, just now on that bottom side of the core, gonna help alleviate some of the damage off of his squad. He's got the healer still alive. He's got the Rage Gem on the Grand Warden, but that Grand Warden is very low on health. It would be nice if the healers kind of took 2 seconds and just switched to him and got him back up and then switched back over to the Root Riders, but sometimes they just don't always do what you want them to. Oh, no, they heard me. Now they're healing him.
Yeah, exactly what you asked for, Lex, but let's see if they swap back over. Actually, the Warden's under some heavy fire. Oh, here comes some red air bombs, but onto the Booger. That's why you run the Sneezy. Those Boogers can soak up those red air bombs, protect those healers, and that's why we see those healers still up. But the Warden did go down. Now the Royal Champion throwing those spears, taking down those defenses. King standing tall here. Still a lot of defenses, but also still a lot of force. Has the King ability and still the Queen. There goes King ability, spiky ball going off. They still be able to get 3 Queens on the board and that giant yet to be played.
King with the Phoenix ability does allow him to do a little bit of extra damage here. We're relying on the giant and the 3 Archer Queens, but they all die so quickly.
Wow.
The Ricochet Cannon, the double Inferno Tower setup, and the Minion Prince all at once. Just an overwhelming amount of damage. And you can see that Queen, even with her ability, just got evaporated in less than 2 seconds.
They got shredded. I was getting ready to say it. He has a good shot at the 3-star here, but everything got melted. But ultimately, it wouldn't have mattered anyways, as we know that only Bads had the advantage on percentage, and they are going to be the winners of this matchup, eliminating the foes of Team Electros. That means that only Bads will move forward in the lower bracket, and they will play the winner of our next matchup, Vatic versus Tribe Gaming, which that is going to surely be an amazing showdown. As we take a look at our updated bracket, we will play Vatic versus Tribe next, and then after that, we'll have our upper bracket final, Elevate versus Dizzy x STMN.
Yes, indeed. The bracket is shaping up nicely. We're down to what looks like our final 5 teams. The next match that you mentioned, going to be another elimination match, giving us our final 4 teams. In fact, the only match remaining here that's not an elimination match will be that Elevate versus Dizzy coming up a little bit later today. Very nice stuff there. Lots of clash to be had today, and hopefully we can see maybe who got the MVP award for that match that we just finished watching.
As we're calculating all that, I do want to note, remember, Dizzy x STMN, they do already have the golden ticket. So if they make it to the grand final, that means that our lower bracket winner will actually be the golden ticket winner this month. So it's one of those really interesting things where Dizzy's still playing here. Obviously, you want to get more prize pool, but they're kind of the gatekeeper on this month's golden ticket with the position that they're in right now. It's really, really interesting how this could shape up.
It is really interesting, and especially because they're already in the upper bracket finals, that already guarantees them to be in the final 3 for today. So it's just making it really interesting. The other teams are having to navigate, well, how do we get the golden ticket? If it's not them, is it us? And it's just fun to think about.
Yeah, but if you're Elevate, also you got to be feeling good as well, because you're also in the final 3, and 2 out of those 3 are going to have to play at some point or somehow decide who's going to get that golden ticket. So you control your fate. If they can beat Dizzy, they're pretty much, I want to say pretty much guaranteed, because they still have to go to the grand final. But if they beat Dizzy, they definitely have a great chance at that golden ticket. I didn't want to say, but like last month, they did get, kind of get upset. But let's go ahead. Let's move over. Let's take a look at our MVP as I ramble on here. Who's the MVP of the last match? Lex knows. Of course, ND.
It's gonna be ND. He had a great attack there, really able to carry his team through this one. And we also a lot of votes, high percentage there for Dima, and even some percent for Ninja. Ninja must be a fan favorite, even though he wasn't able to secure a 3-star in that one.
Yeah, Ninja coming in looking fierce in there. Dima's attack was beautiful, but yeah, ND, it felt like that one definitely was the one that shifted this whole war, shifted the momentum back over for Only Bads, and helped them pick up this victory. So a great war there, but guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break. We'll watch some of the highlights of that war, but we're going to come back and we're going to have Tribe versus Vatic in our next matchup. And welcome back to our Clash of Clans monthly qualifier. Welcome back, Itsu! Amazing matchup we just saw there, but we're going to get ready and we're going to move forward to our next elimination matchup. It's going to be Vatic. It's going to be Tribe Gaming. Two juggernauts in the space as we take a look at these stats. Pretty close on paper here, Itsu.
Yeah, I think overall, both teams are pretty close as well if you just consider how many veterans we have like off the Clash esports scene in just this one match. It is unbelievable. So I think this match is going to be incredible to watch. Well, let's take a look at the lineup of Vatic esports first. We have Kingsman, Tryhard, Simon, Najoa, and Imran. And really the question is, can they deliver when it matters? And to be honest, this kind of counts for both teams.
Yeah, that's been a big thing. We've seen Vatic make some strong runs through the monthly qualifiers, but then they end up falling short. I mean, last month they were out really quick. The first month we saw them make an upper bracket run and then just fall down. So the big thing here is, like you said, when it matters most, which is right now, can they deliver? But let's go ahead and let's see what they have to say as they prepare for their matchup.
I think one lesson that we learned from the past is probably some mistakes we did into the attack orders. So this month we tried some new things. I think you will see it this weekend and I hope it will work.
That's really the question. Is it going to work? Are those mistakes really the big deciding factor he tried to point down, which they have done in the past? Because they are really consistent in making it to this stage of the competition, but so far they were not able to make it all the way to win that golden ticket. But their opponents were not really far away from them either, because as well Tribe Gaming has collected a lot of points on their way towards this match and towards this season of the qualifiers.
It's kind of interesting. These two teams both making their third appearance here in the monthly qualifier, and that's really big when you're trying to run up those points for that points leaderboard. These could definitely be two squads that we see maybe even be one of our golden ticket winners from points, if not playing in our last chance qualifier from the points table. But you know, these squads definitely want to get that golden ticket. Tribe Gaming had that really close call last year, but they literally came down to the very last second to qualify. So if you're them, you definitely want to get it done sooner than later, but we know that they can handle the pressure and they have a lot of endurance to stay in there.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I'm really looking forward to, really how they're going to utilize their experience in this match, if there's a specific way to do so. But I'm excited, and I think this is why we should listen in from some words of Tribe Gaming.
I would say it's very hard to predict the opponents nowadays, so it's always important to be open and see also the unexpected things from the opponents.
Yeah, wise words there. Always be prepared for your opponent. It's really tough to predict like entries. I feel like we have a general idea of what attacks are going to be used, but it almost felt like in that last matchup, Electros, they went with a couple of those Warden walks, maybe even playing it safe so that they didn't get baited on some of those entries, because we've seen throughout this tournament some Royal Champions get blown up from some giant bombs. The Spirit Fox is going down early, so it's definitely one of those things, like if you can predict that entry, there's a huge pickup and a huge advantage for your squad.
Yeah, and especially as well, this is snowballing then into other things, where if you're predicting the Royal Champion charge, you're most likely predicting the next setup with the Black Mines and the Healers as well. But let's take a look at the predictions from us casters, and well, most of us agree. Judah though, going with the Tribe Gaming, trying to do my move from the first match, trying to be different. The question is it going to work for this match as well?
Yeah, I mean, we saw it work out for you in the first one. You never know what's going to happen. All it really could take is one attack, and it can shift the whole momentum of the war here. But Vatic is our favorites, but I'm kind of curious to see what the audience is thinking here. Let's see what the audience prediction is looking like. Oh, this is definitely our closest. 55-45. It's almost a coin flip.
Yeah, I feel like on this one, maybe all what was the difference was the name. I feel like Tribe is already for such a long within the Clash esports scene, so that was maybe the deciding factor. Who knows? But either way, I think this poll really shows how close this match should be, which we're about to witness.
Yeah, and guys, don't forget that you guys can still get your predictions in. You can watch along and you can interact at the event site, event.supercell.com/clash-clans. You can earn some rewards. You can earn some ores to get some of those hero equipments. Maybe get that action figure that we're seeing used so well throughout these teams. One of the newer equipments, get that upgraded a little bit more here as we get ready, make our final preparations here. I think one thing you and I were talking about a little bit earlier, Itsu, Tribe Gaming we saw before this month, they were using tons and tons of dragon attacks. And now with the changes to the Warden's Eternal Tome, it almost feels like it's a little bit of a nerf to the dragons, but also a nerf to Tribe Gaming. But I mean, aside from that, we also saw Tribe putting up some 3 stars with those dragon attacks. So it'll be really interesting to see they go to the grounders, guys. I feels like we'll mostly see Root Riders, but I think a couple dragon attacks could be the key difference here.
Yeah, that's really the question, because, I mean, for Tribe, we had Rikiros and as well Nibrax pretty much always. They were like we had some players only doing Root Riders. They only did dragons, or mostly dragons. And we have seen already that Rikiros has switched his approach with switching towards Root Riders. Is he going to stick with that? Maybe that was as well as just strategy moving into the first day. Who knows? But I would assume that he's going to stick to the Root Riders, or we're seeing from Nibrax most likely a Dragon attack, which can be something good as well, because traps are obviously different, which means Black Minds are trying to predict the healer pathing when it comes down to Root Riders to really hit them. For Dragons, that's completely different. But Castro is going to start things off with some Root Riders as well as some Rocket Loons to get that Royal Champion into the right direction.
Castro with a couple of nice attacks yesterday, had a 3-star and a 92% with the Root Riders. But that's the one thing also, having a couple dragon attackers on your team. If you do see a base that may be good for dragons, or maybe even you can work around the Crusher Mortar, it could be really nice. Did he just soak up the Giga Bomb there with the new ice block?
Yep, that's exactly what he just did. Getting that Royal Champion into that compartment to create that pathing, a really nice job. And he's trying to push even further. He wants to get that core. And I think after this, he's going to recall. Yep, that is right. But at least one of those core cannons are gone.
Yeah, very nice pickup there for Castro. If you haven't seen, or maybe you're just re-checking out Clash Clans for the first time in a while, we just had an update where we got a brand new spell. It's called the Ice Block spell. And it's not really like an offensive spell, it's more of a defensive spell. It freezes your units in its radius, and then it negates at maximum level 94% of the damage. So when you're able to use that in combination with that Royal Champion, you can get that Giga Bomb out early, and then your main force doesn't have to worry about taking all of that damage. So a beautiful play there from Castro as we see the Overgrowth now coming in, and he'll be able to circle in beautifully as that Overgrowth wears off as he makes this pass.
Oh no, but take to get all of those Valkyries. Remember, Root Riders, they were changed and nerfed, to be completely honest, just with hitting their damage and cutting that in half. And this is why they're so good with the Valkyries together. Without them, there's not much damage in there. And those Valkyries now need to turn around and somehow join up with those Root Riders. Otherwise, there's barely any damage.
We got a couple of the Root Riders coming back. It looks like three or four of them are going to go right into the Town Hall. The other's going to get taken out by the furnace there. But look at all of those snakes from the snake bracelet. The Roots are now making their way in a little bit further into the base, along with all the heroes. But you're right, some of that damage going down is definitely tough. He did lose the Royal Champion there. The King is starting to go down as well. But everything is working through strong in the middle of this base. But here comes that area of the base. It's such a tough area. Minion Prince and King on defense are so hard to overcome.
Yeah, but I think with those heroes, he should be able to overcome the Royal Champion at least somewhat quickly, which can be always a really big problem. And he says that, oh, wait a second. That Overgrowth was really late, because take a look at the time bash. How is he going to handle the time now?
Oh, you're right. Remember, an Overgrowth is 25 seconds, and it felt like he placed that at like 26, 27 seconds. So it's only going to be 2 seconds. Even if he gets all the buildings down, I don't think he's gonna be able to get these last buildings, because they're gonna be Overgrowth for most of this time. It does wear off there with 5 seconds remaining. Can he cross the finish line? Castro trying to get it done, but no! Time is the factor at 97%.
What a shocking mistake. Using the second Overgrowth too late. Maybe the attack was looking too good, and he was just like, okay, do I need it? Do I not need it? Should I use it? Should I not use it? What is going on? And in the end, he decided to delay it further and further, and then still used it, which has resulted in that time fail. But We're now seeing Kingsman going in first for Vedic Esports, and Castro now is going to be on the defensive side.
Man, that is a heartbreaker. But that doesn't mean that the war is over by any means. 97% still beyond respectable. So close to that 3-star. But man, if you're Castro, you're like, oh, what could have been? What if I placed it just a few seconds earlier? But now Kingsman needs to get his squad on the board here with a 3-star. He had a little bit of mixed results himself yesterday. He had a 3-star and then an 85%. But look at this, Itsu. He was talking about some strategies they were whipping out here, and it's going to be Super Yetis.
Okay, we have seen that in one of the earlier qualifiers from them already. Back then, let's say it had mixed results. Okay, I think that's quite fair to say. Question now is, can they utilize those Super Yetis? But as well, for everyone who has not seen them that much, as we're talking and the warden dropping really low, the Super Yetis are pretty much working the exact same way as the regular Yeti. The difference here, though, are the electromites, or the the Yeti mites, which are getting spawned, while we're having the electromites targeting everything and just working as an electro dragon chain. We have with the regular Yetis the defense targeting, so that works a bit different. And the question now here is, can those Super Yetis be the difference maker to collect the first 3-star?
It's a very interesting attack here. And we saw them, like you said, they had mixed results with it, but it felt like they kind of were trying to get a little bit too creative with it. There goes a Yeti in, a regular Yeti, to take out a couple buildings up top. Going to go ahead and pair in a balloon, but here come the Super Yetis. Going to go ahead and pull out the Warden, bring in all the remaining heroes. King and Queen are going to go in there. They're actually going to go ahead and protect the Warden with an invis. Great identification there, seeing that the Warden was almost going to ability. Wants to preserve that ability and does so with that invis.
Interestingly enough, he's now going to have the Royal Champion completely separate from the top side. One Super Yeti going to the outside. Is he going to come back? No, he's not going to come back. The Royal Champion at the top side struggling a little bit. But to go through all of those merged cannons, which are located around that top side, he is having a lot of skeletons, trying to utilize them now, but the Royal Champion already dropping really low.
She did get the defending world champion. Now she's going to have a little bit of tanking out in front with those skeletons, but more importantly, he picks up the town hall here. The King and the Super Yetis are working through the middle of this base. King and Queen already used ability. You see the giant on the board from that action figure equipment. Man, that minion prince on defense did some nasty work in there. Queen is trying to hang on and pick up some of these defenses. Meanwhile, Giant is tanking. Royal Champion's got a little bit of support on the top with the Super Yeti that popped out there. I mean, this has a chance. There's not much defenses left into.
And he still has that Royal Champion ability. Remember that. He can still use that ability to protect that Royal Champion. We have the Hog Rider puppet on there, which means we see a lot of hit point recovery. And on top of that, we see as well those Hog Riders getting spawned. And with 30 seconds, he is smiling, because if that's not going to be time fail, it won't. I mean, it's going to be a 3-star. It's the first 3-star of the match. What a beautiful attack.
Oh my goodness, he has keychains made. He has keychains. All right, Kingsman. All right, Kingsman. I know there's the rivalry. I know you have that rivalry with Sente, but focus up. You got to deal with Tribe Gaming now. Sente doesn't play for Tribe Gaming. You got to take out Tribe Gaming to even have a chance to see Sente again. That was a beautiful attack. Bringing out the Super Yetis again. I mean, that's exactly what they needed, especially with P. Castro's time fail. That's a big momentum shift. Now you're up a few percentage points, but also you're up on the star early.
Yeah, but I feel like where the match is pretty much shifting, I feel like it's going to be the first big fail when it comes down to percentage, because this is exactly kind of how the first match of the day was decided as well. One big fail, and after that, the percentage game was nearly impossible to get recovered. But we are back to Tribe Gaming. The question is, are they going to have such a fail right now, or can they somehow deliver? We have the Dragon attack, and we have heard already this attack strategy has suffered a little bit from the rework of the Eternal Tome for the Warden. But can Ebrox make it work?
But the way you adjust this, because now like you can't really use the battle blimp with the Warden, you adjust this by bringing in this long RC charge, and it's a completely different dynamic. You're not going for like that 4 or 5 invis RC charge. You're looking to take a big portion of this base out, and a lot of times the Town Hall as well, as we saw him just use that haste spell and get right through the Town Hall. But now he still has tons and tons of invises, and it's all about getting a big chunk of this base out and setting the pathing for these dragons. And we saw him do this with great success, not only controlling the RC, but also 2 3-stars in general yesterday. Was great results for Kneebax and Tribe Gaming, and if he can get another one, I know his teammates will be super happy.
Yeah, another invis is coming, and he still has that Fox alive. How is he doing that? That is not easy whatsoever. If he would get that monolith out of the way, that would be crazy value. Yes, one more invis. And actually, I mean, Bash, he's even getting the monolith from the core. This is looking crazy. Can you take down the poison? Even the poison tower!
Wow. Wow, that is insane value. He's going to go ahead and get the dragons going in behind the sweeper. Remember, he got the other sweeper taken out with that Royal Champion charge, which was one of the way he's doing these Royal Champion charges is insane. I remember that one yesterday where it felt like it was so just off the wall, and he just controlled it so much. But look at that. Here comes an ice block on a lava hound to distract the queen. A lot of those dragons. Kneebax is putting on a masterclass right now.
Really smart usage of that lava hound with the icebox spell together. We have now really a big wide spread of those dragons, which is not optimal for the Eternal Tome, but still, as long as that minion prince can get a nice ability now, when is he going to use that? That's the question. There we go, hitting all of those defenses, and as well is going to affect the defending minion prince on top of that.
But look at those dragons on the multi. All those dragons took so much. You just saw their health bars going down one by one. He's got to thin out the backside of this base as quickly as possible because those dragons on the top side do not have many hit points left. There goes the spiky ball. If he can pick up this air defense with the splash, it'll be great. There goes the air defense, and Kneebax is celebrating as he's going to have a 3-star on the board, and Tribe Gaming are right back in this matchup.
That was a really impressive attack. And I mean, take a look at that. He could probably even like get another base with the army which is left. This has to be one of the most troops left at the end of an attack, which we have seen all weekend long. Really strong attack there from Kneebax, as well with that mix-in of the icebox spell for the lava hound. And overall, making sure that everyone sees dragons are still a really strong tool. If you can control them, you said it right, you need to make sure the pathing of them is set up. And how do you do that? Correct, with the Royal Champion charge in the beginning.
It's so hard to do. Like, it feels like if you're just looking at it, oh yeah, Royal Champion charge, it's so easy. It's the easiest thing to do in the game right now. You just invis her, you look at the clock, you drop it on a 7 and 6 and 3 and whatever. But when you're going with the like 10, 11 invis RC charges, it is so hard to pull off. But Kneebax seems to have that down. But Tryhard now is going to shift gears here, and Tryhard's had some really, really positive results. And if he can get a 3-star on the board for this squad, they will continue to have the advantage. Anything short of that, they only have a small margin. So this definitely needs to be a really confident, a really strong attack here for Tryhard.
Yeah, and he is again using that overgrowth for the core to control those troops as optimal as possible. But take a look at the headhunt on the Warden. Okay, somehow the Archqueen is sniping that, but the Warden is dropping so low on hit points.
Yeah, he uses the invis to protect him. Good call there. Needs the
heals.
Oh, no, giant pump. Warden is down. That is a big blow early on in this attack. Now, Warden can carry over so much, but not only that, the Town Hall hasn't even gone down. So now it's going to go ahead and fire off and get some damage. There goes the second overgrowth, and they're onto the multi, onto the monolith, and that crusher mortar. But man, you definitely feel like that's a big, devastating blow.
Yeah, having, or not having the Rage Gem on that back end, I mean, that's the entire reason why you're bringing that equipment, right? Because you need to keep the Warden alive. Otherwise, it is just not worth it. And we have really seen that here. He has to freeze for the Royal Champion because otherwise she would have went down without even getting all of her rocket spears out. We have the Archqueen in the core, but take a look at that. The percentage. This is pretty much like a 1-star defense because on a tie on stars, for Vatic Esports, it's nearly impossible to win now, except if Tribe Gaming is going to have a huge mess up as well.
And just things did not go Tryhard's way on this attack, and that's the one thing with hard mode. Those defenses are no joke, man. I know, like on paper, it's just 20% more damage. That doesn't seem like anything. But look at this Crusher Mortar getting in even more damage. That 20% is so significant. Not to mention, your heroes are dealing 10% less damage. The equipments are capped. Hard mode is hard for a reason. Now this puts Vatic in a position where they're going to pretty much have to get some triples on the board and hold some defenses for Tribe Gaming, which we know they're capable of. This one's definitely not over by any means, but 74% means that Tribe is going to push into the advantage by what, 23 buildings? Yeah, 23%. That's a huge pickup for Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, but as you said as well, rightly, that we have still plenty of attacks left, so things can still change, because we do have, like, we have seen in the past already that, I mean, a lot of times there's more than just one bigger fail in those attacks, where the percentage is dropping below the 80% mark. But let's see if Rikiris is going to get that, or if he's going to get a 3-star for his team and for himself. I would assume again that we're seeing a Root Rider attack, because Rikiris was known for his dragons. But at least yesterday, he did switch to the Root Riders. So is it going to happen again, or is he going back to the Dragons? And it seems like it's still going to be the ground version.
Down to the ground and pound. He did have a 3-star with the Root Riders and a very high percentage 2-star at 93%. Rakira is a really well-renowned attacker. Everyone knows and loves Rakira, and watching him attack is so much fun. But right now, Tribe Gaming are in a position where they hold the huge advantage lead. Now you got to hold Vatic back on stars. But if you're Vatic, you got to be feeling good about your chances still, because you know that anyone on your lineup can 3-star. But if Rakira's can get a triple here, it forces a lot of pressure back over to Vatic's side.
Yeah, I mean, already the opening looks really solid. No traps whatsoever. And he's going to recall early, not taking the risk of getting baited into, like, taking down another defense, taking down another defense. We have seen that quite a bit in the past, that people are like, okay, I can take down that one more merge tower, like Mustache tower, I can take down that one more cannon, but losing so many hit points for that on the Roy champion is typically just not worth it.
I feel like you've been watching my Legends attacks. Like, I felt like that was a direct shot at me, Itsu. Come on, bud. I told you not to tell anyone. But no, you're right. It's all about, like, the composure and getting the proper value and not getting greedy. That's a big thing, and it's why these players are pros. It's one of those things that you can't really teach. You just have the instincts of, all right, I got the value, I got the pathing set that I need. Let's go ahead and continue with the rest of the attack. As we see those Root Riders start to work in, the Queen does go to ability early here. The Magic Mirror is already used. The Log Launcher should be able to pick up the Monolith along with the Queen in the middle of the space now.
Yeah, but that core is looking dangerous. We have some loons in there with the rocket loons in the mix as well. The bottom side looks really strong, but the pathing into the tunnel itself might be not the cleanest, but the core at least is going to be taken care of that Queen. She still has as well that Unicorn on her. And the question is, can that Unicorn somehow keep her safe for at least a little bit?
Yeah, she's hanging on there, but there goes the Unicorn. Gets blown up, but if she could even pick up this Fire Spitter, maybe even one more building, there goes the Invis that he had left over from the RC charge. If he can pick up the Scatter Shot, I mean, getting the Poison Tower down so it can't reload is huge. Oh, wait, no, he doesn't get that. I called that too early. Still got a lot of force, though. Look at the roots. He's still got the healers. Still got King ability. Keeping an eye on the clock, though. 40 seconds and about 25 buildings.
That is still quite a lot of defenses around there, but he has a lot of power as well. It's all about how quickly can he move through those defenses, and he still has the spiky ball, which can be a big deciding factor. Trying to add a wizard here and there to somehow make the push stronger, keeping everything inside that base with the Super Barbarian. There goes the wall break to open up the last compartment. When is he going to use that ability of the Barbarian King? And there we go. He is celebrating. He is happy. And Tribe is celebrating with him as well. Nibrax. I mean, it has to be so good to have Nibrax on the team just for the, like, mental push in the call together. Like, having someone, like, cheering you on like that is just priceless, to be honest.
Yeah, and Nibrax is, like, one of the most animated players of the game. I remember, like, any live event, you hear Nibrax when Tribe is playing and they get a 3-star. You hear him for sure. It's kind of interesting. Like, it felt like in the first 2 months, Nibrax were kind of struggling up and down a little bit. And then we had what was, quote unquote, a nerf to dragons. I felt like it was a nerf to dragons, but now we have Nibrax coming out 3 for 3 with dragons, changing the strategy. It's kind of an interesting dynamic there. And then we have Rakira's going to Root Riders. Things aren't over here for Vatic Esports. There's still tons of war to be had. And Simon, one of their best players, he can put up a triple at any time. And he's going to look to set the pathing, set the funnel here. Quake in there just to help this world champion out. Okay, he's gonna invis, push her right into the town hall. The main goal, get that town hall down, get that dealt with, but that RC is so low. Come on, hang on, get there, get there. And he's gonna have to recall her right away.
Okay, there we go. But the Fox did go down, so that is for sure something which, was sacrificed for this hero dive. We have now the push starting from the bottom side again with that rage gem to make those healers yet more powerful. And then we're going to have the Archer Queen with the King around that outside to push everything through the Fire Spitter into that core of the base.
Here comes the Queen on the right side just to cut off some of those buildings and start pushing those roots even further into the base. Does have a giant out front and tanking, but the Ricochet Cannon doesn't matter. Remember, Ricochet Cannon will bounce off. So keep an eye on this RC. She's taking a lot of damage. She's going to be forced to abilities. Does she have Rocket Spear there? See if she gets all these rockets off. Yeah, she's protected, so she's fine. That's a big thing. Getting all those Rocket Spears off is definitely important.
The healers are not stuck on that Royal Champion. They have to switch really soon as well. The Fire Spitter seems to be sometimes in range of those troops. The King on the outside is going to go down soon. There is no Phoenix on that King. Instead, he is opted into the Frosty. And as well, we have seen the Sneezy on the Archer Queen for herself. Now, is it going to be enough power to somehow overpower this backhand? Because that Warren ability came in clutch.
I think he was trying to get out that Crusher Mortar with the King's Spiky Ball. He popped it at a time where it looked like it might bounce in there, but it actually bounced all around that compartment, leaving that Crusher Mortar to get just a few more defenses. Warden ability was late enough that it's going to add a lot of protection to this attack, and the main foe right there, that Fire Spitter, firing right on all of these troops. Keep an eye on this Royal Champion. He's got to find a way to take her down. Giant is in there. It's this last compartment that is going to be tough to overcome, but if Simon can do it, he's going to keep this Vatic squad alive. Queen bounces off the wall. That's what she needs to do. She needs to work around here. Super Barbarian on the CC. Can he cross this finish line, Itsu?
Oh, it could be possible. We have the Jiggy with the boogers working in the core.
Go.
We have the troops. We have a lot of time still left, and that Archer Queen is going to get the last couple of defenses down, and this means he can celebrate as well, because this is going to be Vatic Esports catching up with a 3-star, and this is exactly what they needed in this position, because, I mean, they were slowly dropping out of this match, but with this 3-star, everything is open again.
Oh yeah, they are right back in this one. They still, I feel, have to win on stars. With 2 attacks remaining for each squad, they're still trailing by 23%, which, I mean, we've seen that be overcame late in the war, but you can't count on that. If you're Vatic, you got to be planning to get probably 1, if not 2 more triples on the board and then hope for a defense. The way Tribe's playing right now, Vatic probably need to go for 2 triples no matter what. If you have a risky plan, you might have to throw it out there, as we see Kronos getting ready next. Kronos has been struggling a little bit in our monthly qualifier, yet to go across that 90% mark. So this could maybe be the opening that Vatic needs if Kronos fails yet again.
Oh, let's see if he can somehow push around. There's a lot of spots for traps, but it seems like no traps around those walls inside that compartment, making sure that his Fox and the Royal Champion staying safe. We have now another invisibility spell to protect that Royal Champion on her charge towards the next couple of defenses, and then later on we have the double overgrowth with the log launcher together.
Good recall there on that Royal Champion, like you talked about earlier on Rakira's attack. Getting the value he needs and then pulling her out, not getting greedy, not trying to go for more defenses. And he's going to go ahead and send in that log launcher right on top of the multi-inferno, which will take that down with those logs. Now the Queen's going to go ahead and deal with this enemy Royal Champion. Headhunter with the assist. That'll help keep the Queen protected. And here comes the King to cut off the funnel, push all those troops further in through the town hall and through the middle of this base.
We have the overgrowth now for the core. We have the Yetis trying their best in there. The scatter shot is actually going down. The question now here is that monolith going to go down? The poison tower is going to be triggered. At the same time, we have to push into the town hall with pretty much his entire army otherwise.
It's all in for the most part, but notice he still has all 4 of his hero abilities yet to be played, and another overgrowth still to be played as well. Those boogers taking the shots from the monolith, but remember, they'll respawn. That's not a big deal. Uses the Warden's ability to protect all these troops, so they're going to go ahead and get the town hall down. RC's going to go ahead and surge forward. She needs some protection out in front. She's going to be forced to ability. Oh no! She's hanging on! Can she get those rocket spears off? The rocket spears is gonna hold that RC just in place, and she gets all those rocket spears and she stays alive.
But take a look at that. All of those rat mines that were not triggered by the boogers, and this means he has no healers left in this push anymore. He is relying now completely on the king and on the queen to not just get as many percentage, but having even a chance of collecting 3 stars, which at this point feels further and further out of reach.
It's a big thing there. It's if you can't get the healers to the end of the attack, it is so hard to 3-star. King is still working. A giant is gonna go down, but it tanked enough so that the queen could get the monolith. But look at that minion prince, man. The minion prince in the sky is such a formidable foe. He still does have spiky ball, still does have a freeze spell. With 11%, time is also starting to become a factor.
When is he going to use that spiky ball? After the wizard tower going down? Is he going to use it? When is he going to use it? That's the question. And there we go. Is it going to be enough? I mean, he's celebrating. He's a little bit ahead of us. And it seems like it is going to be enough on just a few seconds left. But Kronos clutching it up. He said it. He was struggling a little bit with the first matches he had in this qualifier. But he is back when Tribe needed him the most.
I was worried about that. Well, I didn't think he had enough to get through there. I'm not going to lie to you, but holding on to the king ability, and that's what we see on these Root Rider attacks, is when you're holding on to those abilities so late into the attack, it can be such a difference maker. But now it really forces Vatic have to get a 3-star here. They have no choice. Imran has to triple, which he did have a triple on the board yesterday, but that pressure's definitely got to be mounting. Actually, I think Imran had 2 triples yesterday using the Root Riders, so he's playing really hot right now, and Vatic, they need him in the worst way.
Yeah, and I just remembered as well, like, this match for both teams means so much. Obviously, you're going to keep your tournament hope for this qualifier alive, but even more important, those 2 teams are neck and neck on the points leaderboard right now for another golden ticket, which is going to be given away then later in the year based on the points which you could overall claim over different qualifiers. So this match is important on so many different levels that, I mean, it cannot get any higher than this when it comes onto the stakes.
Yeah, it's all those little things that compile and add on to it. But Imran is in now. Troop launcher on the top. Everything is in up top. He's going right in at that minion prince, not risking the minion prince shutting down and defending the attack. Poison spell goes in on the furnace. Here comes some ice golems out of there. The healing is good so far. He's got the support out in front, but the balloons are now down, so he's not going to be able to catch any more. Oh wait, no, there's one more balloon coming out of the troop launcher there. So as that troop launcher throws those barrels, there's another balloon. It's going to be dropping in a few giants, a few barbarians, a few wall breakers, all that stuff, but also his clan castle troops, which appear to have some balloons in there.
There goes the overgrowth, and this means the town hall is still going to be on that back, and the troops are splitting right now, which is one of the worst things which can possibly happen to you, because, I mean, we have the Royal Champion at the bottom side with the King, we have all of the Root Riders with the Archer Queen on the top side. I am not sure if that split is any good for him, especially considering that the town hall is still on the back end.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one for sure. I agree with that, but he's going to go ahead and throw the rocket spears at the town hall now. He can at least get some strong damage on it, if not get it all the way. Oh, but here comes a shot from the town hall. RC falls, but the town hall is barely hanging on there. Maybe a 1/6 of its health remaining. The queen still has ability. There's not too many buildings besides the town hall and that multi. Ricochet cannon and the king are looking to defend as well, but with the giant yet to be played, I feel like this is going to be really good for Imran. And Vatic looking to keep their hopes alive in this war against Tribe Gaming. This one has been a back and forth affair. I guess let's not call it too early here, because there is still a king in the way.
There still is a king, and there's a lot of open space for traps. Maybe they were predicting a Royal Champion charge for their town hall, and if that is the case, we can have a lot of traps inside that town hall compartment. There is the first giant bomb. The king is coming in. There's now some small bombs as well, and time is ticking on top of that.
He's got to get moving. It's 17 seconds. He's got the 3 queens. He's got the giant on the board. That minion's been working on that bomb tower the whole time. 12 seconds. Time is not an issue. Imran is going to get another 3-star, and Vatic Esports bounce right back. What a war we've had here, Itsu. It is back and forth. 4 triples in a row from these 2 squads. But remember, advantage Tribe Gaming. Vatic Esports needs to defend Temper on his last attack and then get a 3-star most likely to win this matchup.
I mean, what is going on with this match? Were both teams before the match like, okay, let's make a really close match. Let's do a really high score match. I mean, what is going on? 13 stars if we're going to see like a 2-star, right? With the last attacks each, or something like that. That would have been pretty much enough to win any other match which we have seen so far. But those two veteran teams are pushing the limits to, I don't know, as high as they can.
It's kind of like what we saw last month, where as more and more teams got eliminated, the quality of them, I don't want to say like the matches are bad, but like the intensity of the matches was so good. I mean, the final few matches last month were so good, and we're starting to see that ramp up here. Temper, a 3-star, will win this war for Tribe Gaming. Anything short of that will leave the door open from Vatic. But also, another number to keep your eye on is 77%. If you can get higher than 77%, that forces the 3-star from Vatic if he's unable to 3-star here.
Oh, that fireball looked so good. Fireball into that compartment, taking down so much value in that base. And Bash, this time he actually was able to keep his warden alive, which is really great.
Yeah, always good. But that's one of those tough things, especially in hard mode, is when you launch that fireball, you kind of take your eye off the warden for a second. We saw it, like, it was such a devastating blow yesterday, but he's got things on track here. Queen is now working, but watch that Queen. She's taking shots from the ricochet cannon. Uses the freeze just in time there. Let's see if he can get some healer swap over here, get a little bit of support onto that Queen, and it looks like that's happening right now.
And I think it was actually the Ice Golem which popped right at this perfect time on the outside. I mean, take a look at this push, the planning, the pathing. This looks textbook so far. The Warden now transitions over even to the Root Riders, but we have the healers as well. I mean, this attack is like a mind controlling of his troops. The question is though, is he going to encounter any further traps? Wait a second, healers, I just gave you props for going for the Root Riders. Please come back there.
Healers are still on the Queen, but I don't think they're going to swap over because the Queen is so low in health. He does get that overgrowth, which means the Queen will stay alive, but he had such a strong push with that Warden and the Queen charge. Now the Queen's going to join up with the full pack. Oh, there go all the bombs, and most of the healers are down. One remains. And the force is starting to thin out a little bit here. Remember, Queen already went to ability.
Queen went to ability, and the defense are going to wake up in any second now. That Queen in a lot of danger. He's going to invest that freeze to somehow make sure that she can take down some more defenses. The King ability is still there, but the Royal ability was forced. The beginning looked so good, but I feel like actually it was a bad thing that he kept the Queen alive. She's now moving around. There's no more spell support. Those heroes have to clutch it up.
It's going to be the King needing to get a big spiky ball here. That Minion Prince and Defending King are looking to shut this one down. This one is too close to call as the hero haul is too much. But I think, yeah, he's going to get it. And it's going to be a 3-star. And that means a victory for Tribe Gaming. Wow. The way they took this war over has been insane.
I am still speechless of like how clean the opening was played by Temper. From the fireball into the what like a lock launcher hero dive between the Queen and the Warden, the perfect explosion of the Ice Golem into the Root Riders. That was a really, really clean attack. And with that attack as well, by the way, Tribe has they have just won the match.
Insane performance from them. 3 triples in a row to just come in and just take this war over. It's so crazy. I mean, they've been so close in all of this matchup, really. I guess, no, wait, 4 triples in a row because Nebrax had that. I was just looking previous to that. So 4 triples in a row to close this one out. And the miss was 97% from P. Castro. Tribe Gaming came in on fire in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this match was just crazy on so many different levels. Well, let's see if Nachoa can still 3-star with his last attack. Can he get that 3-star with the Root Riders and as well the recall spell? But he has lost the Fox already.
Yeah, Fox going down is definitely tough. And this war could have gone either way. It's been so good. Really, the one mistake was Tryhard, where it just felt like everything went sideways for Tryhard. But we've seen that happen, especially with those new seasonal defenses. They can just really throw things off and try to deal with these ice golems here. But unfortunately, Vatic Esports will be eliminated from this month's monthly qualifier, but they will walk home with some prize money, but more importantly than that, some points for that points leaderboard. And with them making the monthly qualifier each and every month so far, they are in a nice position on our points leaderboard. Tribe Gaming, I believe they were tied coming into this matchup. They'll gain just a little bit more points, but Tribe also keep their hopes alive for the golden ticket this month.
That's right. Both of those teams had exactly 95 points coming into this qualifier. So going further than the other side team for both teams was a really big goal, obviously. And I think after this match, Vatic is going to for sure cheer for Tribe, because if they get that golden ticket for this month, well, then they are not getting considered for the leaderboard's ranking anymore, and the golden ticket, which is going to be given away on there. But we have still the attack going on with the Super Yeti inside that core. Oh, there goes the Super Bakery Rage. Can those Electromites get some value? That's the question now.
Yeah, with the King holding that Super Yeti up. Oh, wait. Oh, the Super Yeti pops out. I thought he was going to get the merge multi-gear, or the multi-cannon there. I thought he was going to get that with the Electromites, but the Super Yeti walks away. We've seen that combination have a little bit of mixed results. It's definitely a little bit of a riskier CC combination, but when it's timed up right, man, it can work so well. But all it takes is for the Super Yeti to walk the wrong way, and then you just really don't get the value out of it. But Nishoa looking to close up here with a nice attack of his own. But it's kind of an interesting dynamic because, yeah, you do definitely kind of want Tribe to not be taking away your points, but at the same time, there's a team like Elevate there, where Elevate made the grand finals, like the final of the finals last month. So they get a lot of points also. The points leaderboard, this new system, is going to be a really interesting dynamic to keep an eye on as our season progresses.
Yeah, for everyone wondering, we are having currently Vatic and Tribe being tied at 95 points on this point leaderboards. Elevate with 80 points, so they're a little bit further behind. But still, if Elevate goes far, they could push ahead of Vatic Esports, because for Vatic, this is going to be the end of the road when it comes down to the June qualifier, because they're going to lose with, and I'm still going crazy saying that, but they lost with 13 stars. 13 stars are pretty much a guaranteed win in any other match, not just in this qualifier, but as well in the qualifiers we had before. And Tribe Gaming just put on the show 14 stars, just 3 buildings, 3% away from that perfect score. And Bash, we should take some time until the MVP, like whoever won that. But I'm looking forward to that, because we had 4 3-stars on the Tribe squad. It's hard to pick any one of those.
And really, like, the difference here was, I mean, not the difference, but P. Castro's time fail. If he overgrowths a little bit earlier, we could have seen our first 15 on broadcast. But you're right, it's such a heartbreaker. When you put up 13, like, you're performing at such a high level. You're right there. I think 13 stars, 94% wins all of the matches, if not almost all of the matches throughout this month's qualifier. But unfortunately, Tribe Gaming, they came out, they prepared, they had their game faces on, and they put up a near perfect 99.4% 14-star performance. GG's to both these squads, but Tribe, they look on fire right now.
They are indeed, but can they repeat that performance? Because there is still plenty of more matches to be played for them. We had Tribe just taking down Vatic Esports, but they have to face versus Only Bats next. And after that match, they have to face the loser out of the match from Elevate versus Dizzy Stamina. I mean, there's so many good other teams still in this lineup. And even with that Tribe performance, which we have just seen, it's tough to say if Tribe can repeat that performance. But we're getting back to the question I asked you earlier, because we are ready for the MVP voting, Bash.
Oh, let's see who it is. Oh, it's Temper. I kind of like that. Temper's attack, like you mentioned, that hero dive, it felt like it almost felt like the Root Rider dive, but the roots weren't even in yet at that point. It was just so well planned, so well executed. And look at that, just everyone just getting a little bit of a nod there. Tribe Gaming on fire. But that means after this, we're going to move up to our upper bracket for our upper bracket final, Elevate versus Dizzy. It has some really, really huge implications, because if Elevate can win that, they are in our grand final. But if Dizzy win that, that means our lower bracket final will actually be for the golden tickets. So a lot of interesting things can happen based on the outcome of this next matchup.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different options of things can happen as well with Elevate making to the finals. They will make a lot of points with that, which is then going to shake up the points leaderboard. I feel like this qualifier has a lot of impact overall on leaderboards as well. And I'm excited for whatever is going to happen next. But before we're going there, we're jumping into a really quick break before we dive into that next match. So don't go anywhere because we are back in just a second. We just had an incredible match, 14-30, one of our highest scoring matches we had so far. Judo, you watched it from behind the scenes. What did you think of that last match?
I mean, wow, if that wasn't entertaining, what else can you say? Just the back and forth nature of it was incredible. And I love that you brought up the fact about the points leaderboard as well, because these two teams are right up there. And even though there's a couple of teams ahead of them on points, like Dizzy Stamina, for example, who we're going to be watching next, they already have their golden ticket, so they don't have to worry about it. Tribe very much setting themselves ahead in the points leaderboard, but what a momentum shifter from yesterday, which going down to face Only Bads next, who they lost to yesterday. Oh my goodness, that's going to be just so interesting. However, we have the upper bracket matchup first. Elevate and Dizzy Stamina. We can dive straight into their stats. What do you make of this one, Itsu?
I mean, just stats-wise, we see Elevate with the higher 3-star rate, but at the same time, the lower average percentage. So, I mean, this match is going to be a lot of fun, I believe, because Elevate to me just looked really strong in their matches, really consistent, because this is something we just talked in the break about, that Tribe or even Only Bats, they were a bit up and down with their performance. Elevate seemed to be super consistent, so I think we should take a look at their lineup. We have Celinio, Bernal, Leo, Pato, and Max, and I feel like that last person which I just mentioned, Max, he has to be highlighted as well. Really, really coming in with his different takes on different strategies, like his own twists to the meta, and those twists are just making it everywhere within the competitive scene. Just last month, he brought in the he removed the Eternal Tome from those Root Rider attacks, brought 2 Overgrowth instead, bring then as well the Healing Tome with the Rage Gem, and now everyone is running this exact combination.
Exactly. I love, like you said, that he's a trendsetter. Great shout out on that regards. But we do have a short video with Elevate where we can learn a little bit more about them.
We needed to be more prepared on defense. I think that was the main reason for our losses last month, and we definitely have this month. We have a lot more bases, and we're ready for every team.
That will be interesting to see whether they can pick things up on defense, especially going against the, first golden ticket winners in that of Dizzy Stamina. So maybe that's something that we can expect, having bases. I mean, going into the opening matches, although they weren't facing them initially, they have to be thinking there is potential of running up against Dizzy Stamina. So I wonder if they have been able to pick anything about the attacks. even if it's the variations of attacks, like you were saying, right, Itsu, because yes, we see a lot of common strategies, but maybe players have tendencies within those strategies as well.
Yeah, that is always the one thing you have to look out for while we're seeing the Dizzy Stamina lineup. If you're wondering, wait a second, I know those faces, but the names seem different. Well, they all have renamed themselves, not just for us, but as well in-game. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to see their attacks with their new names. But yes, it's the same players. If you know the faces, you know those players, you know this team. It is the team which got the first golden ticket for this year. So let's hear in, because they're having a statement ready as well.
Every time we lose, we don't really lose, but we learn. This is very important in the mindset. So whenever we lose, we learn something. If we lost, it means the opponents were better that match, that specific day. So we usually just stay together in the voice chat, analyze the match, and learn where they were better than us and improve on that side.
Always interesting to hear that about the post-match analysis. This is something we heard from Max from Elevate yesterday as well, how even after they had their matches yesterday, they were going straight into training mode in order to get ready for today. And I think that's just something that is really cool to hear the glimpse of behind the scenes from the players as well. Looks like we've all gone for Elevate on this one, and I know yesterday we all picked Vatic over Dizzy Stamina. That came back to bite us, but I guess what's your reason for Elevate here? I'm guessing it's going to be similar to mine.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just they're such a consistent team, and Dizzy, in my opinion, is always going into those matches with a certain disadvantage. While they're, yes, consistent on offense, their defense typically is kind of like their running bases, which they were picking up over the season, such things. So that to me really is the big difference maker, and I feel like Elevate is a team which can take advantage of that, even though the community feels the other way around. They are saying, hey, they're a golden ticket winner, and this means they're having the upper chance. But again, Clash of Clans is all not just about offense, but as well so much about the defensive part, and this is just really time consuming. And if you have already won that golden ticket, the question is if you want to burn yourself out when like putting more and more time into the base building part. So that is always the one thing you have to consider with this offense versus defense debate.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think that's where a lot of the predictions from our side are leaning towards Elevate. And one thing I would mention as well is, even though it appeared they had a close matchup versus Onlybads yesterday, winning 12-11 and even being behind on percentage, you've got to remember Onlybads had the best defensive bases moving into this round of matches. So they were still able to get the victory. And check this out, it's Eddie Brock coming in with the Rocket Loons and that one thrower as well. Love that.
And he is going to start things off with that Roy Champion, just taking down that bottom side with those defenses, because he wants to utilize a Flame Flinger. This will be close. Hopefully there are no Testa. Now this top side going in with the Warden. And take a look at that really smart use case of that one outside invis. You might have seen it. He only did catch the gold mine with the one and final invisibility spell. The reason for that was, even if a Tesla is popping up around that Warden where he's deploying that hero, even then he's going to be completely fine, because he has already made that defense invisible.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful play there. And on top of that, keeping the Grand Warden safe as well once he did deploy him. But just look now, he's got the Flame Flinger stripping apart a couple of the defenses at the bottom. He's obviously keeping an eye on that, but he's got the spotters on call as well. In the rest of his team, we do have the... which hero was that with the Angry Jelly down the bottom? With the head scrambled, it's hard to see. Okay, Archqueen.
Yeah, the Archqueen, he tried to push her into that monolith compartment, because with the Angry Jelly, he would have skipped all those storages and would have right away went for the monolith. But, well, the Queen had different plans and ran into all of those traps, all of those giant bombs. And now he has to get the tunnel, because that Warden is going down.
Yeah, that defending headhunter just absolutely obliterated his warden. Healers will go rip here as well. Let's take a look as the king will go to Phoenix, so gets a tiny little bit more value. He's got the rocket loons. He's got a couple of spells here, so he's going to have to commit everything to that town hall. And this is one thing we've seen from Eddie Brooke yesterday in that of his warden charge rocket loons. It was a 95%, but it was a similar situation where it was pretty scary in terms of that town hall. Looks like he's feeling relatively safe for it with his royal champion still in that recall spell. There she comes now towards the town hall, and let's see what he does to finish up.
Oh, the rocket speeder to get that second star, but again, remember, the percentage are not looking that great. If he cannot pick up many more buildings, this is going to be not the highest percentage for sure. Some of those minions can still pick up some storages, but this is only going a little bit above the 80% mark, not way further. And it's the first defense for Elevate. We have already talked about that. Against Elevate, you need to have solid offense because they are going to, for sure, perform. But typically, you're saying the same thing about Dizzy.
That is correct. It is an 86% to finish things off there. So definitely not as poor of a percentage as we've seen from some attacks yesterday. So it's not like they're going to be miles out of this. However, with Elevate's hit rates, their determination, they can come out with an opening 3-star, especially looking at last month's qualifiers. We usually had Max go first. I know he said in the interview it's usually him or Pato. It is going to be himself. He has such an incredible hit rate. If he can get a 3-star here and just put them in the lead from the off, that's got to make them feel better about themselves.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to what he's going to do in this attack because it does not seem like one of those Royal Champion charges. Instead, he's going in with his Warden Walk into the Root Rider smash. And we have seen this now a couple of times from him because, well, oh, wait a second. All of those skeletons on this far right side. He needs to protect that Flame Finger and he's going to be able to do it. Back to the Warden on the left side though, because he's setting up the pathing for that Town Hall, or the Root Riders into the Town Hall. And the cool thing about this is that you need less spells than actually utilizing the Royal Champion charge.
For sure, you can notice just that one rage spell used, and I love how he's managed to negotiate the right side of the base with literally just some Barbarians and Archers. He will take a bit of splash damage from the Crusher Mortar there, which weakens the health of the Flame Flinger, but should still be able to get that defense down. And obviously he's having to keep a side eye over to the Warden as well. Now we see the Root Riders coming in.
Yep, there we go. Final has been created. And remember, it has only been one range. Compared to like the Recall versus the Invis spells and everything, this is way more efficient. It's a bit more time consuming, and you're sacrificing the one pet on the Warden because you could have obviously used, I don't know, Diggy for example. But I think that's totally worth it because he's about to push even further into the core. But this core is going to be dangerous.
Certainly is. He's got the overgrowth there at the moment. He's got a second, so it looks like he might even decide to just use that in the same spot, or at least like a chunk of those buildings. Maybe he'll try and get one or two of them out. Let's see what he decides to do. Still got the Grand Warden ability, which now he uses to protect everything. But I think he was also aiming for the multi-gear tower on the back end there. It's low in hit points, but he didn't quite get it, so that will certainly provide a lot more damage moving to the back end of this attack.
It's all about the timing of those buildings waking up again, because the Warden is getting in range of this multi-front tower and as well the Merge Cannon. There goes the Rocket Spear. She has to stay safe. Now we have everything waking up again in the core, but the Warden having a lot of damage on him. The Warden going down, and this means the Rage Gem is lost.
It is.
And
he's got the
somehow
Rocket Spear.
saved this.
Royal Champion just runs out ahead. He used the Rocket Spear to get good value. He's got two spells here, and he's obviously wanting to get through this cannon and then use the spell on the Royal Champion. Oh my goodness. Managing to somehow keep her alive there. What on earth? What was that?
I feel like he wasn't really sure if he should invest that Invis or should have like saved the Royal Champion or not. He's deciding to do that. What is he actually going to? No. Judo.
There we go.
How? How? The attack was over. How does this work? He makes, I don't know. He makes hard mode look like the regular game. This is just incredible. I have no clue how he somehow turned this around. The last second save for the Royal Champion to somehow get the clutch 3-star. And with that, Elevate is starting off strong.
I feel like he took a risk there with the Royal Champion and it paid off, right? Because there was the Ricochet Cannon and then that gap where she would have been kind of stuck. So if he had have used one of the spells initially, she'd have, like, let's say the invis that he had and waited on, she'd have just ran out of that to get to the other defenses. So he really waited, and managing to clip her right at the end on the lowest amount of hit points paid off for him. But let's see what Dizzy Stamina can do on response.
Yeah, and they have to start strong because remember, they're not just behind 1 star, but as well on the percentage game. We have a really strong looking Royal Champion charge right into the heart of the space with utilizing an early overgrowth. Wow. Take a look at that value, even the Inferno Tower going down, that core is gone.
That was beautiful. Oh my goodness me. I thought he was going to miss the Royal Champion. Just about catching her. But yeah, I mean, that was beautiful to essentially take out the Inferno Tower with the aura damage whilst the Royal Champion was situated in that one location with the high HP defenses. Now we see the Root Riders moving in from the top with that little Coco Loon out in front, and presumably we'll see a couple more out of the Troop Launcher. But he's got good pathing moving into the base. I worry a couple of Valkyries might get caught across to those storages. Yep, there we go.
Well, actually, most of them are going over there, and the Headhunter is getting sniped as well, so nothing can actually take down that Minion Prince on defense. The archers are not dealing enough damage. The Warden ability has been utilized. It's now all about how good can he enter that Town Hall, but we have as well the seasonal defense right behind it, and that thing can deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, thankfully he's able to freeze that alongside the Town Hall. Notice how he's got the Queen on the outside, but with the Royal Champion still alive and the Spirit Fox, that's going to help him secure the Town Hall. Spirit Fox, even though went invisible, took a lot of damage from the Crusher Mortar there, but he's still managing to push around. Healers on their last legs. 1 minute and 10 seconds left, so as long as he can get a good push through this most southern section, he should have enough time. It's really whether he's got the strength to get through this.
Oh, but there's the Giga Bomb as well. It's going off. Actually, it did not hit that many troops, I want to say. Still, with King and Queen ability, we have seen this combination of hero abilities carry the back end for so many attackers already before him. The Royal Champion another time getting turned invisible. We have the King pushing around another invisibility spell to keep that Royal Champion alive. We have just seen how important she can be. The Royal Champion, not enough hit point recovery, but that King ability is still left to be used.
He still has a couple of Super Barbarians for those backside buildings as well, so he should be able to clean those up using the Wall Breaker just to help with damage at this point. Spiky Ball goes off, and there we have it. It's the response from Dizzy Stamina. 3 stars, and that certainly spices things up for this wall.
Yeah, they are tying things up on the 3-star count, but Elevate still has one more attack to do to tie their attack count. And if they are going to 3-star again, they are just keeping their lead. But the question is, can they somehow pull that off? Because Elevate, they have a ton of talented attackers, and 2 of the players with the highest hit rate. Pato, that's the person we talked about. He is just a monster with his attacks. Can he pull this off when everything is on the line for them in this upper bracket?
Yeah, he had the best hit rate moving into this qualifier, didn't he? But a bit of a shaky day yesterday with a 94% 2-star and then that 78% 2-star we've seen at the end of the day as well, where things just went drastically wrong. So I wonder whether the training sessions last night managed to get his head back in the game. Just about getting the invisibility spell to redirect the Royal Champion. I thought it was perhaps going to fade there before she did. But so far, looking good. Just take 1 strike from the Monolith. Recalls her alongside the Spirit Fox, though.
We have that push now starting at the top, that in combination, which we have seen quite a few times now, which is the Warden with that Queen. And now we're having the push getting added off those Root Riders to make sure that everything is joining that base together, trying to really utilize out of those different attacking tools. But that multi-gear tower already taking down a lot of hit points of those Root Riders, because I think he has already lost 2 of them or something like that. That is not a good start.
Yeah, and I think he just lost all of the Valkyries as well to the Giant Bomb. He's still taking a huge amount of damage there with the Ice Golem freezing everything up. The healers are trying to keep that group back alive, but you can see all of the red hit health bars above the troops. A couple of them really hanging on here, and now we're using the Overgrowth to mitigate a bit of that damage so the healers can boost them back up.
Getting them back up indeed. That core is still looking dangerous with so many defenses firing into the range, into the core, while they're out of range. You have the Fire Spear now finally getting taken care of, but the Scatter Shot, the Axe Bow, this attack is looking rough for him. And again, we have a lot of hero abilities on the back end, but I am not sure if that is going to be enough.
Yeah, it's really difficult to know whether that's going to carry with the Overgrowth now wearing off. Skeleton Spell nicely distracts things alongside the Crusher Mortar. That's a pretty big deal for him. Really trying to save onto the King ability. We've got the Queen. One of the Queens gets instantly sniped off. The other is now down to half hit HP. Giant needs to get out in front, and maybe the King ability can help to actually ping through some of these defenses and get some damage off the Queen rather than using it right at the end.
Oh, the Giant trying his best, going through that wall. He has the King ability. I mean, it's just so crazy how those pros can keep their heroes alive. This attack did not look good in the beginning, but just the way on how he kept certain heroes, certain parts of his push alive, it's just so impressive. It's just so impressive having the beginning. You have mentioned it, the Valkyries going down, losing 2 Root Riders before he was even able to cross the second wall, and still managing to get that 3-star in the end. If you're looking at attacks like this, hard mode looks so easy, but then you are realizing with watching others attacking, wait a second, it's like, for most people, it's nearly impossible to even 3-star just once in this hard mode.
Yeah, I think the great thing to shout out there was just how, like, he didn't rush with any of the abilities or the spells. When things are going south, you can make hastily decisions in the moment. He didn't. He stuck with it, used them right at the end, and that's what paid off for him. Now we have Heath Ledger, though, from Dizzy Stamina. He did get 2 3-stars yesterday, so hoping to continue that momentum, hitting a lot of Giant Bombs and everything at the moment. Although the Spirit Fox went down, I guess it's good that his Root Riders also don't have to go over that area, because as we've seen in the last attack, Valkyries went down pretty quick to the Giant Bombs.
Yeah, good and bad news at the same time. We're having the same approach again with the Overgrowth for that tower. He needs to poison now that defensive Clan Castle troop, which is the Furnace, which is the most important troop to hit. And we have now, slowly but surely, those troops working their way around the Town Hall, which should wake up as soon as he's going to go through that multi-arch tower, if the timing is perfect.
Well, let's see if it is. There we go. Oh, Archer Queen is moving to the middle, so he's had to press the ability to try and get through the Ricochet Cannon. Overgrowths everything else there and decides to use the Invase as she's chasing the Royal Champion, now going after the wall. Managed to get... It looked like the wall instantly exploded. I thought there was a wall breaker there, but it's not going well in terms of losing the Queen there.
I think it was one of the wall breaks from the siege machine getting thrown in there. And with that, the wall did explode indeed. But this core is staying really healthy and nothing really is pathing in there. The Royal Champion trying her best with those spears to get some addition of power in there. But the healers are getting completely fried. He has only the King ability and still so many buildings left standing on this back end.
Yeah, the Giant managed to punch its way into the center. With the King's Spiky Ball, though, he gets down to the Crusher Motor, which was about to take the Giant, but now you see the devastation after the abilities being used. Everything just went down so quick. He's trying to get any other percentage on the outside of the base. But Elevate were already 14% in the lead, as well as a star. And this one obviously increases the total destruction lead by quite a margin.
That is not looking good for Dizzy right now. Elevate is just putting up a show because let's imagine Dizzy would have still 3-starred. Elevate so far is 2 out of 2. They're just not slowing down. And this is another attack around the 80% mark. You have mentioned yesterday that when you're not really making the cut, when you're not getting that 3-star, you're trying to at least have the percentage above the 90% mark, because this is not putting your team in such a bad spot like when it comes down to the percentage game for the last final attacks. And 81% is not really enough, especially if you want to beat a team like Elevate.
Yeah, and they are just so powerful right now, aren't they? Just be interesting to see whether they are able to just continue putting on the pressure, because they could just move this war right out of the hands of Dizzy Stamina, almost even within the next attack, to be honest, because Leo had 2 3-stars yesterday. If he gets the 3-star here, not only are they 2 stars in the lead, they are also 33% in the lead. So that would mean Dizzy Stamina would need 2 3-stars and 2 big mistakes from Elevate. And the way that they're playing, it's just not likely for that to happen. So if Leo 3-stars here, they've almost got this one in the bag.
Yeah, and the opening looks solid. He's not really finding any big traps. But we're seeing the mortar shooting once, which is dealing a lot of splash damage. He's recalling the Royal Champion before he can take further damage. And we have the Flame Flinger on this top side. Again, there's only a handful of defenses which can outrange this siege machine, which are mortars, which are ground exposed, as well, for example, when you're talking about the multi-gear tower, the long-range version of that can outrange it as well. But none of those defenses are on the top side, and this means that Flame Flinger should get a ton of value.
Yeah, exactly. Not only setting up the pathing for the Root Riders, taking out those defenses which could outrange the Flame Flinger, but I'm sure as he pushes through the base, that is going to have the added benefit that time is not going to be as big of a factor if he's just got it slowly chipping away at the top. Now look at the south of the base. Does have a good push with the Ice Golem King and Queen using the invisibility spell to help with the Archer Queen there, but also moving back to the middle. Everything appears to be pretty stuck, and the overgrowth wears off.
There we have the Eternal Challenge to keep everything alive. That one multi-Inferno Tower, which got skipped at the bottom side, is that can be a big problem moving forward, because no cleanup can be placed over there. The boogers might be able to take it out, but it seems like that's not going to be enough damage. Well, we're again having King and Queen on the back end, but this time around, no abilities left.
Yeah, he's got a couple of spells to support the Royal Champion. I was just about to call out the Flame Flinger at the top, but we do notice the Yetis coming out of there now. Hopefully they can get that scatter shot. They do, with the Royal Champion still moving around, and a freeze spell. It's looking pretty good. He's celebrating as he gets the Super Barbs onto the multi-target Inferno. And there you see the teammates of Elevate as well. Leo and his team really putting on a show here, and just swagging that freeze spell as well. Why not? It's only hard mode.
I don't know. I'm a little bit speechless because we were we were going crazy about the performance of Tribe, but it seems like Elevate is doing that type of performance, or at least close to that type of performance, consistently. And it's really, really a pleasure to watch. And they're just getting those attacks in. And like you said, even though it's hard mode, they make it look easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's so impressive, isn't it? And I mean, what do you do as Dizzy Stamina at this point? Do you just have fun? Do you try some experimental attacks? Or do you try and lock in and actually, you know, close out the war strong so that you can move down to the lower bracket in a good position as well? Because you've got to remember, if Dizzy Stamina move down to the lower bracket and then win their next matchup, that would mean that Elevate would essentially be guaranteed the golden ticket, since Dizzy Stamina already have one.
Yeah, so if Elevate is going to win this matchup, they are for sure going to cheer on Dizzy in that lower bracket, because if they're going to have that rematch in the finals, they would already have the guaranteed golden ticket. And this is eventually what all of those teams are chasing, because this is such a big jump in prize pool as soon as you're making it to the world's finals. that is just really the big deal. And we have Damien Dark in here with the Royal Champion charge. At the same time, something which we're seeing more and more often now with the current qualifier are Flamefingers, because trying to take advantage of that long range of that siege machine to somehow get the value, get the job done, and get a lot of value for the defenses, not even fighting back.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you have such a long time of focusing on the Royal Champion, you might as well utilize that time somewhere else if you can. With that Royal Champion setting up beautiful pathing up the top, now you see the deployment across to the left side, overgrowth that Town Hall so that he can start to strip away a few of these buildings first. But we do have, what have we got? Oh, we've got furnaces out of the flame flinger across to the right side of the base. I actually really like that choice. It's unfortunate the fire spitter, the fire mites are going down so quick to the Inferno Tower, but I think that's a cool CC selection afterwards.
Yeah, I think overall yes, but in that case they took down like two outside buildings, so they could have been for sure a better choice, but still the value is there for this back end. Question is if that is going to be enough value to push all the way through, because the Royal Champion is low on hit points, already lost her ability. The healers are stuck on her as well, while the Root Riders are struggling a little bit pushing through this back end. The healers have to switch back on them, otherwise they're not standing any chance versus those defenses on the back end right now.
Yeah, especially with the Archer Queen being stuck in that Town Hall compartment, so the Root Riders were opening up walls, but she wasn't able to access any of that. You notice them now going down. We've got this giant will get rid of the multi-target Inferno, but even the other defenses in the middle, that storage, not able to clean that up. It is going to be the defense, and we can see Elevate certainly smiling away there because they know at this point it's all but said and done.
Yeah, it's really hard to have a chance for Dizzy at this point because they are just tying Elevate on stars, even though they have one attack more. Both teams are on 9 stars right now, while Elevate is only having 3 attacks, and Dizzy just have finished their 4th attack in this match.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? I mean, if they, all they need to do is 2-star the next 2 attacks, and they can't be caught up on stars, and even if they weren't to do that, they're so far ahead on percentage that like a high percentage 1-star and a 2-star would likely get them it as well. So let's see whether we have some Town Hall overgrowths on that today. I know we've seen that from Temper yesterday, but I'm sure with Elevate in the position they're in, they're not going to take any risks here.
I mean, that attack yesterday from Temper was something special. I mean, if you can call it content attack, that was the one. But we're back to this attack from Bernal because they are still looking strong, and even going to the finals means they have to play another match, and finishing this match with 13, 14, possibly even 15 stars would be a huge momentum shift for them. And I know you're talking a lot about the momentum as well, but I feel like you're just so right on that, because having a good push into like the next match can be a big deciding factor.
Oh, I thought the Royal Champion was going to step outside the invisibility spell there. She was right on the brink. But as you can notice, he has basically took out everything around the Town Hall. Now she activates towards it. And with, well, 2 more invisibility spells, as I was about to say it, we can get down the Town Hall and probably even sneak to that Crusher Mortar as well. Maybe...
That would be great value. Nope, he's deciding against it, which means that defense is going to stay alive, but he was able to trigger the Tornado Trap, and on top of that as well, lure out the Clan Castle.
Yeah, really nice job. You can see luring them across to the side, but also not going to wait, because if you wait to like slowly take down the CC, that is a massive amount of time, which could lead to a fail. So he's lured them out of the way. Now he's got the troops moving in. I thought he was maybe going to stick some super barbs over there to at least get rid of the ice golem. That could end up, you know, popping at a really difficult time for him here. Oh, he didn't have a full CC pull. Okay.
Yeah, but still, the Rocket Dunes on the back end. They might even go for a siege machine, which means there's no more bells coming in. He's trying to poison them now. But this opening again is not looking too optimal. The siege is opening And wait, are the clan castle troops then gone? I thought they would still leave that clan castle.
Thought that was how it was designed. I know there was initial like discussions of one way or the other, but I thought it was designed where they would come out. In that situation, certainly seemed that they did not, and that is massive for Banal. However, remember the dominating position that Elevate are in, and this is one thing I touched upon yesterday, being a team game. We even seen this from Elevate in their opening war, where Solhino came out with a 79% 2-star, and then Elevate followed up with 3 stars. We've said it so many times, though, Itsu, that these attacks, you know, everything's gone wrong, but, like, what's happening here? Time's a factor,
it's just so crazy. Sorry for jumping in, because
No.
everything going wrong in the beginning, we have highlighted this now a couple of times, but somehow they're still making it work with the Emperor Tower now about to go down. No, the Queen Cloak just... Oh no, wait a second, time. Sneezy
gets it. Are you joking?
How? He pretty much lost the Clan Castle and the siege with them not even... Like, I think we have not seen those 2 Yetis from the Clan Castle, right? They just disappeared into... I don't know. What?
I mean, they are the kings of recovery, I guess, because, I mean, as I was watching that attack unfolding, we were just generally having a bit of a chat because we figured it was all said and done. And then even towards the end, I mentioned the time and the fact of like, oh, he's recovered this really well. But no, not even having that as a factor. Brunel breaking the game, truly. 4 3 stars. I'm not going to say it, Itsu. I mean, I'll let you. Maybe some people watching know what I'm not wanting to say.
I think the chat already said it, so we are safe on this one. But let's get back to the attack of Dizzy, because we have Malcolm in, and we have another Royal Champion charge with that Royal Champion trying to aim for this top left side. Is he going to... He's going to recall really early. I thought he would try to go before the Monolith, especially considering that he still has 2 more invisibility spells left to be deployed.
Yeah, interesting. I agree. I think he was going to do the same, but as long as you do create that funnel, then you can indeed, you know, recall, just get a really small RC dive. Interesting wall break there alongside... Oh, wait a second. We're going fancy here. We've got the Earthquake spells, the Skeletons to distract. Then we're going to have the Spiky Ball try and clean up this entire left side.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that. We have the Lock Launcher as well diving in there. The Root Riders at the same time at the top side. I'm wondering how he's going to funnel that outside. Maybe just some Super Barbarians or just the Valkyries or something going along there. We have that Warden push. Really 2 pushes at the same time pretty much. That Spiky Ball in the core is amazing, getting that value in. The question is, can he get that Queen all the way? The plan overall looks nice, but is the power going to be enough?
Yeah, it'd be beautiful if he could get that Fire Spitter, which he does, because that he was able to take it out without it facing him. If he can get the Crusher Mortar here as well, surely that is all the value he expected from his heroes in the center. And it just sets up this beautiful path for the Root Riders to move all of the way around. Just means he doesn't have that DPS increase of the heroes behind. He's relying on the Royal Champion behind the Root Riders and any Valkyries that may still be alive. It's tough to see.
Yeah, tough to see indeed, because the tunnel at least going down. The plan was cool looking, but in the end, it might be not enough, even though the Rocket Spear is trying to get the value in. I don't want to call the attack off too early, because we have seen already some crazy comebacks. Even though this one, I'm feeling safer and safer to say this is not going to make it all the way, because the Royal Champion taking just too much damage. And just comparing the attacks of Elevate and Diddy, just seems like the heroes of Elevate seem stronger. And I'm still speechless. I'm still so speechless of how Elevate were saving and turning some of those attacks around. At the same time, we have seen from Dizzy how good they are on offense. But Elevate as well on the defensive side, we have heard from Max that they feel they were really ready for this weekend because they have this time around prepared way better on the defensive side. And you can tell that. You can see that they have put a lot of effort into their bases.
Oh, absolutely. Just so impressive either way. I mean, after the last round of attacks, they were 3 stars in the lead, 47% total destruction. We've never seen anything quite like it, and that is all due to the dedication, how much they want that golden ticket. We heard it from Max yesterday, the work that they have been putting in. And that is on top of how impressive they were last month as well. Like, just missing out. We were all saying there's no way that they don't come back and, fight right through these monthly finals again. And we're seeing just how right we were. Let's see what Seleno can do in the final attack. 3 stars for glory.
3 stars for glory indeed. Can we get those 15 stars, which we have heard already now from the chat quite a few times? They want to see it. They want to see the perfect match. But we are going to have to learn and watch from Seleno and what he can pull off in this attack. Because right now, he's investing a lot of spells into this Royal Champion charge, and there is still 4 more to be deployed.
Yeah, absolutely. But I love the use of the Yeti on the left side and the rocket loons in order to help path the Royal Champion to the Town Hall. Even going to... that invisibility spell was so perfect as well to protect the Royal Champion, but pull the CC before he used it. Incredible.
Really good start. This time around, he can use that poison to take down the clan castle because he got the entire clan castle out there using a super barbarian to lock those ice golems inside that poison spell. And there we go, starting with those root riders, having the queen going around this bottom side and having the push starting. Since we have seen mostly non-defensive buildings inside the tunnel compartment, the root riders should now perfectly path around them. And this time around, the siege machine should stay alive.
So it should. Come on, Seleno. You've got this, my friend. Come on. You went through all of the giant bombs initially there, but managed to use the Grand Warden ability to catch all of the Valkyries, so they are still alive. Unfortunately, they move up into that compartment where the Hero Hall and the other buildings are. Not the end of the world, because they're protected at the moment and can take that down. Plus, he's got his heroes at the bottom. 2 Ice Golems to reinforce at the back end of the base here, Itsu. Plus, the King ability. And I'm a little bit worried about the center of the base once that opens up.
Yeah, that's the big question. How can you approach that? Because the Warden is stepping closer. The Warden is going down. The Royal Champion now in there. There's no more spells. The Monolith is staying alive. The Root Rider is opening the compartment though. And it's actually taking it out. We have now the healers locked onto this one Root Rider. But the Queen is following the remaining Root Riders. And the King still has the ability left.
Yeah, I can't believe that Root Rider, the Royal Champion, got the Monolith. That was incredible. Oh, we've got an Ice Golem moving across from the side as well, just to tank that multi-archer tower. Wait a second, there's the spiky ball, Itsu. 96%. Super Barbarians move in. No way are they going to get this. 12 seconds, and they've done it. The perfect war in hard mode, 15 stars. And not only that, it is versus the first golden ticket winner of 2025, Dizzy Stamina. Elevate, take a bow, and move yourselves across to the grand finals.
Just the way on how they're winning this upper bracket final. It is impressive to say the least. 15 stars, the first time we have seen that score from any team within the top 8 on this final qualifier weekend. And we can see it again right here. I feel like at this stage we have to shout out again Leo, because this attack was a 2 minute and 22 seconds. It's not about the 3 star, it's about the speed again for them. And on the other side, 11 stars. We have seen Dizzy struggle a little bit, but they are not out because they're still going to drop down to the lower bracket, and they're going to wait for the result of the match between Tribe Gaming and Only Bats.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty speechless right now. That was Just incredible. I can't believe how good of a performance it was. I mean, caster-wise, we all picked Elevate. I don't think we predicted it was going to be that incredible of a match. But like you said, now Dizzy Stamina moving down to that lower bracket finals. We've got Tribe Gaming and Only Bads coming up next. But then should Dizzy win, they move back up to the grand finals and Elevate get their golden ticket.
I mean, that's for sure the one option which Elevate right now is rooting for. That would be fantastic for them. But I feel like we have two teams out there as well in the bracket who would like to see a different result. And that is Tribe Gaming and Only Bats, because one of those two teams is going to have their chance in taking on Dizzy Stamina in this lower bracket final. And then maybe have the chance of going up against Elevate. But they have to win twice, because remember, any team coming in from the lower bracket into the grand finals has to force the bracket reset. They have to win twice against Elevate. And if I take a look at that result of Elevate, I am not sure if that's really possible.
I mean, you've got to think they've got a bit of confidence after that one, haven't you? Just absolutely incredible. And I know they're tallying up the MVP aspect of things, but I mean, how do you even pick that? Is it Leo, like you said, or is it Max again? It's Leo. Well deserved, you've got to say, with that super quick attack. But arguably, you could have put that to any of the players.
Yeah, just overall an incredible team performance. I feel like that's the biggest thing we can shout out for them, because they just performed as a team so well. As well, just based on what we know from the interviews from Max about them, with how they're prepared for this weekend and how dedicated they are. And that really showed within that one match. So it's just the question, which team is going to make it to the grand finals and if they can challenge Elevate up there.
Yeah, it is going to be an interesting one. Some of the teams looking to do that are Tribe Gaming and Only Bads. Their match is coming up next, but let's take a quick break before we get to that. What a matchup we just witnessed. Lexnos, you were watching from behind the scenes. Do I need to ask what you think about that?
Man, speechless is the answer. That was incredible. Did not expect to see a perfect war coming in today. The match before that, to be fair, was really close. It was like 14-13. So all of a sudden, these teams are really getting into the rhythm of things. They are starting to nail these attacks and get more 3 stars than 2 stars.
Yeah, definitely a step up from what we seen yesterday, which is maybe where you could expect a few more higher starring wars, but equally a lot of the teams had time to prepare against specifically who they were playing. The deeper you get into the bracket, the harder it is to analyze specific players and build bases against them. So maybe that's a side of things as well, and you always want to use your best bases first to actually get through to the matches as well, deeper into the bracket. Not saying that is exactly the factor, but maybe that's one of the reasons for it.
That's a good shout out. I do think that by the time you get to the later stages of this bracket, you're having to start to reuse some bases. But now we get to shift focus and think about this next matchup here in the lower bracket. And it's kind of a rematch because we saw these two teams go head to head in their first round match, and Only Bads actually had the upper hand over Tribe in that matchup. However, it's hard to predict here because Tribe is coming off a 14-star performance.
Yeah, I mean, that is, this is just such a difficult one to predict because, I mean, you called it. Only Bads took that first victory and they had the best defensive stats moving into this weekend's qualifiers. So you know they had bases locked and ready to go for Tribe Gaming. I guess we can take a look at the lineups here as well to take a look at the hit rates of the individual players themselves. Tribe Gaming first, we have Nibrax, P. Castro, Rokires, Kronos, and Temper. We've seen Nibrax really stepping up yesterday, getting those 3 stars. Some unfortunate turns of events for Temper, but then the way he pulled out the 3-star in that last matchup, plus a bunch of his teammates, it really is hard to see them struggling at this stage in the competition, the way they've been able to step up. But does that mental factor come back in? They lost 2 Only Bads yesterday.
Exactly. I mean, they got to be feeling good coming off of that last win, but there is some doubt when you go against a team where you literally just lost to them yesterday, and you start to question, the base building decisions that Only Bads are going to make for this upcoming match. Do they dare rerun some of the bases they used against Tribe yesterday because they worked so well? Or would they rather go for something that Tribe hasn't seen yet and it's a little more hit or miss? Some big decisions we'll have to see coming out of Only Bad's defensive team. But overall, I mean, that last offensive performance from Tribe just makes me feel like they are in the zone. As long as they don't freak out too much about the fact that they lost to Only Bads yesterday, they look like they could be the favorites of this matchup.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point that you made in terms of, do they run bases they struggled with? Do they use those bases and switch the traps? Did they have more than 5 bases built for Tribe Gaming in the first place and they selected their best ones? Maybe now they, can still go with not the best bases, but ones that were built against Tribe Gaming. I guess that's the benefit of playing the team twice. We can take a look at Only Bads and their stats. We have Demo, ND, Dima, Sean, and Ninj. And even though there's been a little bit up and down in terms of their hit rates, it's only really Demo that has struggled to get the 3 stars on the board. We've seen multiple amazing attacks from the rest of their team, so maybe he can step up in this scenario and really help to put them in a good spot.
You're absolutely right. And 3 of their players specifically, even though their hit rates maybe don't look quite as impressive as a couple of other teams, 3 of these players, their average destruction is like above 95%. So even when they are failing, this team consistently gets really, really high percentage scores. So in the event we end up coming to be tied on stars, Only Bads has a history of coming out on top for those tiebreakers.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we'll be taking a look at our predictions after this. I personally went with Tribe Gaming because I backed them in that last matchup. They allowed me to get 1 point ahead of Clash Bashing. I've got to get that in there, even though I'll definitely hear from him after this. But it looks like we all went for Tribe Gaming on this one. And I feel that's just because, like you were saying, it's hard to go against them given the performance they just put up.
Exactly. I mean, you can, but it's very hard to go against a team that just got 14 stars less than an hour ago. And we can see that the community is feeling the same way. 90% of you guys watching are voting for Tribe Gaming. So Only Bads definitely the underdog of this match in terms of how everybody else is feeling, but we're going to have to see how they're feeling and if they can come out swinging with an early 3-star.
Yeah, and I guess, there is something to be said about this as well, because some teams thrive from being the underdogs and not having that pressure on them. That's another factor that whenever you see the likes of Tribe or these big teams playing, they're always the favorites, and that therefore puts more pressure on them. But alongside voting for the winners, you can vote for the MVP of this matchup as well by going to event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans and even get yourself some free rewards for doing so.
Nice. Definitely take advantage of that. And we would love to see who ends up winning the MVP award. But first, we got to get through the match. So let's see who is going to be victorious here and who is going to get eliminated, because Only Bads versus Tribe Gaming is starting momentarily. And Demo, is brave enough to go with the first attack for us here today. He's bringing the classic Root Riders. Let's see if he's going to do it in a special way.
Starting out with that Royal Champion dive to the top side of the base. Let's get this under control first. Make sure that nothing goes wrong because, like I said, Demo has struggled with a couple of his attacks, so clearly when it comes to Royal Champion dives, you just want that portion out of the way, settle into the attack a little bit, let those nerves ease off, and then hopefully you can keep going from there.
That Royal Champion getting some nice critical value on the north side of the base, able to eliminate that Ricochet Cannon before successfully recalling her out of there. Still very healthy, and the Spirit Fox alive. We do have the Root Riders now moving in on this northwest side of the base. Baby Dragon way over in the 9 o'clock angle to kind of funnel them in and redeploying that Royal Champion, using the Troop Launcher, getting everybody combined and moving together in unison as the King comes down to stay on the outside.
Yeah, just getting the timing of the deployments really nice. You never want the King to run too far ahead, so he waited until he absolutely had to deploy the King. Finds the Tesla there, which does pull one of the Root Riders down to the bottom, but that's not obviously the end of the world. Now using the Warden ability, we've seen in the first matchup of Only Bads today, Demo got very close on that Town Hall, shall we say, and I don't want to add any extra pressure than needed, but he's still got a long way to go, and he overgrowths it again.
Ooh, he seems to love the risky approach. He's not afraid to 1-star. Let's hope that it works out for him. That Queen getting targeted by the enemy Queen. The offensive Queen hanging on, though, as the healers just barely keep her alive. The Royal Champion's still healthy at this point, moving around toward the outside of the base now. King out there, low on HP, but still has his ability to come in and help out. The healers do recover the Queen all the way back up to full health. She's going to step up toward the Clan Castle building, but the Fire Spitter locks on, and the healers are now in trouble.
Yeah, healers are going to go down. He does have that Queen ability to spawn the Giant and the extra Queens. Did she switch wall targets there? If she did, that was very unfortunate for him. Obviously, really wants the Queen up towards the Town Hall. Now that he's got some tanks there, he's still got the King ability. Not looking too bad for that second star. It's really whether he can push through the back end of the base here. It's a difficult one to call, but he may just be able to get it.
Is looking pretty good with the spiky ball able to hit that Inferno Tower. The 3 Queens, all 3 of them are going to be alive after the Town Hall goes down, and there's no major defenses left. As long as he can get through this Inferno Tower, and time is on his side, barring any amount of skeleton traps, I guess. The Tornado Trap does slow him down. Every second is kind of crucial right now. If there are Skelly Traps, it could be a time fill. If there's no Skelly Traps, I think he's okay.
Giant Bomb goes off, that takes down the Queen, but the Rage Giant smashes through the air defense, and amazingly the Builder Hut. We've seen Demo celebrating, and that is why 3 stars to kick off this match. What a nail biter. You mentioned it. Demo is not afraid at risking the 1-star to go for the 3, and it paid off in that scenario, and what a time to pay off as well.
What a buzzer beater. It looked like the clock had said 0 as that giant was still swinging. It must have been milliseconds. My goodness. So close, but he pulls it off in the end. It was a 3-star there with less than a second to spare. I mean, we'd have to see what the actual attack time was on the attack. I wouldn't be surprised if the game calculated it as exactly 3 minutes and not even 2:59.
Yeah, I was going to say 259.99999. He literally just got that. Obviously, you could see the post-attack screen there not quite being accurate in terms of that attack, but it was the 3-star for Demo, which means that Tribe Gaming really have to pick things up now and make sure they get the 3-star themselves.
Pete Castro often loves going first here for this lineup. He's also bringing the Root Riders, decides to bring an Earthquake spell with his version of this army, as well as the new Ice Block spell, which is nice. We'll see how much value this Royal Champ can get. He does use an extra invisibility spell to force her up when she was about to walk down. He'll grab the Expo and potentially start looking at a recall spell.
One more invis just to make sure you can get that Ricochet Cannon, even get the Builder Hut. Yep, gets that. And then recalls. Manages to pop the Poison spell tower as well. Not going to matter too much because it looks like with the Barbarians going to be entering from the bottom side. Is he just setting things up there? I'm a little bit confused on the Barbarians. Maybe he was... Yeah, I was going to say maybe the Flame Flinger, but obviously not. Not sure what's happening.
I think this is that base that has the really toxic north side here with all the traps, all the heavy defenses. Most other players that have been attacking this base have tried to end on this section, and I think they've all failed. So I like the fact that he's going to take it out early. He does have to use a Warden ability right away just to get through it. There are so many traps in this upper section of the base, but if he can get through it without the healers taking too much damage, with the Root Rider staying alive, he might be setting himself up for a good push around the edge of the base. The only downside is he's used pretty much every spell in his composition. He has 2 poison spells instead of the classic 1, and that's all he's got left.
Oh, okay. Now we see what's going on the bottom of the base. I was wondering what was happening with the focus down there, checking for traps and just making sure that mid-attack he didn't have to focus on as much because he's diving the king and queen into the bottom section of the base, not wanting to go all out risk like Demo and finishing on the town hall.
Indeed, the Royal Champion, the healers, the Grand Warden, they all went down. The Root Riders are looking like they're going down as well, so maybe using the king and queen separate from the main army, not actually paying off here for Pete Castro, but it's not over yet. He still has a headhunter here to fight the enemy queen. He's got that king ability. Earthquake Boots open up some walls, and Spiky Ball does a significant amount of damage. Queen's got that giant. She will take out this right side fire spitter. The king will easily get the left side fire spitter, but I don't know if he can get the last handful of buildings.
Yeah, he needs the giant to punch through this wall really, really quick. The king can go to Phoenix, but he is going to need the queen in there to reach those other buildings and take that down. We've got 16 seconds, 5% left. Now we're down to 4. Can he get this done? We've got 2 Inferno Towers. King goes to Phoenix, which means the Phoenix can actually help out in this scenario. But with everything moving to the central compartment, we are going to have not just the left side Inferno, misses the middle one as well. So a 98% 2-star. Means Tribe trail after the first attack, but it's only just, and, you know, this next round of attacks could easily put them back in the lead.
Such a close finish there for P. Castro, just finishing on the middle section of the base. It seemed like that was the plan all along. He decided to kind of split up his army there, using the king and queen separate from the main army. Not what we typically see, but they're trying to figure out what they have to do to take out that base in particular. That base, I think Only Bads has been running it the entire weekend, and it is just proving to be successful for them.
Well, if it works, why change it? Just keep on running it as long as it's working. We got Sean, though, of Only Bads now moving in, obviously getting that initial 3-star. Let's see whether he can follow suit. He has, unfortunately, got 2 stars each of his wars, but in the last matchup, where we seen them earlier on today versus Team Electros, he was super close with a 98% himself. So imagine he replicates that and then Tribe Gaming 3-star, would be all tied up.
The Spirit Fox takes a lot of damage early. She ends up going down much earlier than he probably anticipated, but the Royal Champion will take out that critical seasonal defense, the Mortar Crusher, before he recalls out of there. She took some extra damage right before that recall landed.
Yeah, just that little bit late on the recall spell, and you notice the Monolith actually fired as well. He wasn't careful and actually got her out when he did. He could have very easily lost her. Now you see the Log Launcher trying to take the Expo down in combination with the RC damage, but with the Minion Prince there, it instantly sniped the Log Launcher, and he didn't get the Expo anyway.
That's super unfortunate. I kind of wish he would have dropped that Skeleton spell on the Expo. Yeah, on the right side of the Expo instead of directly on the Monolith. Nobody going for that Expo now, but he's just going to recover by dropping the Overgrowth spell and making sure he encompasses that Expo in it. So the Root Riders, the Royal Champion, they're going to continue on their path as projected, moving toward the Town Hall. Royal Champion will get distracted here by some of the Ice Golems, but he's able to easily take those out. The King on the outside of the base, the Queen on the outside of the base, they're looking okay. The only thing I'm worried about is this Royal Champion is going to be in the middle of everything when that Overgrowth expires.
Yeah, he's got the Rocket Spear that is flinging to the Town Hall, but then she instantly got vaporized, like you said. Warden is next on the hit list. He goes down as well, which means he does not have those auras to help. On top of that, all of the Root Riders now in the Tornado Trap. He's still got the King and Queen ability. but these troops are fading fast, and he has a lot of base left to go.
King ability can definitely help grab a few things. The Queen at full health, she'll grab the ricochet cannon, continue moving around the east side of the base, but it looks like he's got no wall breakers. He does have the giant. The Queen going on a wall. She was trying to get to the enemy Queen, but then she's finally able to take her out with the ricochet cannon here. Oh my goodness, that ricochet cannon does so much damage. It eliminated all 3 Queens.
Yeah, things are just fizzling out here, trying to pick off any extra buildings that he can. Looks like he'll get the elixir storage at the top. Will take him up to 79%. Can the giant get maybe one? Nope. So it is a 79% 2-star for only bads. I feel like the whole log launcher trick at the top just really didn't work out. And I'm not sure whether he had something in plan for the minion prince or what happened there. Feels like from watching it was an oversight, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure what the plan was watching it.
It is unfortunate, and that minion prince not only took out the log launcher, but it also took out the yetis that came out of it, so his entire CC arsenal just did not get hardly any value, which he likely wasn't expecting whatsoever. But only bads still have the advantage that they have a 3-star, and Tribe Gaming have yet to secure their own.
Indeed. We've seen this in last month's qualifiers where there were teams that were well ahead in terms of percentage, but they lost because they didn't get that star. However, as I was mentioning, Tribe Gaming with that 98%, should Nebrax 3-star here, they would have an 18% lead. And yesterday, we seen Nebrax incredible with these Spirit Walks, getting the 3-star again earlier on today. So he has a perfect hit rate so far this weekend.
Going in with the Royal Champion charge as expected, but look at the rest of his army composition. He's going to follow it up with Dragons, a Lava Hound, and the new Ice Block spell. Been seeing quite a few pros want to use this Ice Block spell specifically on the Lava Hound, because you can park that Lava Hound on top of an air defense, drop the Ice Block, and basically make that Lava Hound near invincible for a full 6 seconds or so. Having to invest a lot of extra invis spells just to get her to go the way he wants.
Yeah, used 2 of them there to make sure he could get her onto the monolith. Now pulls her into the middle of the base, and the aura damage finishes the monolith. Great use of the invisibility spells to keep her alive there. At this point, it doesn't matter too much. It would have been nice to maybe get 1 or 2 extra buildings, but being ground defenses in the center, it's not the end of the world for his dragons. It's more just the hit points that they will be providing and distracting, and that Builder Hood can just repair things as well.
Queen has a solid path to walk down from the 3 o'clock angle towards 6 o'clock, and the Dragons are going to be in the air with the Minion Prince and the Grand Warden, of course, helping to assist. It doesn't look like there's any sort of Rage Gem active on the Grand Warden, so we'll have to see, likely rocking with a Healing Tome, Eternal Tome, kind of classic combo. He is indeed. Hopefully the Minion Prince is going to be able to help a ton as well. The Poison Tower going to slow them down for a bit. The push to the core looks solid, but without any spell support, let's see if it starts to fan out or not.
Yeah, it's really that sweeper on the back end that's going to be troublesome. Does manage to use the Dark Orb to slow that down, which is massively helpful to try and get to that, and the Fire Spitter. But he's also taking a lot of flanking damage from the Inferno Tower. Maybe the Minion Prince will peel over there thanks to the Defending King, but it's also taking a lot of damage and going to go down soon.
Thanks to the Phoenix ability, the Minion Prince will be able to get that Inferno Tower, but all the supporting dragons in that area go down. The Grand Warden is eliminated as well. That multi-Archer Tower is not messing around, just firing 3 Archer shots at once, taking everything out. The Queen moving through the bottom side of the base. Luckily, the Fire Spitter cannot reach her, so she's going to be able to get a little bit more value, especially with that Unicorn helping out. The Giant can actually go inside, take out a couple defenses, and Queen decides to do a 180 and go help him out.
Yeah, notably the Booga and Sneezy took out the multi-Archer Tower as well, so that's going to help. I think it might have probably just been better for him for the Queen to stay on the outside, because the Giant would have probably got those buildings anyway. She could have cleared an extra couple of percentage. Either way, it is another high percentage attack for Tribe Gaming, 95%, meaning that they are ahead on percentage, but like you said, they trail by a star.
No 3-star yet for them in this match, but it's looming there. Their attacks are close. Their plans seem to be okay. Maybe it's just a tiny thing here or there, not going as expected. It seemed like on that attack in particular, he either had no plan or something died early, and that flanking Inferno Tower, multi-Archer Tower combo was just hitting all of his dragons from the side for an extended period of time.
Yeah, definitely not an ideal situation to be in. Tribe Gaming, 13% up when it comes to total destruction, but after 2 rounds of attacks, it is Only Bads that lead with the opening 3-star from Demo. ND looking to copy that. He has had 2 3-stars out of their 3 matches. Let's see whether he can put them in an even better lead here, driving his Royal Champion to the Town Hall. He will get that, and he's got multiple Invis spells left to go to hopefully take out this entire Rage compartment, nicely adapting to turn the Tesla invisible, but that's going to wear off. She is thankfully now, due to where she ended on the Tornado Trap, back where he wants her.
Using the Haste Vial early, no Electro Boots on this attack. He wanted to just get in, get that Town Hall, get everything behind the Town Hall too. You can see he's using just about every single spell in his arsenal to get that value. The Tornado Trap, of course, stalled him up. A lot of damage incoming when he was just slightly late on one of those Invis spells, but still, the value looks decent. The funnel has been created, and another dragon attack where there's this sort of big, large L shape that the dragons might be able to follow.
Yeah, you see, using a couple of rocket loons to try and get in towards that air defense. Not quite successful for him. Using the Dark Orb very early there, in fact, to freeze some of these defenses and help the initial dragons moving through. But what that means is the Monolith is just blasting them right now. So he does have to use the Warden ability. He's got a big chunk of base to get through. And he really needs his King and Queen to get to that Air Sweeper as well, because on the far side, that'll start becoming a big issue for the dragons. As you see now, it's even causing issue for the ones in the middle.
The King working alongside all the supporting troops from the Siege Barracks. Super minions came out of that Siege Barracks. No Archer Queen on this attack. He decides to go with the King to support all those troops. But the dragons in the middle of the base, every single one of them died. 2 or 3 dragons peeled off to the outside. At least they're going to help be able to bring up the percent a little bit. But that air defense is just popping off, taking out dragon after dragon after dragon. The Crusher Mortar and the Multi-Gear Tower team up to eliminate that Barbarian King from existence. He still has the Grand Warden in the middle of the base to grab an extra couple buildings, but he's not going to be able to secure the 3-star here.
No, let's see what he can get the percentage to, because as we said, Tribe Gaming were 13% in the lead, so this certainly opens the door for them to push that even further. And if they get a 3-star, they then take the lead and have that good chunk of percentage as a cushion as well. But it does require a 3-star, and with Only Bads having the best defensive layouts moving into this qualifier and clearly working out against Tribe Gaming in the opening matchup, they have to back their bases here. Tribe Gaming need to crack them.
Indeed, the bases really are the story here. I mean, Tribe are getting really high percent as we expected. They've got some of the best attackers in the world. They even came off that 14-star performance in their last match, but it seems to be something about these bases in particular. Only Bad's designs are really tricking them up, maybe designed specifically for this team and not just for everybody. On this base in particular, we finally get to look at a hook tower, and it's going to be fun to see if it actually gets some good use.
Yeah, let's see exactly what happens there. Maybe Kronos even has a trick up his sleeve of his own. Team captain looking to step up here. He used, the ice block spell on only the Fox. I think did he think the Giga Bomb was about to go off and he used it early, or what do you think happened there?
The Royal Champion was meant to walk up into the Giga Bomb, and he was going for that trick where you use the ice block on your Royal Champion right before the Giga Bomb goes off to basically counter it. But it was one of those situations where he thought she was going to walk up and she decided to go down for the other defense. So ended up kind of swagging that spell, or at least losing a lot of efficiency there.
Yeah, I feel like you get to see the Giga Bomb like active, and you can still use the spell before it then triggers. So I guess he was just so confident in the plan that just got a bit too preemptive in that scenario. And like you said, wasting a couple of spells. Let's see if that comes back to bite him as the Hook Tower pulls in the first Root Rider. That's one of them gone. Now he overgrowths that alongside the Town Hall. And let's see what happens here in terms of the split. Looks like everything should continue to come down to the bottom. I was worried he might take a couple of the buildings down fast so that some of them went to the Monolith, but that's not happening.
That Hook Tower already eliminating one of his Root Riders from this attack, and once that Overgrowth expires, that Hook Tower might just be able to do a whole lot more damage as well. Luckily for Kronos, a lot of snakes, a couple of giants are kind of in the way right now, going to distract that Hook Tower for quite some time. A free spell even comes down right there. The Minion Prince on defense still alive. Nobody was able to take him out, even though the Boogers are trying. Road Champion does have that Rocket Spear ability, and he's just going to have to invest all his spells to get through this middle section.
Yeah, freezing the Town Hall and the Hook Tower, because the Hook Tower is looking at that Royal Champion. Was about to bring it in, but he can get the Town Hall first. Remember, the Hook Tower not only pulls the troops in, but stuns them as well. That's why the Monolith was then able to just take out the Royal Champion. Thankfully for Kronos, he does have that Town Hall locked up. Percentage is climbing, and he still has the King and Queen, but the Hook Tower continuing to pull healers out of the situation so they take more damage.
Oh. It even snatches the unicorn, takes her away from the queen. Oh, that poor queen lost her pet. We already popped the queen ability, only 30 seconds on the clock. With no spells left to support a significant amount of defenses in the middle of the base, it's not looking great for Kronos, but he needs to at least continue to rack up the percent and make it so that if they continue to get defenses as well, they still have the percentage lead and they can at least get some 3-star at some point to try to catch up.
You know, with that King ability, he can hopefully ping through a couple of those buildings on the outside, as he does, climbing up towards 90%. So they will have, so 88% they finish on. That means they have an 18% destruction lead, but still struggling to get that star. And they're a star behind. So they can be climbing up the destruction all they want, but without getting that ever so important 3-star, they will lose this war.
Tribe Gaming now in a sort of position where they are just really crossing their fingers and hoping that Only Bads don't manage to get a second 3-star, because right now at this point in the war, it's all on Dima. Only Bads with this attack, they could really just take this war away with a 3-star here.
Oh yeah, can you imagine how devastating that will be if he's able to pull it off right now? Dima is one of Only Bads' base builders alongside Ninja, so he's one of them they will be thanking the defenses versus Tribe Gaming for. And he did get his own 3-star in their matchup versus Team Electros earlier today. Like you said, if he gets it here, that really puts them in the driving seat. Good start to the RC dive. No traps found at the moment. She should move straight from these defenses to the Fire Spitter. All is looking well controlled.
The Town Hall does get a second shot off on that Spirit Fox. If he doesn't recall right now, okay, thank goodness he did. That Spirit Fox was getting very close to dying, but he gets her out of there in time. If she's used inside the Warden range, she could get healing again, which would be good for Dima. He's going to commence with the Root Rider army from the right side of the base, and from here on, it's looking like a pretty classic setup.
Oh, a couple of Root Riders just moving out to the outside, which will leave some of his troops vulnerable. Uses the Overgrowth. Should be okay though here, as long as he can keep his Valkyries alive, which it looks like all of them are still there at the moment. Using the King on the outside to just counter funnel and make sure all of his Root Riders move into this thick section of the base. And we should probably see the Warden ability. Yeah, there we go, because he had a couple of his heroes, the Queen getting out in front, so now anti-Royal Champion, so now well protected.
Everybody moving through this right side into the upper angle of the base. He still has a second Overgrowth he could use. The healers are taking a lot of damage right now, so finally the second Overgrowth goes in. Yeah, he's actually saving the Town Hall for the back end. This is really risky, trying to pull a demo move here. It seems to be the sort of strategy that Only Bads are okay with doing. It does make me nervous, especially since he's almost out of spells now and only has the King and Queen ability left.
Wait a second, the Queen actually peels off that way. He's got a super wall break into the middle. Dima, what on earth was that? He's got the Queen ability in order to push the giant down to that area. And with the Queen standing where she is, this looks a whole lot better than I thought.
He decides to freeze the fire spitter and the ricochet cannon for the Root Riders, leaving the queen slightly vulnerable, but it looks like she's doing okay. Those healers keeping her safe from the Town Hall beam, so it was a well-calculated decision on where to drop that freeze. Queen still has her ability. King still has his ability. Spiky Ball does so much damage. The Town Hall is going to go down. This is looking good. Great even for Only Bads as long as he's got the time.
He's spreading those Super Barbarians at the bottom to try and get the bomb tower and then start cleaning up, but they did go down. He's got one more Super Barbarian. I was just about to say, yeah, we can get it under that bomb tower. He did it right as the Multi-Inferno went down. He's celebrating. It's a 3-star for Only Bads, and that means they are 2 stars ahead of Tribe Gaming with 2 attacks remaining, or like 2 triples. Wow. This is really heating up.
That is quite the advantage that Only Bads have now, leaving Tribe vulnerable in a position where they only have 2 attacks remaining and they basically must 3-star both of them. Very high pressure, high stakes here, but we have seen Tribe hit back-to-back 3-stars multiple times before, even just earlier today.
We have. So they really need to step up now. They need 2 3-stars. I did say some teams thrive at being the underdogs, and Only Bads really stepping up here. Ramirez has to triple for Tribe Gaming. Starting out with the Royal Champion Dive at the top of the base. All is safe at the moment. 2 invisibility spells. Oh, I think he wanted the RC to move in towards the center of the base there. Or... yeah, he's used another one, so surely he wanted to go to the middle.
He's having to use perhaps a lot more invisibility spells than he expected just to get to this position. And she's distracted by the Barbarian King to make matters worse. He seems to want the Hook Tower to go down. With the last invisibility spell, he is going to manage to take it out, but he's going to have to recall her out of there now. Perhaps he wanted or expected even more value, and he didn't quite get it. I'm unsure.
Yeah, I think the initial 2 invisibility spells he thought was going to push her to the middle, and therefore he probably would have had enough to get that multi-gear tower and even 1 or 2 of those builder huts as well. That could be a game changer, but he does have the defensive funnel set, and if the last match with Elevate has taught us anything, it's when even things go wrong, these players can still correct it.
They can indeed. We do have defensive Clan Castle troops still to worry about. The Royal Champion was invisible the entire time she was in the core, so he did not manage to pull those troops out early, which means he will get frozen by those ice golems just a couple of times here. Not the end of the world, as the King and Queen are working along the left side of the base. A very delayed overgrowth spell hits a specific group of defenses, including that poison tower, which is going to keep him relatively safe for now.
Yeah, it's funny that it clipped that 1 poison tower and not the 2 defenses next to it, just because of being a smaller building. But it's interesting that he overgrowth the area that we think he wanted to get with the Royal Champion. Now look, the Royal Champion is out in front here, so she... oh, I thought she was going to get targeted, but thankfully she doesn't for the moment. Can the Spirit Fox turn her back invisible one more time? She was there, but it looks like the Spirit Fox must have gone down. Gonna be close towards the end. I'm not sure he has enough power.
Took a lot of damage from the core there after the overgrowth spell wore off. Not only did the Royal Champion go down, but the Grand Warden and the healers did as well. The last Root Rider about to die to this Ricochet Cannon. We're just relying on the hero abilities here. It's looking a little grim for Ramirez as the Ricochet Cannon gonna take the Barbarian King down even through his ability, but the Archer Queen trying to muster up as much as she can, but you can see the frustration on his face, and you can see Only Bads already starting to get hyped up, as they know as long as they don't mess things up really bad with their last attack, it's looking like they've got this.
Yeah, I mean, they just have to get that safe 2 stars because they already got 2 3-stars of their own, and Tribe Gaming know that it is all out of their hands now. Only Bads can finish this off. Tribe Gaming have had a great run in this qualifiers. And again, thinking back to the leaderboard, which is where you can gain a golden ticket from being the highest ranked team there, I think they will be right at the top actually, because there's only... yeah, the teams above them, I believe, have all got the golden ticket. And they beat Vatic, who they were level with. So... yes, it might be a bit of a disappointing exit for them, and I'm talking as if they've lost this matchup, but it's Ninja on the last one, and I'm pretty sure he's going to lock this up for them. But yeah, Tribe Gaming can still move out of this competition knowing that they have progressed really well up the ladder and gained experience for the next one.
Indeed, Tribe Gaming already have a lot of points on the ladder, just like other teams. I think Vatic and Elevate, both also very high on the ladder. Na'Vi as well, even though Na'Vi did not make it this month, I think Na'Vi's still very up high on the ladder, but those are 4 of the highest teams so far. But let's see if Ninja can secure this 2-star here and really set this one in stone. He's got the Royal Champion doing her thing, taking a lot of damage on that last hit, trying to get her through before dropping the recall spell.
Yeah, just about making sure he does what he needs to do there. Didn't get any like drastic mistakes at the start, which is obviously good, because if he gets the 2-star here, Only Bads take the victory and move on to play Dizzy Stamina in that lower bracket final. We do have the log launcher, which we've seen not working out for Sean a little bit earlier in this matchup, but Ninja so far is able to get some level of value from that. Will he get the multi-inferno? One more log? No, he doesn't, in fact.
The booger, the Yeti Might. Yes, that last Yeti Might just barely snipes the Inferno Tower. The perfect amount of damage and health was left on that Inferno Tower. He's got the King working on the outside of the base. Now the Root Riders making their way through with that classic Rage Gem from the Grand Warden that's helping the healers to do extra healing on top of helping all the other units do extra damage. Not dropping the Overgrowth just yet. Remember, he only needs the 2-star here, so I really hope he doesn't overgrowth the Town Hall.
Well, as you see, the Overgrowth is behind the Town Hall, but it feels like the overgrowthing the Town Hall and keeping the pressure on is maybe Only Bads' signature move. So I can see why you maybe expected that. However, focusing on this, he's got the 2-star. Only Bads take the victory, but can he go all the way? He's just activated the Rocket Spear, so she will get great value in the center there, the Royal Champion. We've still got the King and Queen ability as well, and a couple of Root Riders continuing to break walls to get them into this next compartment.
He decides to invest the final invisibility on that Royal Champion. She does get the Scatter Shot and a Builder Hut because of it, but now no more spell support. We're just relying on these heroes here. The King goes to Phoenix ability. He'll be gone in just a second or two, and the Queen goes to her Magic Mirror action figure ability. That giant, we all know how much damage it can do, but he's starting to run out of time. The Queens are taking a lot of damage from the Ricochet Cannon, and it's starting to fizzle out now.
Yeah, unfortunate of not getting the 3-star in that one, because it looked pretty good for him at a moment there, and I think it was a well-executed attack for the most part, but at the end of the day, he will have had a lot of emotions going through his mind of like, just get the 2-star, just get the 2-star, get the victory. He did what he needed to do. Only Bads with 12 stars will take the victory here, and the next attack from Tribe Gaming is just to close out this war.
Gonna try to see if they can at least get one 3-star for some pride. See if they can go out with 11 stars and not just a 10-star performance. But no matter what happens here, Tribe gotta try to at least hold their heads high. 4th place is no easy joke, and they are gonna be gaining a lot more points to stay in that leaderboard.
Yeah, and we did hear as well that Na'Vi is the team that I missed from that leaderboard. They have a 130 points. Tribe and Vatic have 95, but that is before this qualifier. So Tribe clearly getting that little bit of an advantage over Vatic following this monthly final. But let's give Temper the credit he deserves on this last attack and the focus. Royal Champion diving in. I was maybe expecting like a Fireball Rocket Loons, because we've seen that from him before in qualifiers, but all locked in with his plan, presuming he would have needed to get the 3-star. Thought he might have been able to activate the Giga Bomb there, but also with the defending heroes, you never want to play any risk because the RC can take so much damage.
It's hard to tell if the Royal Champion was actually going to step up for that Giga Bomb or if she was just going to stay right where she was and just start fighting the Barb King. So I think it's hard to tell if he made the perfect choice, but I think he made the safe choice for sure. He's got the Queen, with the Ice Golem working now, and the Log Launcher with the Earthquake spell, 2 of them in fact, taking out this Monolith. Going to try to also secure the Inferno Tower and the Hook Tower with it potentially.
Yeah, it's interesting because I thought he hit the builder hut on the left side, but maybe the builder just instantly repaired his own hut and is right on there to the hook tower, which I think he obviously would have liked to have got down, but at this stage, it's just going to start pulling in Yetis. It does stun them. Maybe the Yeti mites can help to finish that off. It does!
Yep.
Temper!
Yep.
Let's
That's
go.
so hilarious. Whenever you're going against a hook tower, that's such a good trick to take it out. Just sending your clan castle Yetis toward that hook tower. They don't even have to make it all the way, as you see there. They just got to get close enough to where they are the thing the hook tower wants to target, and just one Yeti right there with its Yeti mites able to take out the half HP hook tower. Beautiful start so far for Teamper. Although the queen goes down early here, maybe not super ideal. He is also going to invest a delayed overgrowth on the town hall.
Yeah, he still does have the healing spell as well, which he can use on the troops as they path the town hall should the healers become in danger and start getting weak. So he has some kind of backup plans to play here. The tornado trap does catch a lot of those troops and will stall them up for a moment. Does mean that the overgrowth wears off and he's right next to the town hall. He's still got that healing spell and the Grand Warden ability.
Grand Warden ability going to help a ton. The healing spell afterwards can keep everybody alive for quite some time without any sort of rage spell or freeze. He is at a slight disadvantage. The invisibility spell, of course, can be used in a critical spot and help him out, but time might be his biggest issue. Time is not with him right now, as we're at 25 seconds and it's only dropping very fast.
Yeah, he's got a couple of super bobs that he's quickly trying to get in at the top of the base. I think he wanted to hold on to those for as long as possible, but he's had to use them. He's still got an invisibility spell, which is not going to help him too much at this stage. 10 seconds. All of the buildings clumped at this point. He's used it on the clan castle. Can the gold... It does get the gold storage. So Temper, as you mentioned, getting the 3-star, putting Tribe Gaming up to an 11-star war. And can you believe that this is the exact star count we had when they faced each other at the very start of the qualifier yesterday? 12 to Only Bads and 11 to Tribe.
Maybe this was something that we, when we did our predictions, should have given credit to Only Bads more. The community as well. Everybody thought Tribe was going to run away with this, but there's just something about Only Bads bases that give Tribe such a headache. We can look at the performance here. 3 3-stars in this match. Fun to see that one from Demo. They clocked it in at 2:59. If you remember, that's the one that looked like it had just a millisecond left.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was 259.99999. Like, super, super close. And interestingly, like, if that hadn't have gone through, Tribe ended up having the percentage and the stars based on Temper's last attack. So, wow, as much as, like, Only Bads had it in control all of the way through, Tribe Gaming really came to their own at the end there, and you know, could have been a different story, but it wasn't. Only Bads getting the victory. So let's take a look at the bracket and see how that matchup shapes everything up.
We are down to our final 3 teams in this weekend's tournament. Elevate waiting in the grand finals for the winner of the now lower bracket finals, Dizzy Stamina and Only Bads. And of course, we already know that Dizzy Stamina won the very first golden ticket 2 months ago, which means there's only 2 other options for who can win the golden ticket this month. It's either Elevate waiting in the grand finals, or it's Only Bads. If they can win every single match, they would have to win the next 3 matches in a row in order for that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, let's just see what they can do. They've shown time and time again they can grind out those victories. Let's see who the MVP of that last matchup was. From Only Bads, it is indeed Dima. I couldn't quite make my mind up whether it was going to be Dima or Demo, but I guess Dima's attack was super impressive and getting them the victory that they deserved in that matchup.
Indeed. Both those players did great, though. Those 2 triples were both really meaningful. Nice job from this team as a whole. I mean, they've been consistent. They haven't been hitting 14-star wars like some of the other teams we've seen, but they have been consistently hitting the same kind of offensive performance match after match and kind of relying on their defense to carry them through the rest.
Yeah, and I guess Maybe that's part of the reason of Dima being MVP as well. I mentioned it mid-match, but Dima and Ninja, they're two primary base builders, and I think we are seeing the sheer amount of work that they have put in behind the scenes to build all of the bases, give them those victories as well, because their defenses, we keep saying it, they're super impressive. Maybe that will come into play in this next matchup versus Dizzy Stamina. We'll be finding out after this short break. Super close matches that we are seeing today. Time and time again, it is neck and neck, and that is exactly what we've seen from that matchup. Itsu, I'll go to you first. We all picked Tribe. What did you think watching that in the wings?
I mean, we already said earlier that I feel like some teams are not as consistent. This is why we highlighted Elevate, for example, because they're consistent with those 13 stars on average. Tribe had an incredible match. I think this is why everyone went with Tribe. But again, they're not as consistent. So they're up and down when it comes down to those matches. Sometimes they are capable of 14 stars. But Only Bats really showcased that in hard mode, if you are having good base builders, that is a huge, huge advantage point for you and your team. And Only Bats really gave them a tough show over there. And only won 3-star out of those 5 attacks in total for Tribe Gaming in this one.
Yeah, it was a super, super impressive performance from them. And like you said, on the defensive side of things, Bash, what did you make of that matchup from watching?
I think coming into this, that's what we expected from Only Bads. We talked about it yesterday, that they were one of our top defensive teams. They've been kind of a little bit shaky, but we see exactly, I mean, you guys mentioned it, the same result against Tribe Gaming, 11 to 12 stars. And they come in clutch, so they take those big risks. They're not afraid of those big risks, and it pays off for them. I mean, it's a very rewarding experience. The war before it was a little bit sketchy with Devo's attack, but obviously getting that 3-star. Now they're in our lower bracket final.
Yeah, I'm just going to say it, that Only Bad's signature move is just overgruffing the Town Hall again and again. All risk, 3-star or nothing, let's go. And Itsu, I know you were watching the match in the background, really focusing in on the attacks, and I think you have one of them you'd like to break down for us.
Yeah, and I think we should exactly take a look at one of those risky approaches, because typically we have always the same approach with the Root Riders when it comes down to setting up the Root Rider pathing, having the Royal Champion charge as well, and then the follow-up right into the Town Hall. So I feel like we should do exactly that and take a look at that attack, where we have Dima having the Royal Champion charge and as well at a common place, which means he is going to take down this bottom area. The follow-up, which pretty much most of the other teams will play right after, is then the push into the Town Hall. As well, this is what we see, for example, those bomb towers located onto those entry points to make sure that there is as much damage as possible early on in the attack. But Only Bats are having a different approach, a more risky approach I want to highlight, but a different approach, which means the trap placement is completely not relevant for them, because most openings are into the Town Hall, which means we are having all of those traps located in those dead areas where there are no buildings, so we see all of the giant bombs and such. But instead, we're having the funnel completed, and he's now starting from the opposite side. Well, the pathing of most teams looks like this. He's just turning this around and is having the bottom funnel and then entering on the opposite side and finishing on the Town Hall. This obviously, especially in hard mode, is bringing a certain risk to it. But he's trying to limit that risk with using 2 really specific spells, and that is the Overgrowth, 2 of them. The first one, he is going to catch everything inside the core. Because what this does, it allows the Root Riders to push around this top side. They're going from defense to defense and having a really clear pattern of defenses and buildings in front of them to take care of. The next thing though is that the overgrowth is going to run out, and this means that he has to deal with this core. But instead, he's not overreacting, he's just keeping it calm, keeping his troops safe with an invisibility spell, and then making sure that he's using another overgrowth. This time around though, leaving a few of the defenses open while still overgrowthing that town hall on this backhand. But now there's this super smart move because, well, the queen is backtracking, and this means he's sending in a super wall breaker. He sees that and wall breaking his queen into this area of the base where she can reach the town hall, which means the 2-star is secured, the 2nd star is saved, but because he has the healers on her, she can't really go down. He has a huge group of troops still on this back end with the rage gem of the Warden. There's no real big splash threat anymore on the Warden because there's just too many troops, and this way they're just going to overpower the base. I feel like if teams are really figuring that out and are going to start baiting the other sides, this can go downhill really quick because this is going to result in a 1-star. The main reason why this works is because they're one of the only teams who have figured this out, and this is why, for example, you only see on this backhand a few traps and then not really many more giant bombs. But you can see right now all of the traps popping up: tornado trap, giant bombs, black mines, everything. This is the entry people are expecting and baiting. Another giant bomb popped up, but those traps are not relevant on this backhand with the approach from Only Bats. The question now is, did the other teams watch the attacks of Only Bats? Have they figured that out? Because Only Bats has a couple of attackers who like to bring this approach. And if you bait this, especially in hard mode, this can go downhill quickly. We have seen how close, for example, the attack of Demo was in one of his earlier attacks, where he nearly finished on a 1-star. So yeah, this can be risky for sure. And I'm looking forward to if other teams have figured that out and if they're having time enough to bait it, or if Only Bats can get this way a couple of 3-stars in, because we have seen how many times their defense looks really strong, Exynos.
Indeed, their defense has been pulling through and just saving them match after match after match, and that's an awesome breakdown of that attack strategy. A little risky, high risk, high reward, and like you mentioned, are other teams going to catch on? Are they going to slightly change all their traps to counter it? It's going to be interesting to see. What do you think, Bash?
I mean, there's not too much time to catch on and figure it out. You got to really take that gamble and change those traps around now or now. I mean, they're going to play against Dizzy, so we'll see. But we got a quick video here as we're filling time as that match preparation is still going on.
I think it would be very funny to do a trip with Klaus because I don't know him too well yet, but it always seems to be very funny with him.
It's tough, but if I had to choose one, probably Kingsman. I've grown close with him after our time at Worlds and in France last year.
It would be Almoalin from Team Electros because we played with him 2 years ago, and he's a very, very nice person. We are still good friends.
Well, I think I will take Kissman because I played with him 1 year and I think we are good friends right now.
I think it would be Tribe Gaming because they are young guys like us. They are very similar. We're good friends and they're very funny compared to the most of the scene, I would say.
I think at first I would just get something nice to eat with him and then we would do some nice activities in the evening.
We would have to find a good restaurant without onions or garlic because Kingsman doesn't eat these for some reason.
Well, I think go to party because he loves go to party, but who knows? Depends where we go.
Definitely interesting listening to a couple of the pairings there. Some maybe unexpected ones. I wouldn't have necessarily had Max with Kingsman But then again, I don't know. It's such a difficult one to predict how the teams like gel behind the scenes as well. Obviously, there's a lot of professionalism, but we do see some rivalries popping up in the teams as well, which just adds to the excitement of these matches. But what did you make of that, Itsu? What did you make of the video, Itsu?
I mean, overall, as I said, many different combinations of players in as well. Tendencies, I feel like a lot of people were going into some evening activities, having some fun time. And yeah, that seems to be the overall goal for most of the pairings.
Yeah, super interesting.
It was really
approach.
fun.
My bad.
Sorry, it was really fun to see how they were answering those questions. I mean, I think most of us can tell from experience going to events like the World Championship Finals. Most of these teams, even though when they're playing against each other, very hardcore rivals, but at the end of the day, nightlife, they just love hanging out together. Maybe not all of them, but most of them.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. Most of them. I mean, it's a fun time always hanging out with all the players. I know as a caster, they don't really have any rivalries against us, but let's go ahead and let's take a look at our predictions here. Oh, guys, see what had happened was I'm still 50%. I'm still better than Carbon, Juno.
I was going to say, what happened was I DM'd Carbon for some help. Not the best advice. But hey, I mean, you know, Itsu right up there with 8 correct scores. That's a pretty good hit rate, shall we say, in terms of caster predictions. We have it a little bit easier in terms of the matches and being able to have a better hit rate than hard mode, shall I say.
I mean, it's easier for sure. For me, I mean, I have a lucky streak right now, I guess, with last month and now this month as well. Looking pretty good. But again, I feel like with the next few matches, it really comes like so much down to, okay, how is the preparation looking like? As well, Dizzy, do they really put as much effort than in the preparation of like scouting the other teams? That could really backfire, I feel like, overall, Lexnos.
Indeed, and we can see how we are predicting this next upcoming match, which is just 3.5 minutes out. Dizzy Stamina versus Only Bads. And we can actually take a look at the team stats here, Bash. Still relatively similar. In fact, oh my goodness, this almost looks identical except for that top stat.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that's kind of thrown us all off, is it feels like Disney are just kind of here like trolling with the name changes and stuff, but they've actually came out to play. And statistically, I mean, look at that. Aside from the hit rate up top, or the percentage-wise, I mean, the numbers are really, really similar. And Only Bads, I mean, they've been a defensive juggernaut. With Dizzy kind of stumbling against Elevate, they could definitely take advantage and move on to our finals here.
Indeed, and we'll go ahead and take a look at the rosters yet again. Dizzy Stamina here, rocking with the fun name changes. Eddie Brock, Heath Ledger, Malcolm Merlin, Baba Yaga, and Damien Dark. You can look at their individual hit rates. Some of them have still been doing pretty well. Some of them have had kind of a rough weekend, but I think their defense has been pretty above average as well, which had carried them through the upper bracket for a while yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's fair to say for sure. I was really surprised because I thought we would see them like just coming out, having a good time, loosen up. But they're here for that prize money. But ultimately, right, like they've kind of held the gate here for the golden ticket. Now it's a really interesting situation here that we need to kind of talk about as well. Since they do already have the golden ticket, if they win this matchup, that means the Elevate automatically get the golden ticket. However, if Only Bads can win this matchup, we will have a brand new golden ticket winner between Elevate and Only Bads. So for Only Bads, as we take a look at their stats and lineup here, it's a very, very important matchup. This is must win for them. Demo, ND, Dima, Sean, Ninja, we just saw them playing. They came out hot on defense and they played really well on offense, but can they do it against a golden ticket holder?
This is a solid team. You can see them getting ready, preparing, planning out their attacks. We're just a minute or so out from the first attack. But this team, they've got everything on the line right now. They have to get through Dizzy, not only to have a chance at that golden ticket, but to really start building some points on the leaderboard as well. So that way, even if they don't defeat Elevate, the second place points are still so much more critical than third place.
Yeah, exactly. It's all like, even if you don't get that golden ticket, it's a long race throughout this season here to see. I'm really interested to see how this leaderboard plays out. Not only do we give away a golden ticket for the leaderboard winner, but it's going to be our last chance qualifier as well. So these teams playing month in, month out, getting back, getting those points, it's going to kind of play in because they're going to be familiar with each other by the time we get to that last chance qualifier.
Indeed, and we can take a look at our predictions, how we are predicting this match to go. I think we know who Elevate are rooting for. They want Dizzy to win because then it's all over for them. But the casters, us, we're actually split 50-50 right down the middle, Bash. You and me think Dizzy have got this. Judo and Itsu, not so much.
Yeah, sorry, Lex, you went with me. I'm on a cold streak today, bud, so sorry about that. Let's see what the audience thinks here. Ooh, audience is pretty close to split, but audience is siding with you and I here at 59% in favor of Dizzy.
Very interesting to know. And like I already mentioned, we know Elevate really sitting here cheering on Dizzy, because if Dizzy wins, Elevate get the golden ticket automatically. But let's see, we are just less than a minute away from this first attack. It's going to be an amazing lower bracket finals with two of the best teams in the world. And if you want to show your support and earn rewards, you can also go vote at event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans.
Yeah, for some reason there, I thought you were going to say clash bashing. That would have been weird. Anyways, yeah, we're getting ready here. Lower bracket final. A lot on the line here. Let's dial it up. That's back to us. We're still here, but we're getting ready for the first attack here as we're getting ready for Only Bads versus Dizzy X Stamina. Here we go. Maybe. No. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. Like, well, maybe soon.
We'll get into that first attack as soon as it starts, but it is going to be a good matchup. Still unsure if this is going to be a very offensive matchup or if this is going to be an incredibly high defensive matchup. We'll have to wait and see. But Sean is actually doing the first attack of the match as we are finally in. We are live. It is the classic Root Riders, and he is using extra invisibility spells to redirect that Royal Champion the way he wants her to go.
Here we go. We saw Sean. He's kind of had some mixed results here. He's putting up decent percents throughout, but I'm struggling to get across the finish line here. So I saw something in chat there about asking how this could play out. Like, why would Elevate automatically get the ticket? Well, Elevate are in the grand finals, which means they are guaranteed at minimum second place. With Dizzy already holding the golden ticket, if they make it to the finals, that means it would go to first or second place, depending on who wins. Elevate is no matter what second place. So that's why Elevate may be rooting for Dizzy to win this war. I think Elevate just wants a good matchup. They're playing so well right now. But let's focus on this one right here. That crushing mortar getting frozen right there. Lots of clan caster troops coming out, slowing up the troops with the ice golems. Things kind of split a little bit here, and those healers are all over the place. It might be a little bit of an issue.
Does pop the Warden ability, going to definitely help to keep everybody safer for now, but the Queen went up the other direction. We got her ability, but as the Ricochet Cannon locks on, those Clone Queens die so fast, and that Ricochet Cannon not only took out one Queen, not two Queens, but all three Queens. They go bye-bye. The Giant not able to distract enough and keep her alive. Over on the bottom side of the base, the Royal Champion also drops, and this is starting to fizzle out, although he does still have these healers inside the Rage Gym keeping some Root Riders alive.
I'm really worried about this because the Town Hall is at the end here. You can't start. We talked about how they take that big risk and they're not afraid of the risk. But man, if you start off with a big miss here, that's going to be a devastating blow. King is getting ready to go to ability, and there's not much force remaining in here. There's a lot of like tanky units in there with the Root Riders and the Giants, but there's not a lot of offensive firepower in there. The King is barely hanging on there. There goes the King's spiky ball all around, but the Town Hall still remains. Can Sean get in here and get the Town Hall? It's pretty much all or nothing at this point.
The healers in the Rage Gym are what's keeping him in this for now. The Diggy stuns the Town Hall. There's an opening in the walls. The King, the Giants, the Yeti, even the Warden doing damage. He gets the Town Hall. So crisis diverted. Cool. The question is, does he have the time to get through everything? Because I think he's got the firepower.
Yeah, I think time isn't too bad of an issue. He's just got to get through these walls, but the King's actually going to go around and walk out. Wizard's in there. He's tanking. He's celebrating. It's looking like a 3-star. This is what Only Bads does. They take the big risk, take the unconventional approach, maybe the not so predicted approach, and they get rewarded with a 3-star. And Sean with his first 3-star at the most clutch time possible.
It feels so risky. It's just like the attack that Itsu highlighted a few minutes ago. Going to the Town Hall last, there was literally no plan B. I mean, he was out of spells. His Archer Queen was dead. His Royal Champion was dead. Zero support. And it looked like he was still miles away from the Town Hall. But yet everything just slowly chugged along and got it done.
What you were kind of talking about there, having the healers up so long, keeping everything alive there. The King almost went to ability a lot earlier, but the King able to come in and clutch it up. Man, that was such a nice attack. I would not have the courage in the lower bracket final to go all the way across the base, saving the town hall for the end. That is so, but I don't think that's the first time or the last time we're gonna see that, I should say, as we've seen them do that throughout this entire tournament so far. They are not afraid of the risk.
It feels so close every single time they do it, but it has been paying off each and every time, and that's what's kept them in this tournament thus far into the lower bracket finals. So I won't be surprised if they do it once or twice more. We do have Dizzy Stamina finally coming in with their first attack, though. Eddie Brock, the good old Synthé, coming in, trying to lead the charge for Dizzy, seeing if he can also secure a 3-star and keep us tied after the first round of attacks.
What is this word Synthé you speak of? Never heard of it. Obviously, we all know Synthé, the original name of Eddie Brock here. I wonder if they switch their names back after this, or if we get a full set of different names next month. We'll see, but he's gonna go in with the Dragons, and we saw Tribe Gaming having some success with this earlier in the tournament. It's a long Royal Champion charge. You gotta get that Town Hall under control, but then you can just set up the pathing for the Dragons. It's a lot of work, it's a lot of effort, trying to keep that RC alive, keep the Spirit Fox alive, but if he can do it successfully, keep an eye on these Headhunters. He's chasing the Headhunters. Okay, she's in a little bit of a precarious spot, but she's not too bad as he gets her under control with the Invis, but the Fox takes a blow from the Monolith.
That Fox got hit pretty hard. He had the Queen working on the left side of the base at the same time, popped her ability early. She had an angry jellyfish, so that Archer Queen was just meant to go in for a handful of defenses and further set the funnel to push this Royal Champion into the core. A few extra invis spells had to be used unexpectedly to keep her alive as she was chasing those CC troops earlier, but he does end up managing to get her into the core, but maybe with running out of invis spells here, didn't quite get all the defenses he wanted.
Yeah, but I mean, look at what he did get. That whole left side is taken out. He got the Poison Tower down, so it can't reload and slow down the troops. Here comes an Ice Hound in, and he's gonna actually use the Ice Block on the Ice Hound so that it's gonna just tank even more for these Dragons as they make their initial approach. Now it's gonna go over to that air defense, and it'll also freeze as it pops here. So a lot of nice help for these Dragons from that Ice Hound.
So many words ice being used here. Ice Hound, Ice Block. I kind of wish he had an Ice Golem and even the Ice Queen skin. But here we go. Warden has what looks like Eternal Tome, Healing Tome combo. It does seem that most of the dragon attacks we've seen today, they don't care to bring the Rage Gem. They are rocking and rolling with the Healing Tome, Eternal Tome combo. This is that base that we were shouting out earlier that has the really toxic north side, and he's out of spells. Even though it's been looking so good up until this point, I am worried that out of nowhere it's going to fizzle out here in a second.
To watch these drags get melted. I've seen it happen time and time again where this Merge Multi-Cannon can melt some dragons, but he still does have his Minion Prince. He still does have the Warden. Here comes the baby dragon in. I think the rest of the base is under control. There go the dragons. They're already down. Minion Prince has got to hang on here. He's got to try to tank this Merge Multi-Cannon as much as possible. Warden is getting melted now. Phoenix pops there for the Minion Prince. All the troops are down. Oh man, and yes, that toxic north compartment, it once again holds out. Wait a second, we do have Sneezy up there. Can Sneezy hold on?
Hold on. Sneezy, with his boogers, takes out all the archers sitting on top of that multi-archer tower. Sneezy's still healthy, I think, too. Oh, but the issue might be time. He can only take one thing out at a time slowly. He's going for the mortar next. That Barbarian King, the best air defense in the game, is trying to distract as well. And Sneezy, as he moves up to the last three defenses, there's no time. And it's a 97%.
The King was actually more clutch than even just there at the end, because the King ate up so many of the fire spirits from the furnace. The furnace was spitting out those fire spirits, and the King was just soaking up all of them. And then the King comes over and is like, I'm gonna take all the damage from the boogers also. So a time fail, 97% there for Eddie Brock. And now we see a similar situation to the last war, where Only Bads get out to that early lead. Can they maintain it? Their defenses have been strong. They hold the time fail there. This is something to keep our eyes on. Can they grow this lead and go on to our upper bracket final?
Indeed.
Grand final, I
and
guess.
the bases from Only Bads are just incredible. I mean, that base right there, I think we've seen it in every single match Only Bads has played this weekend, and it has defended all these different top tier teams. So if you're looking for a new base at home, I urge you to try to copy that one. Let's see if Demo can extend the lead for Only Bads and just put them in a commanding position early in this attack. It looks like he was going with that Royal Champion charge as usual from the northwest side of the base, but it also looks like he ran over 4 or 5 giant bombs in the process.
Yeah, there's a lot of bomb explosions in there, so definitely Spirit Fox went down, but here comes the Royal Champion rejoining the party. He's gonna have to go right back to this Town Hall as he passes it, but it should be fine. I think the timing is fine there, and see exactly when he dropped the Overgrowth, but I think it should be wearing off here shortly. Ice Golems out of the Clan Castle, does have the poison in on the Furnace as well, and there goes that Overgrowth coming off so he can take this Town Hall down.
Fun to see that he decides to bring 3 Overgrowth spells in this one, and it wasn't like one of those situations where they use 1 Overgrowth early to help path the Royal Champion walk. No, he's using 3 Overgrowth spells for the Root Riders, electing to not bring any rage spells whatsoever. He just wants to see if he could slowly and methodically work his way around the edge of the base. This 3rd Overgrowth spell going to be very flexible. He could drop it in the same spot as that 2nd one, or he can mix it up and drop it somewhere else, which he does decide to do.
All right, Demo. It's starting to thin out a little bit here, though. He's looking strong, but man, the forces are definitely thinning out as the King, Queen, and Royal Champion still have ability. There goes Royal Champion ability. She's going to go to Rocket Spear, actually take out the enemy Minion Prince, which is a huge pickup. But keep an eye. The Monolith and the Merge Multi-Cannon are going to be coming back up soon. There goes the Queen 2 ability, the Defending King now. And here we go. There's the Giga Bomb. Here comes that Merge Multi-Cannon. Here comes a Crusher Mortar. And this is a lot of defensive firepower to shut this one down right in its tracks.
The slow approach on this base not paying off, as even though he was able to keep a lot of defenses at bay with the Overgrowth, there's still just so many clumped up areas, especially this right side with the Crusher Mortar, the Multi-Gear Tower, the Ricochet Cannon, the Monolith. I mean, you really need a solid plan for these types of areas in the base. He still manages to pick up the percent to a respectable number, but it's not on par with the other attacks we've seen so far in this war, and Dizzy now have a chance to steal the lead, but it does require a 3-star from them.
Trying to pick up another percentage point here, does grab it. 85% will be the final number there for Demo, which not quite as much as Eddie hit, but also remember there was a 3-star from Sean, so they are in the advantage. They are ahead already here. So that one doesn't actually hurt them too much until Dizzy X Stamina get a 3-star. 85%, I think that's still like a respectable number. I think that's like the bare minimum number that you're hoping for on a fail.
That seems to be kind of the threshold currently for these top-end pros in hard mode. Anything above 85% is respectable. Anything below that, and it seems like something went wrong. But let's see if Dizzy can finally get that big step, get the 3-star that they're hoping will give them the lead. We're getting something a little bit different from Damien Dark. Not using any of the Root Riders, he decides he wants to use a Flame Flinger early, and he's bringing rocket balloons.
Oh baby, big risk, big reward here. As there goes the Warden over on the left side to get the Flame Flinger on the right side. A little bit of Yeti to support here. Gotta be careful with that Yeti, although it'll get taken down quickly, but sometimes that Yeti can throw off your Warden walk just by pulling that Warden just a little bit, but kept it away far enough that it didn't matter. Here comes the Invises, and there's gonna go the Fireball right into that middle compartment, taking out the whole section. And now the Giga Bomb just remains in there, and it's not gonna be a factor.
Very cool setup. It's nice to see that Fireball still in the meta. Very refreshing. It is such a cool equipment to see when used in such a powerful way like that in combination with the Earthquake spells. Do see a Baby Dragon working on the south side. The Warden with the healers still staying alive. He likely wants to keep the Grand Warden alive for the entire attack. I wouldn't be surprised at all if he is able to do that, at least for most of the attack. Purposefully drops 4 or 5 balloons there because that's the right amount to actually pull the Warden the direction that he wants to, setting up for the next phase of the attack here where he's dropping the Queen down on the south side.
That Warden was just flirting with the Giga Bomb, does finally trigger it, but no harm as all the healers are right there to protect him. Queen is going to go ahead and pop ability, getting those 3 queens on the board with the Magic Mirror, and also that new action figure, Giant newer equipment there to get that Giant out as well. Warden is fighting the minion prince, but Warden could also get pulled towards the south if that giant and those queens get a little bit too close. And yeah, that's exactly what happens. Wardens now are going to follow that giant, but also the town hall did not fall, Lexos. Oh no, the town hall needs to be taken care of still.
He might have to rely on the royal champion to take it out at this point, because only 9 rocket balloons, and I don't know if it's the most efficient thing to send all your rocket balloons there, since the town hall can do splash damage. Yeah, I think that's the right call. Sending your royal champions, that way it's only 1 unit taking damage, and the giant getting out in front and actually soaking up a lot of those town hall beams is quite nice. He's going to invest a little invis spell here. Maybe, I wonder if he didn't actually need it yet, because she's still using rocket spears and was kind of out of range. This is actually looking really close though. He's got 3 more rocket balloons. The royal champion's still healthy. The Inferno Tower went down and it's looking good for Damien Dark. Bash, Dizzy might just be right back in this.
Does she not have electro boots? No electro boots on that RC. She's working through there. She is cooking, and it's going to be a 3-star. Keeping his composure and getting an RC barely hangs on there, but it is a 3-star for Dizzy, and they're right back in the ball game and actually take the advantage after the 85% miss from Demo.
Indeed, they are going to be quite a bit up on percent. I think their one fail was a 97. So if we do the quick maths on that, it should be a 12 building lead now for Dizzy. So, man, I mean, just like that, we're back on an even playing field. 12 buildings is 12 buildings. But since we're so early in the match still, I mean, basically can think of this as tied.
Yeah, I agree with that. But if you're Dizzy, you just don't let up here. But ND, man, ND has been playing so well. Although in the last war against Tribe did have that big falter, 83% 2-star. I know I say big falter, but for him, it felt like a big miss because he's been playing so well. It's going to be Roots, those couple tech witches in there. And also look at this. Here comes that giant arrow and the log launcher combination to take out that clan castle that's tucked behind the town hall.
Cool entry there. We're seeing that log launcher. A bunch of pros have been doing this weekend. It's kind of a new little trick that you can try at home as well. The earthquake spells, the giant arrow softening up not only the town hall, but very importantly the clan castle building too. But I don't think he's going to get enough logs on the clan castle because the Tesla, the archer tower, the builder hut, he had no plan for those buildings and they took out the log launcher early.
Town hall didn't fall either, but it is like 1 shot away from getting taken out. This booger might be able to get actually the warden goes ahead and pops that off. So now the town hall is down, but he does have to deal with those clan castle troops, which he wasn't planning on. I mean, not the end of the world, not super offensive clan castle troops, but those furnace, the fire mites from the furnace can really be a problem. But keep an eye on this king. The king went out, and now the Yeti's out on their own over on the left, so he loses the support of that. And now the core of this base is waking up. He's got to decide where he wants to use that other overgrowth. He's got to decide soon.
Some nice value out of this warden ability, keeping everybody safe for now. Like you said, that overgrowth could still do a lot of work and help him out in a very meaningful way. He decides to use it on the ground targeting Expo, the scatter shot, the Inferno Tower. That ricochet cannon on the bottom side still exposed, still ready to do damage. It just eliminated a Root Rider, and as he drops this invis spell here, ooh, he's taking a lot of damage from this Mortar Crusher.
Man, that thing is so strong. Pair that with a ricochet cannon in there, and it is just unstoppable. Giant is trying to hang on for as long as possible, but now another healer goes down. But look at this, Expo, scatter shot, multi-arch tower, ricochet cannon. It's too much for him to overcome, and now it's just on the warden, and this one is going to fall significantly short, and only bads are falling even further behind with a 75% 2-star.
Very unfortunate for them. They can still hang their heads high and hope that they're going to get another major defense. I mean, if any team is going to get a big defense, it's this team. So definitely not, that much of a kick in the butt here, but it is a solid defense for Dizzy, and they got to be happy about that.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they're playing really well. Their miss was only a 97% miss, so it's not like they're having anything drastic happen to them. Now we're going to have Baba Yaga coming in with an attack next. Saw him getting some 3-stars earlier in the tournament, and a 3-star here could really put this war in an unreachable position for only beds. Sorry, the kitty is so funny, distracting there, Lex. It's a good time.
My cat's definitely trying to steal the show, but he's just excited about the Clash of Clans action we're seeing here. Baba Yaga coming in with a nice little Royal Champion walk as usual. He tends to prefer this attack, using that extra invisibility spell now to force the Royal Champion toward that multi-geared tower. Gets a little bit of the Clan Castle pulled, and the Poison Tower, as it starts to slow him down, he's going to go ahead and yoink her out of there with that recall spell.
Trying to brew up some sorcery on this attack with the Root Riders going right through the middle of the base. Let's see if he can get another triple on the board for Dizzy X Stamina. A triple would be almost the nail in the coffin here for Only Bad. Springtrap gets that Ice Golem out of the way right away. He's got the main force moving through here. Town Hall is going to be overgrowth, but look at the pathing. The Roots are going to walk to that multi and then down to the multi-arch tower, and it should allow them to go right back in for the Town Hall. Here comes a Furnace out of the Clan Castle. Things are under control so far.
Just waking his way around the outer edge of the base. It'll be interesting to see what he decides to do when this first overgrowth expires. Does he just overgrowth it again? Is he going to get pathing to go take out that Town Hall? Let's see as the healers start to take some meaningful damage here. That Inferno Tower is no joke on the healers. I think the Inferno will drop soon. If the Booger can take it out, he sends in a backup Super Bar, but the Booger did indeed get it. Healers with the red air bombs now, though, they might be in trouble.
Yeah, they're definitely in a little bit of trouble there. I think a couple healers went down. Those Boogers, man, they are so clutch, but also the healers, it's so hard for the healers to stay up. And there we go, the final healer is going to fall down. He is going to circle around and get the Town Hall, but if you're Only Bads, this could be the opening you're looking for. They need to try to keep this percentage low as he's working towards 70%. With no healing support, it's going to be tough to get through for the 3-star, especially with everything that's still remaining on this base. Queen's going to have to go to ability really soon. There goes her ability. But yeah, I don't think he's going to have enough to get through the whole back end of this base right now.
It is fun to see that he's trying to plan for every stage of the attack, saving an Ice Golem specifically for the top end of the base here, hoping that it can freeze not only the Expo, but maybe some of these Ricochet cannons. Looks like they were spaced out just perfectly to where an Ice Golem couldn't hit them anyways. The Royal Champion still has been doing a lot of damage, but as she gets in range of that Ricochet cannon, she just unfortunately stands no chance. The Queen and the Giant can move through, get a little bit more meaningful value, but it is going to start to slip away here for Baba Yaga.
This one could have been a lot worse for Only Bads, with them giving up the 75, or only getting a 75%, and then only giving up an 83. This doesn't put things too far out of reach for them. They're going to lose a few more percentage points, but only 8% more will put this at a 20% advantage. So if Only Bads can get a triple on the board and then hold another like 80% defense, I mean, they're still within this war. We still have 4 attacks to go. Anything can happen here. Definitely not the miss that Dizzy were hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, if they get another triple on the next attack, they don't have to worry too much about percent because they'll be up by a star. So they'll basically be putting Dizzy in a situation where they have to triple to stay in it as well.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. You know, 3 stars win wars. But Dima's going to be our next attacker. And Dima's been playing really, really hot right now. I love what I'm seeing from Dima, not only on offense, but on defense. One of the base builders for Only Bads, kind of a big part of their success. They've been holding some of these teams down. As we take a look at the updated scoreboard, it's 7-7. The stars are tied. However, again, 20% advantage over the Dizzy X Stamina. But Dima's going to start working in here with this Royal Champion charge. Let's see what he's got cooked up. Does he go risky all the way across, maybe with the entry into the Crusher Mortar, or does he go right at the Town Hall? He's kind of setting it up where he can go either way here.
He definitely set up his last attack in their last war where he went all the way around the base and got the Town Hall last, as Itsu pointed out in that cool telestration. The setup here could go either way. As you mentioned, he recalls that Royal Champion, and oh my goodness, someone gets stressed out. He's doing it again.
Yeah, they live and die by the big risk. They're not afraid of it. They're confident in their plans, and it hasn't really bit them yet. We saw the one really close call by Demo, but for the most part, they're really good at managing this risk and using those overgrowths to the advantage. I mean, we saw Dima using 3 overgrowths earlier. He's got 2 here, but you can really use those overgrowths to kind of control the attack and use to push those troops exactly where you need to, and that's what he's going to look to do on this attack against Damien Darkspace.
Poison spell was preemptively dropped on that Clan Castle, took out the Furnace nice and early. The Ice Golem's coming on out. We do have that Warden ability trying to help out. I think it was a Healing Tome in combination with that Rage Gem. The first overgrowth wears off. He staggers the second one a little bit further to the left and south, still hits that lower Inferno and Poison Tower, but this time the Town Hall as well, allowing his units to take out the Monolith, continue to work their way toward the upper side of the base. He's running out of spells, but he still has a lot of Root Riders alive, a lot of healers alive, and 3 hero abilities.
As you say that, the healers take a little bit of damage there. Still a nice tight little pack of troops there, and that's what you're looking for, so that those healers are going to get maximum value. Spiky Ball is going to allow those troops to funnel in towards the Town Hall. Now Rocket Spears onto the Town Hall. No risk of a 1-star here, but the more important thing, he's got a nice chance at a 3-star, but things are definitely thinning out. Everything is fighting over there on the left side of the base. Ricochet Cannon's doing work. That King is doing work, and the Queen now goes down to the scatter shot, and this one has fend out. Wait, was that? No, that was the RC. That was, yeah, this is RC, not the Queen. The Queen goes to ability now.
Queen with the magic mirror, she's kind of the last hope of this attack. She still has a decent shot with one healer trying to keep this one clone queen alive. That queen will go down. The other queen go to the outside, but we had a wall break. Ooh. A nice back-end wall breaker. A giant that's healthy. He can get out in front. The queen can reach everything, even with the other clone queen disappearing. The main queen has enough health. It's a race against the clock, and it's looking good. As 8 seconds, 7, the queen can do damage, and it's another 3-star for only bats.
They take the advantage back with Diva's triple. Diva is on another level today. He knows what's on the line. He doesn't want to leave anything on the table. He's throwing it all out there, and it is a 3-star in 2 minutes and 54 seconds. So the pressure now goes back over to Dizzy X Stamina. They are up on percent, but if they do not get a 3-star, they will be trailing on stars, and that is the most important number in all of the wars.
Definitely indeed. Stars come first. So all the pressure over to Dizzy. It's now or never. Well, they technically have 2 attacks left, but they got to start feeling like, hey, they need to 3-star. You don't want to just wait until the very last attack to even have a chance. Heath Ledger has got that pressure on his shoulders. He's up next, rocking with more Root Riders. He's going to be starting with the Royal Champion on the upper side of the base here. A couple of Teslas, perhaps pulling this champion to the left, so he's going to have to invest in extra invisibility to get her where he wants her.
Well, another factor is with Ninja waiting in the wings. Ninja's hit rate is out of this world. So you definitely, I feel like this is a must 3-star attack. Not to put any more pressure here on Heath Ledger, but Ninja has been known for non-stop triples. One of the highest hit rates throughout the entire tournament as a whole. But the setup is beautiful here. And here comes a log launcher. That log launcher is going to have a beautiful line straight down here. And as long as he keeps it safe, he should be pretty good. The multi's going to lock onto it, but he should be able to get that under control with the logs, and then he can just open up the next compartment for those, I'm assuming, Yetis out of the clan castle.
Without using the Earthquake in combination with it, the log launcher does end up dying right there on the Inferno Tower, but it takes out the Inferno Tower with the Yetis. The walls behind were opened up so the Yetis can continue their way through, take out an extra Fire Spitter, maybe even get the Poison Tower as well, so still pretty good value, maybe showing a lot of other people that you don't always have to combine the Earthquake spell with that log launcher. Sometimes in the right moment, it can give plenty of value by itself. That Overgrowth spell being utilized in the core, and he's just going to slowly work his way around the right side of the base now.
That's what we see with these Root Riders, is generally a slow trounce on through the base. But as long as you keep the fundamentals tight, keep the pack together, you can get lots of great results with it. Town Hall went down. He's got to circle back, most likely for the Monolith and the Merge Multi-Cannon. Actually, the Yetis are right there. The Yeti might be able to pop off and get that Merge Multi-Cannon down. The one thing, though, is that Monolith stays up, but he might be able to overgrowth the Monolith, Expo, and Crusher Mortar and save that as he makes the final approach. But also, he's got to get everything grouped back together, and Queen's going to rejoin the roots, and yeah, there goes that overgrowth that I was speaking of.
A king ability, a queen ability is all that remains here for Heath Ledger. A couple of super barbs for the back end, of course. That's pretty common on this attack now. Root Rider's still continuing to open up a couple of walls here for the queen. Her ability is probably going to be what saves her from this Monolith if it ends up locking onto her after the overgrowth expires. There are a couple boogers there ready to help, ready to distract. I think we saw yesterday plenty of attacks where boogers were actually destroying Monoliths completely. He does pop that queen ability, but the Mortar Crusher starts throwing its big old cubes, and we are starting to run out of time.
Yeah, Queen's gonna go ahead and pop off that monolith. 17 seconds. Time is definitely a factor here. There's no way to reach in there and get that Inferno. He's got to go through the wall right here, and I don't think he's gonna have enough time. It's 7 seconds, and it might be another time fail here for Dizzy. 98%. He had the force, but not enough time. And now, if Ninja can 3-star, Onlybads will move on to our grand final to play against Elevate.
The one good thing here for Dizzy that still remains is they remain to be up on percent. All of their fails have been really, really high percent. So if they can get one more defense, if the highest hit rate player of Onlybads slips up, Dizzy can still win it at the last second with a 3-star. That's their only hope right now.
If you're Elevate, you got to be like, come on, man, give yourself 3 more seconds. Like, you just got to be rooting for one more triple for Dizzy. But Ninja can put this one away right now. It's going to be Root Riders. No big surprise right there. Here comes that Royal Champion charge going into the multi-gear tower. Let's see if he tries to clip this Town Hall. Oh, he does have the giant arrow, so we might see a giant arrow trick. I do see the 2 earthquakes along with that log launcher. Usually you see that with the CC behind the Town Hall, but keep an eye on this RC. If she's not invisible for too long, uncloaked, that CC's going to pull out, and here comes some of the CC troops.
The percent no longer matters in this situation where there's only 2 attacks and Onlybads are up by a star because they're down on percent. This is basically the sort of situation where if Ninja triples, it's over. If he doesn't triple, the percent doesn't matter. Dizzy have to triple for the win. So either way, there needs to be a triple here, or else, well, Onlybads will just naturally be up. We're going in with that attack strategy again, where the log launcher is meant to take out the clan castle behind the town hall with the giant arrow, and he manages to do it perfectly. That Inferno Tower behind also taking damage from a few of the logs. It's down to really low health, and the Yetis working with the Queen might have a chance to go take some more defenses out there.
Yeah, they should be able to take that out, no problem. At minimum, the Queen will get there eventually, but Queen actually goes down. No, the Queen is not going to get there at minimum. Now he's going to pop the Warden ability, protecting everything. Here comes the Overgrowth, and that multi, it doesn't have much health, but it is hanging on in the middle, and that could be a factor when those healers start to pass through.
Those healers are taking a lot of damage from the Inferno Tower. Spiky Ball goes off. The Royal Champion makes her way inside, takes out that middle Inferno Tower, but she ends up going down to the backside. Expo, Scattershot combo. He's got some witches. He's got some Root Riders, but I don't see hardly any heroes. There is, I think, a Grand Warden, but that's it. That Grand Warden not going to survive long.
Oh, no.
When the Mortar Crusher locks on, it's low percent, but the percent, remember, does not matter anymore. It is a fail, and that means Dizzy are going to be in a triple or lose situation with the final attack of the match. Everything on the line.
Uncharacteristic miss for Ninja. Let's be honest with ourselves. A 66%. Yeah, we might see him miss, but that is a colossal mistake for him. That one just fell apart. He took a little bit of a risk with the RC charge going near the CC. Didn't really bite him too much, but it just seemed like everything spread out, thinned out too much. And that multi in the middle, like, kind of gave him a little bit of problems at not being able to get that. The ricochet cannons in there. But now it all comes down to this attack right here. If Dizzy can get a triple, they win the war, which also means Elevate would get our golden ticket. So this attack here from Malcolm Merlin has so many implications for so many teams.
Indeed it does. Not only is a golden ticket on the line, but critical ladder points for Onlybads, whether they get third place or if they can get second and still have a chance for first this weekend. And also, of course, prize pool money. So many different factors on the line. It all comes down to this one attack for Dizzy stamina. All the pressure onto Malcolm Merlin. He's been in this situation lots of times before. Let's see if he can handle the pressure here today.
Here we go. This is it. Will this be the end of the tournament for Onlybads? Or will they move on to face Elevate for a chance at a golden ticket? We're going to find out in 3 minutes or less, as Malcolm Merlin is going to start in with that RC charge. Building up, going to go right in to this Gigabomb. No ice block spell, so he's just going to soak that damage. Actually, no, he's going to make that invisible and avoid that situation and go over to the Fire Spitter.
Very interesting. He wants to take out that fire spitter. She's going to go back up for the scatter shot. It's hard to tell exactly where she goes next. Maybe the Expo, maybe the ricochet cannon, or he'll just yoink her out of there. Seems like that was the safer option. Did end up pulling all the clan castle troops out of the defense. We can already poison spell on the furnace, pull the ice golems to the side, and deal with them without having to get frozen in the middle of the base.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he didn't just like throw a Valkyrie there on that Headhunter. The Headhunter's still in there doing a little bit of work to these roots, but it shouldn't be a big factor. Actually, no, they're dealing some damage to the Warden. Yeah, they switched over to the Warden. Remember, Headhunters do target the heroes. So once the Warden got put in, they did deal some damage to him, and he is still low in health as the healers haven't swapped over to help him out yet.
Overgrowth spell in the middle of the base. The oh-so common Overgrowth to help the Root Riders out. That's the only one that he brought, though. No secondary Overgrowth, and he decides to use it early, not delaying it either. So once that Overgrowth expires, he just has to brute force his way through the entire base. Remember, this is all or nothing. 99% is not good enough. He needs 3 stars for his team to stay in this tournament. The Root Riders are moving through the right side of the base, and now the Overgrowth spell expires, and a whole lot of damage is about to hit him.
We're talking about the difference of thousands of dollars here for Dizzy. They already have the golden ticket. They're playing for pride. They're playing for the money. If they can get to the grand final, they have a chance at the grand prize of $15,000 here in our monthly qualifier. Only Bads, they're playing for the golden ticket along with the prize money, so they are hoping for a defense. It's all on the line. It's all coming down to this moment. Rocket Spears in on the Town Hall. Here come the Root Riders surging around the left side of this base, but look at that final compartment, Lexnos. It is tough. Ricochet Cannon, multi-Archer Tower, multi-Inferno, and the Crusher Mortar still stand.
A lot of heavy hitting defenses, and without any spell support whatsoever, no more hero abilities remain. Everything goes down. Only Bads get another defense. Their defenses just proved to be what carries them through these matches, and you can see all their player camps there. They are excited as they will be moving on to the grand finals, and we still have a solid match on our hands to determine who is going to get the golden ticket, because it is not set in stone just yet.
Yeah, we could have had a decision already, but with Dizzy taking the loss here, they will be knocked out of our tournament, which means our grand final will be Elevate versus Only Bads. The winner will take home that golden ticket. But remember, Team Elevate do have the advantage since they have not lost. Only Bads will have to beat them twice. They will have to force a bracket reset. Any single win from Elevate in the grand final, and they will take home the golden ticket. Look at the performance here. Only Bads stepping up when they needed the most, and this one was really all or nothing war. Look at ND's attack, Ninja's attack, even Demos. They didn't have a 90%. It was 3-star or bust for them.
Just like we've seen in every previous war from Only Bads this weekend, they seem to be really consistent, staying at this 12-ish star mark, not normally hitting the 14 stars, but also not being down at 10 stars. They're really consistently hitting kind of 2 triples per war and just having solid defense that carries them so well that 12-star mark is more than good enough. We could take a look at the final bracket here as the lower bracket is completed. Only Bads win out the lower bracket, make their way into the grand finals, and you can see it up there. Elevate versus Only Bads will be our grand finals match. And remember, this is a true best of 2 or double elimination tournament, I should say, which means Elevate kind of have 2 lives in this grand finals.
As they have earned it, they worked their way right through that upper bracket with no issues. But now Only Bads, let's see if their defenses can carry them just a little bit further. They've been playing really, really well today. And man, this is going to be a great matchup. But remember, Elevate, they're coming off that perfect war. Our first perfect war on broadcast, Lexnos. They are going to be tough to take down. Also, they don't want to relive last month where they had the bracket reset and unfortunately lost. But let's go ahead and let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's check out the match MVP for Dizzy X Stamina versus Only Bads. And of course, Dima, 44% of the vote.
Dima is such a critical member of this team. He's been doing really well today, really helping to carry, and we have to assume that a lot of these bases that have been holding strong perhaps have been built by Dima. I think Ninja, the other main base builder for them, but such good performance from this team here today. So congratulations to Dima for the MVP performance, but man, am I really looking forward to these grand finals.
Yeah, it's gonna be so good. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna copy that toxic base with the all the defenses up top and the Tesla farm. That one looks so nasty, so intimidating. I don't think it's really been taken out. It's been close a few times, but once they get to that compartment, everything always gets melted, and that ultimately saved the war. I mean, it was a 97%, excuse me, against Eddie Brock's base attack there. Which, I mean, if they 3-star that, Dizzy win that war. So that base has really kind of came in clutch throughout the whole weekend.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see that base even yet again here in the grand finals versus Elevate.
Yeah, but don't go anywhere, guys. We have our grand finals coming up where we will crown our 3rd golden ticket winner. We're going to check out some replays, set the table. We'll be right back.
What a performance from Onlybads, getting the victory there. And, well, I'm just mind blown at how they are able to grind out those victories every single time. Obviously, we have myself and Itsu to share our thoughts, but we also have a special guest lined up in that of Marinol. Let's see when he will be joining us. I think he's pretty much ready to go. Marinol, welcome.
Yeah,
Marinol.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing fine. I am also streaming the finals, and it was a very close war. Onlybads played very well with their bases most of the time. They are defending very, very well in this competition.
Absolutely. We've seen their defenses holding up against... Yeah.
Yeah, and now
Go ahead, sorry.
I also think it will be a test for Onlybads against Elevate, who is the best attacking team in the tournament. Looking forward to see the finals.
Yes, I was just about to ask you about the grand finals. In fact, with Elevate waiting in the wings, I know you've been live streaming the entire monthly finals as well, but that match and Onlybads aside, is there anything you have particularly enjoyed? Any of the matches or teams from what we've seen so far?
Yeah, I think Elevate, our Brazilian team, is playing very well. They lost the last qualifier at the finals, and me and my community are looking forward for the finals, and I hope Elevate can perform very well. Also was a little surprise, Onlybads. I like the way they play the competition. They took very strong teams. They won twice against Tribe Gaming, which is a very difficult thing to do. I was a pro player also, and I had a lot of trouble against Tribe Gaming, so I know it is very difficult to win against them. So also Onlybads will be a very tough opponent for Elevate at the finals.
And this was actually as well the first qualifier now with the new defenses, the seasonal defenses. We have seen, I think, mostly or pretty much only the Crushing Mortar and as well the Hog Tower. What is your take on that and how you experienced this in your stream?
Yeah, I think because of the meta or with the Hog Riders, Crusher Mortar is the best for this time, like if you do some random base, Crusher Mortar will be very good to use. But if you do a specific base, like only Bads did some of this base against Tribe Gaming with the Hook Tower can be very effective. So for most of the bases, Crusher Mortar will be better, but Hook Tower also has its quality, because if you do a good base with the Hook Tower, you can win some wars.
Yeah, higher risk, higher reward, I feel. One thing I did want to ask your opinion on is the recently announced balance changes, which we should be seeing coming into effect in the near future. Obviously, we had a pretty big change with the Eternal Tome previously with the last update, but in terms of the troops that are getting buffs, are there any that stand out to you with these upcoming balance changes?
Yeah, I think Super Bowlers maybe because they got a huge buff with HP and also damage, and Super Bowlers goes very well with the log launcher, and also with this nerf on the walls, maybe the log launcher can be more effective. So since Super Bowlers and log launcher are a very good strategy that was used once, also in a professional competition, I think Super Bowlers can be used again. At some bases, I think Hog Riders will still dominate, but you have this option to use Super Bowlers like some players use Super Yeti at some bases today.
Hearing you, listening to you talking about the Super Bowlers, this makes me quite excited. I mean, I always enjoyed the Super Bowlers, already back in other town levels, so looking forward to that for sure. But we're getting closer to the final match now, so my question would be for you, who do you think is going to make it? Even though I feel like you already talked about it, you and your community are cheering for Elevate. Do you think as well that are going to make it?
Yeah, I think our team are very prepared to win this time. Last time they lost. By the way, we never won a monthly qualifier. All the times that we went to the finals, to the Worlds, we qualified through other ways, never winning a monthly final. I hope it is this time that Elevate can win.
Yeah, that's an interesting point in terms of the different teams that have kind of been signed over the years. But I wish them the very best of luck. Thank you so much for joining us, Marinol. Obviously, people can check out your live stream on YouTube as well, and they can see your Twitter or X handle underneath your name there as well. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Judo.
Well, there we go. He did get a quick thank you in there. I'm not sure if he got swiped off the screen too quickly. But anyways, an interesting interview. Sounds like you are pretty excited about the Super Bowlers. I'm personally looking more forward to the throwers. But I'd also be interested to see what Lexnos and Bash think about the upcoming balance changes. So there we go. Let's bring him back in. Lexnos, let's start with yourself. Anything that stands out to you with the upcoming balance changes?
Nothing in particular. I think they're all solid changes, going to help some of the troops that are kind of underutilized maybe be utilized a little bit more. I would still like to see, additional stuff, more variety in the future. Maybe we just got to wait for the next round of seasonal defenses and really see something that's going to shake up the meta. What about you, Bash?
Me personally, I mean, the thrower, I cosplayed as the thrower and wanted them to work so much, and they always got stuck on walls. So with the nerf to walls and the buff that they're getting, maybe. But I've personally already been playing with Super Hogs and having some decent success with them. So I think I'm going to personally lean into Super Hogs even more. A little bit of RC charge and a hero dive into Super Hogs. Been loving it so far.
Well, I know I mentioned the throwers, but one thing that I do like to try from time to time as well is the Warden charge into rocket loons. Balloons got a new level recently, healers are getting increased, and that's exactly what I wanted to break down in the Telestrator segment of this, because we've seen a beautiful example from Damien Dark in the last war. And as we start this one up, you can notice that typically you have an area of the base you want to try and use the Flame Flinger with, and there is this triple mortar set up on the right side. So he has to deal with that. 2 Yetis just placed on either mortar means that they can then bounce across and take the central mortar out after that. And with a couple of Barbarians, he's able to easily test for the Flame Flinger, any Tesla, and then shift his focus across to the left side of the base where we have the Warden, and again, some troops in order to support. But I do want to point out when it comes to the Fireball here, because obviously you will notice turning defenses invisible with the invisibility spells, but we have seen that little technique of using the Ice Block spell to keep your Warden in place. However, in this scenario, he doesn't really have to do that, because you will notice that there is the gold mine the Warden is locked onto, there's the gold storage, so he's not going to run around, and there's also not much damage on the Warden that he has to mitigate either. So he's able to get the Fireball onto the location he wants and basically carve out this section of the base, where now he just has to keep a little bit of an eye on things, play it safe, but notice that he sends in the Headhunters pretty quick towards the Barbarian King. And that's because of hard mode. You cannot slip up. You cannot allow your defending heroes to attack your heroes. This was called out during the stream by Lexnos, but then obviously a couple of balloons are used to pull the Warden in this right direction. And that is because now you notice the Skeleton Spell and the Queen being reinforced from the bottom right. What this means is he aims to then send the Warden and the Queen together up towards the center of the base after the Flame Flinger has worn off. And if we shift our focus back to the Flame Flinger, you notice that the Town Hall does outrange it. Obviously, Damien Dark was aware of this, but it is one thing that if you used to Flinger the Town Hall at previous Town Hall levels, you do have to be aware that the Town Hall 17 will outrange it. And at this point in the attack, he really has to adapt, and that's what I love about this approach as well. We've got the King at the top side of the base, waiting on the Royal Champion, and he doesn't send her in until this giant walks around and begins to tank for the Town Hall as well, because then he's got better chance of the RC not getting in range of this Monolith, and he plays it safe with the invisibility spells as well here, making sure that he can keep the Royal Champion alive, because if he can do that, he has a couple of spells to help out and 9 rocket balloons to reinforce to the top side of the base, and there's only really the Air Sweeper and Scattershot that cause him any issues. Once he can get in the dead zone of the Scattershot, he then has the Ricochet Cannon, which he can directly target, and in the end, I really just wanted to highlight an attack that was a bit different in the meta, took those risks, but if you are thinking about utilizing a Warden charge yourself, that's just hopefully a couple of techniques that can help you in getting the 3 stars, and it does obviously make sense to try and use the Flame Flinger alongside it as well. So hopefully you got a little bit of insight into setting that up, setting the Warden charge, and if you're risky enough in using in hard mode, then there's a couple of tricks up your sleeve there you can use as well, just making sure you have the correct timing of those spells. But I'm sure we can quickly go down the line before we get into the next war, but Itsu, I'm sure you appreciated that attack as well.
Yeah, I mean, I like to bring the Warden charge as well currently to legend attacks. It's just a lot of fun. And as you said, it takes a lot of multitasking as well, not just to keep everything alive, but as well keeping everything alive at the same time. This is really the challenging part, where you have the Warden charge all the time going on, and especially in hard mode, only one hero on your Warden is going to take him out in just a few seconds. But at the same time, you have your Flame Flinger going on, you have your other heroes trying to dive into the base, set up the pathing, set up the value, and then at the same time you have to look out for value with the rocket loons. And this is challenging, but it's a lot of fun as well if you're slowly learning the strategy, and we have seen it getting executed to perfection. So that was really enjoyable to watch for sure, Lexnos.
Indeed, a lot of moving parts, really cool strategy to see that a lot of people are not really using right now. So very awesome. Also one of the only attacks that not only tripled, but had swag troops left over as well, a handful of rocket balloons that he didn't even need.
Yeah, who doesn't love swag? I mean, that's always the big thing there. And it's always kind of refreshing to switch it up a little bit. I know we're in a heavy Root Rider meta, but it's so hard to like kind of get away from that and take that risk. But we saw it work out really nicely there. So beautiful telestration. Unfortunately, didn't work out for them in the end, but it was a nice attack.
Yeah, we had to break that one down because it was so well executed and, like I said, different. But as you mentioned, it didn't work out for them overall. It was only Bads that got the victory, and now we're into the grand finals. Elevate in the upper side of the bracket, so if they win this matchup, they will get the golden ticket. If only Bads wins, they will have to beat Elevate another time in order to get their golden ticket, Itsu.
There is a lot on the line for those two teams, and I mean, it's a rematch as well, but let's take a final time, or maybe a final time, to look at the lineups of those two teams. We have Elevate coming in with their lineup of Selenio, Bernal, Leo, Pato, and Max. I mean, they so far looked unstoppable. As we have mentioned, they already beat only Bats, and they were the only teams so far which were able to take their bases out. Question now is, can they do it again, or does only Bats have even more of those tricky bases up their sleeves?
Yes, that is the question, because even though they lost to Elevate, they did hold them down to 12 stars. And as much as, that's still a couple of 3 stars, especially in hard mode. But if the last war versus Dizzy Stamina is anything to go off, where Elevate puts up a perfect wall, it really shows the caliber of the bases by Only Bads, and that's why they are continuing to strive through these matches. And an interesting fact, every single one of Only Bads' matches across this weekend have finished 12 to 11 stars. The 3 they won by 12 to 11, and the one they lost to Elevate, they lost 11 to 12.
Well, the question is, can they repeat that again? But this time around, they are hopefully, maybe not hopefully, depending on if you're looking forward to a bracket reset and only Bats winning, then they have to be on the 12-star side for sure, because this seems to be the story of their matches. So really, everything coming down to that one. And as well, the one thing which I'm looking forward to, we have talked about the dedication and the preparation level of Elevate a lot. And they had now one match, like a 1-match break, which means if they were looking the breakdown of like our telestrator and everything, they can really easily bait those power side entries, and that would backfire a lot because that would result in 1 stars. And I feel like that's one of the reasons as well why all of us are picking Elevate, because I feel like they are in the winner position, depending on if they had time to adjust some traps. The question is again, if they would change traps on the fly, because they had not much time testing it then. But what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting point. As soon as you mentioned that a little while ago on the stream, that is exactly what I was thinking. However, I do think that, personally, my vote for Elevate was just that you can't exactly bet against them right now. I think they are the most consistent team. And I do love that you gave the shout out of the amount of time that these teams have put in, because clearly you can see the amount of time Only Bads has put into the bases as well. And it is Demo to kick us off. He is going with Dragons for this one, so no Overgrowth. Interesting. Maybe they expected the traps to be baited and have now switched up their tactics altogether.
Yeah, going with a complete different approach than what we were expecting, at least. And the question is, did Elevate expect that as well? We have the far side Crusher, Mortar, but again, for Dragons, that's not as relevant, you want to say. He's really trying to force that Royal Champion into the core. But is she going to go? So many invis spells have to be utilized to trade that pathing.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Now he does get the haste file off, which means she's not going to go up to the Monolith, which I think he might have potentially wanted. Obviously, the Clan Castle was there, so the prediction in where she would have been standing surely he would have expected her to move back down towards the bottom here, but he's got a bit of a weird pathing set up for the Dragons. Obviously, you try to take the core down because then you can just send the Dragons right around the outside, but he hasn't really got clear pathing through the base setup as it stands.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this opening. It does not look the best, that's for sure, but let's hope that it's going to be enough of an opener to somehow get him that 3-star, because we're all hoping for a really close match to make it as exciting as possible. And he is all in now for that town hall side with those dragons. The Abahout is already gone. The king trying his best to push around the bottom side, but the town hall is left standing. And remember, he is rocking that dark crown equipment on that minion prince.
Yeah, you can see that getting charged up, but the Dark Orb gets pinged off to the side there. Itsu getting limited value. The Dragon's struggling through the center because there was a defending furnace, and he had to use the Warden ability early. I also think he expected those multi-target Infernos to go down. Does the Minion Prince and the Dark Crown carry here? Because Dragons are falling fast. Minion Prince will get the Town Hall, so he can breathe a little sigh of release because there was a 1-star potential incoming there. That seems to happen with only bads a lot, and then they get it, but I can't see him getting too much further with this one.
Yeah, you can see as well why I'm not a huge fan of this triple furnace clan cast in hard mode. One Inferno Tower alone is already taking down those pyramids. In the regular game, this will be a different story because the defenses are dealing less damage, so furnaces are just value-wise way weaker in hard mode because the splash is taking those pyramids out so quickly that they can't even jump into those buildings to deal the damage. And this is really then the struggle point, and why I'm not really sure why so many pros are really going for that, because I feel like even just 2 Rocket Loons would have gotten more than all 3 furnaces together. But either way, we're going to finish on an 82% 2-star, and I think Elevate are, depending on overall, seeing their earlier matches, are quite happy with that one.
Oh, they absolutely have to be happy with that, because it is not the percentage that would be required, especially when you're thinking grand final scenario. This is where Elevate fell short last month, so they will really be wanting that revenge this time to pull it off. We've got Max, who has just a flawless hit rate once it gets to these monthly finals. So let's see whether he can use his Root Riders, which variation of that he will use, and whether he can get an opening 3-star for Elevate.
That is the question. Max so far, as well as Pato, have done incredible over this qualifier. Can they continue with that performance? Max is going first like they have done many times, but they have already shared in an interview that it kind of depends on how quickly they can find their plans. And another attack where Max is going for the Warden Walk instead. Don't worry, he did not forget to bring the Fireball. This is just his style of using those Root Riders right now, because he is opting into not going for the Royal Champion charge, instead going for a Warden Walk, a quick one with typically 1 range, which is a spell investment of 2 spell slots. Compared to a Royal Champion charge, you need already 2 spell slots just for the recall of the for the Royal Champion. So that's the big difference maker.
What on earth? He managed to keep the Grand Warden invisible. Then the Headhunter went inside the invis spell. Healer swapped to the Headhunter to keep it alive a little bit, where the Grand Warden could then finish that off. So he managed to negotiate that area of the base very well. And you can notice just trying to use the Flame Flinger along that left side, had the Hog Rider to check for traps there as well. Nicely controlled so that the Flame Flinger can continue to do work across that area of the base.
Those tests at the bottom side, in combination with the Skeleton Traps, are delaying the funnel of the Archer Queen, which means the Root Riders, they will just get distracted a little bit when it comes down to the outside defenses, but still the Queen was quick enough to get them into that monolith as quickly as possible. This is now where all of the damage is. The same as that Barbarian King on the far right side, and he's already taking a lot of damage.
He is. He does have the Healing Tome on the Grand Warden. There we see it activated to try and boost those Root Riders back up. We do have the Barbarian King continuing to work on a couple of those defenses, with the Queen now joining in. That will now path the Root Riders into the core to the Town Hall, since that first overgrowth wears off. Should be able to take that down. A nice spiky ball value as well means he can continue this path through the middle.
And he has the second overgrowth waking up again, kind of in a weird flank position, especially the Fire Spitter is directly targeting at his troops. He still has that Archer Queen ability, and the Flame Flinger on the back end. Don't forget about that one, because that was alive over the entire attack and is releasing now 3 Yetis for this back end.
Beautiful invis spell there as well, not just to catch the royal champion, but all of the cloned archer queens, and that in fact helps them to take down the scatter shot. That could have been a genius spell usage, as we seen in the first attack Elevate had today. Is he going to get it? He sneaks a wizard behind the fire spitter down there, Itsu. So it is going to be a 3-star as he just sits back, relaxes, and puts Elevate in a commanding position.
I mean, we're back to Elevate match, and again, just the first attack leaves me speechless. This is just impressive to watch how they're handling their spells and abilities on the back end. I think this is why some of the attacks of other teams look not that optimal during the mid part, but the difference there might be for Elevate that they're just always able to turn things around, and that really puts them above most of the other teams. And only bats they need to answer now. We have Sean going in, and he's bringing that Root Rider attack strategy as well, and he's going to bring the Log Launcher with an additional golem to make that hero dive even stronger.
Yeah, we've seen that didn't pay off for him earlier on today, but obviously in their last matchup, he was able to get his first 3-star of this monthly final. Celebrated a little bit, but I think he's going to lose his royal champion here if he's not careful. She runs ahead, manages to keep her alive, but I thought the Crusher Motor was going to take her down with those giant bombs, though. The Rocket Spear has gone off and even recalls her. Doesn't want to lose her in the middle of the base. This is bad.
Ooh, okay, that was already a rough beginning, let's put it that way, but we have the king, we have the Log Launcher, and we have that queen at the top side. And how much value can they get? The Log Launcher aiming at that Inferno Tower, and as well the Merged Cannon in the second row, which are out of reach for his other heroes.
Well, at least the Log Launcher is actually working out a little bit better for him this time. Manages to get that Multi-Inferno. Will probably get the Ricochet Cannon with that last log, but it is again opened up, and in exactly the same spot as we seen last time. The defending Minion Prince just able to rip open the Log Launcher and the troops inside, shifting back across to the left-hand side of the base. That Royal Champion redeployed. At least he does get the Rocket Spear value, so good job he recalled her when he did. But he's just trying to push the percentage as high as possible at this point.
And take a look at that. This crushing mortar in the core raged up. All of his troops just quickly disappear. And just all of the damage at the bottom side. On top of that, there are no troops left at this stage. Only the king and the queen, while just the queen having the ability left. And Elevate, they're just looking unstoppable on defense right now. Exactly what brought Oni Betzinger into this finals, and it seems like they just cannot really get those 3-stars in.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes early on there, and I guess a little bit unfortunate with his RC diving towards the hero, but you've got to expect that as well when you are pushing into areas of the base like that. So you see the difference in terms of calm, executed attack from Max, and then fresh into the grand final scenario of only bads. You can't imagine the extra pressure it adds, and maybe that's what we're seeing here in this opening part of the war as well.
Yeah, he's trying to pick up as many percentage points as possible, but already based on the sort of Elevate, it's going to be tricky winning this match on percentage. They have to somehow clutch this in the 3-star way, and both of the first attacks of Only Bats did fall short. The Warden and the Queen are still trying to get some more value, while the Giant is getting the Expo down as well. And he's going to finish on still a solid percentage with 89%. Just the 3-star, that is missing.
Yeah, I feel like it climbed the percentage a lot higher than I expected as we seen the attack unfolding. Obviously, when there's a mistake with the RC dive, no matter what it is, even though he protected her, it definitely went south from what he expected. And that's where the earlier on in the attack the mistakes happen, the bigger consequence it can end up having. So he did a great job of pushing the percentage as high as he did to at least try and keep them in this matchup. But the way that Elevate have came out swinging today, they've had 6 attacks, they've had 6 3-stars. Let's see if they can make it a 7th.
That is the question. Can they get another 3-star in here with Pato? Another It's hard to tell and crazy to talk about, but like star player you want to say because his hit rate is just so high, even though his entire team is having such a high hit rate. He's just going to accept the damage of that Giga Bomb. He's not going to bring one of those Icebox spells, and this means the Fox is going down quite early.
Yeah, I think he could have got really good value there, especially absorbing the Town Hall damage should he have had one. But hey, we're not going to doubt Pato, like you said, because his hit rate is fantastic. Does set the funnel, which is, I'm sure, the main thing he would have been expecting. Overgrowth the Town Hall here so that he can slowly move around it and then redirect in towards it. And so far, I guess, even though he lost the Spirit Fox, he can't be too dissatisfied with this.
Yeah, but we have seen as well a lot of Valkyries getting spring-trapped away around this bottom side because this Town Hall entry is typically the one you would expect as a base builder. This is why we have seen many spring traps located around that area. So I think a lot of Valkyries are not left anymore, so damage might be missing if we have the Archer Queen not really targeting the right defenses. The Royal Champion is still getting rotated into a lot of damage. He needs to keep her alive because she's one of the main damage sources with this army.
Yeah, the Barbarian King just about got those defenses on the left side. I wonder if he decides to use the Archer Queen ability early if he feels he's running out of damage whilst he still has the tanking of the Root Riders. We see that Rocket Spear helping from the Royal Champion perspective, but once the Overgrowth wears off, we have that Crushing Mortar just blasting in towards his troops. Uses the freeze spell, and he's using the spells very well here. Still got the Queen ability, but things fading in the middle fast.
Yeah, the issue is that all of the healers are stuck on those Yetis at the bottom side. So if he can turn that around, that would be, again, so impressive. Because he did pretty much this attack without the healers over the entire left flank. Because they were stuck on those Yetis from the beginning, from the Siege Machine. The Queen with the action figure at the top, they're trying their best. And there's not much on the back end, but time is ticking.
Yeah, 30 seconds. He's got a couple of archers. Come on. If that Booger stays in range of the Tesla, he might just get that down. Archer Queen, she gets the expo. She ends up going down. Managed to get it, though, which will help to drive a little bit extra percentage. And I think, like you said, time is actually the main factor here. Believe it or not, he's got enough strength to get through this, but he's just not going to have the time. It will keep Elevate in the lead on not just stars, excels their percentage lead that little bit more as well.
Yeah, really solid percentage still, and I feel like just those Yetis, if the Yetis do not steal those healers and the healers are sticking with the Rage Gem of the Warden and all of those Root Riders, this attack could have been looking completely different, because even with this going the wrong way during that part around the Town Hall, he still just somehow managed to get a time fail in this one because power was there for sure. But this is now the opening for only bats, because they can now get hopefully a 3-star in for their side. And we have ND going in versus the base, which Max is running. We have the Royal Champion charge, we have the 2 Overgrowth. The question is he going to go from the far side or into the Town Hall with those Root Riders?
And did they adjust based on that information? ND has a 50% hit rate across the 4 wars, so he's had 2 3-stars out of those. And the 12-11 trend that we see from Only Bads still on paper is possible for them to win the war in that manner as well. With the RC dive now completed, we do see Itsu. It's from the far side, 2 Overgrowths. Are we going to see that on the Town Hall at the back end of the base on top of that?
The giant bombs, the traps. They might have actually adjusted the traps exactly for those entries. They have seen the attacks of Oni Betzinger and are trying to really counter them. The one thing I'm looking forward now is, do we see any like black mines and red mines? Okay, there's the first black mine. This might result in a really, really bad fail if he cannot make it to the town, because he has to face pretty much all of those traps in between of him and the town hall itself.
Used the Warden ability there. He's holding on to that last Overgrowth spell. Interesting to see where he uses it, because there's not a lot of like high damage defenses left now other than behind the Town Hall. We've still got the Queen ability and the RC ability, so Oh, he actually does go ahead and overgrowth the Town Hall as well, just to really add the excitement here, Itsu.
Oh my. Okay. This bottom compartment, there's another Giga Bomb in there. There might be even more traps located around it. No, it's just the Giga Bomb for now, but this means the Fox is gone. The Town Hall is still standing on this little island. There's one wall break. Is that going to be enough to get that Town Hall itself? The Queen right now is going for the perfect wall. That might save him. The Archer Queen going there. The Invis with the Royal Champion. Is that going to be enough though?
King will get onto the Royal Champion. Maybe she will still get it. No, she turns to the King, so she misses it. But as you said, the Queen fortunately went for the perfect wall for him to break in towards the Town Hall, and she can finish that off. Had she have broke into that other compartment, then he might have struggled to get this. I guess he had the rocket loon to try and send to the Town Hall, but with the greater range, he might not have even got it close enough. As it stands, though, Queen is still alive. She is taking the damage. Can that giant get out in front? And can she get through the multi-archer tower quick enough?
Oh, that would be still a really nice change. 14 seconds. The time is ticking. The booger, the one minion next to the base, it's actually going down. This means the time should be enough just because the one minion, or actually booger, is it going to be enough? One more, and there we go. It's the 3-star. Andy is getting that 3-star. Oh my, what a close attack, what a crazy opening. Going in from the far side, I was super afraid that he was running into so many traps early on. But it somehow turned out great, and Only Bats is back in the match.
Wow, we seen that from their match earlier today where Demo got that 3-star right at the last millisecond. And they've done it again there. Wow, I mean, the Archer Queen literally survived that multi-archer tower with the tiniest bit of health. Had she not of, could have been a different story. I guess you could say that across multiple aspects of that attack. But being able to hold his composure despite going into all of the traps, very, very impressive. But now we have Leo, who has been equally impressive for Elevate. And if he can get a 3-star, he just puts them right back in the lead.
But for that, they have to get those 3-stars first, because Only Bats are rerunning a lot of those bases, and they have been defending and defending and defending so far. So how is that going to work out for him? The Royal Champion not going for the tower. I'm not sure if that was the goal, or if he just tries to create this pathing and this opening for his push then from the bottom side. But I think, no, they're going as well from the far side. Okay, both teams are going all out now because there is no safety net for those attacks.
Real reverse psychology here. Let's go. Elevate just thinking we will play you at your own game. Maybe they expect it not to be trapped from this scenario. I don't know. There's so many different mind games. But with the Barbarian King and the Archer Queen at the top of the base, should be able to make short work of those defenses to keep the Root Riders moving in the middle. But look at the damage that's going on there. He took a lot of damage at the front. One of the Root Riders went down. The Valkyries were clinging on, but I think they've just about gone down there as well now.
Oh, and the Town Hall again with the overgrowth. I am getting nervous over here. I mean, I know how good those players are with controlling their troops, but still, whenever on the back end the Town Hall is getting overgrowth, it is just making me nervous. I mean, the Town Hall is going to give you not just that 2nd star, but as well potentially that 3rd star. And that is something he has to go for. Eternal Tome ability is there, and there is many troops still left standing, the same as the King ability and the Royal Champion ability.
I really like the timing with that Eternal Tome, because he didn't just use it as soon as the overgrowth wore off. He waited until the Crusher Mortar fired and then used it. But this is the issue, like you said, Itsu. We've got the RC in the middle with the Rocket Spear. He has to use the Spiky Ball early to try and push through the RC to the Town Hall. That is successful. Now she runs through. Can she get that Town Hall to try and give him the chance of the 3? If she gets that, which she does, maybe he's got enough for the bottom section of the base.
Oh, he's celebrating. Oh, okay, there's a lot of traps down here. But with that Archer Queen staying back, she's not going to catch any of those. But it is looking like the next 3-star. They are celebrating indeed. And I mean, Okay, both teams are now going with those crazy far side, town hall far side approaches. Judo. I mean, there needs to be just one mess up, and the entire match could shift into either direction.
It could, but which side would it be from? It's interesting that you said, oh, no, he's going from this far side, and then we see all of the traps, which obviously he would have gone into had he have gone into that side of the base. So just incredible mind games going on right now, but what that does mean is that Elevate retain their 1-star lead, and they are 22% ahead of Only Bads, and the score is 12-11 so far, or like on par for 12-11. We've had 2 3-stars from Elevate, 1 from Only Bads, and that is what it's been the entire time for Only Bads this monthly final.
Yeah, but there's still 4 more attacks to do. I'm not sure if we don't see another 3-star in at least one of those 4 attacks. But I guess we'll find out, because Dima is the next attacker, and he so far had an incredible run in this qualifier. Not just with his bases, but as well on offense. The Royal Champion charge to begin with is looking really solid. I mean, take a look at that, how much value he gets. He got right into the heart, into the core of this base, and he's not stopping there.
It's such a juicy RC dive, that. I mean, how do you even look to get your Royal Champion into the center like that? Just absolutely beautifully executed. I guess he could have, like, done that little bit, tiny bit better. Got the Royal Champion and the Spirit Fox out, but do you think he was waiting to, like, pull the CC or something alongside that?
I mean, maybe that was the sacrifice, and he was fine with that. Having the Ice Golems and everything already out nice and early is for sure something you could aim for, but again, it's hard to tell. Maybe he was looking for something different, we don't know, but either way, we have that push now. Looking good. He's as well, something which we see a lot of times, having the Queen getting pushed into that core after she initially funneled the corner, with using the King a little bit delayed. But those witches right now, they are not having the best time of their life versus the bomb tower, because one of them already went down.
Yep, Barbarian King fortunately has a lot of snakes up there to help protect. We've got the Town Hall Overgrowth. So now we have the Root Riders matching up to where the King is. And they can just hopefully move around the top side of the base here. He's still got the King and Queen ability, Freeze Spell, and multiple Super Barbs. So we'll probably see some of those Super Barbs across to the gold mines on the right side, just to try and, you know, get rid of those non-defensive buildings a bit quicker, so his Root Riders can actually focus on the center alongside his heroes.
Yeah, and we see again, out of those black mines and everything around that town hall area, he already caught 2 of them. There is another one, this time around hitting Sneezy, so that pet is as well going down. There goes a nice freeze, keeping everything safe for now. The King ability can simply utilize on that back end with the spiky ball, hitting everything. He should be good to go, because 30 seconds is enough time, or should be enough time, to finish this base. The Grenade Trap and the Giant Bombs are not going to be enough to stop him, because there is a huge army behind his King, and that's another 3-star. We said it, there's 4 more attacks, and it seems like we're going to see a ton more 3-stars in this match.
Of course, they have broken that trend, because these 2 teams really have been super impressive, and it feels like they have stepped up even more now that we're into the grand final stage. But Elevate have just been on another level so far. 15 stars in that opening matchup. Bernal had that attack where we thought it was just gone. There's no chance he gets this, and then somehow he did. Can he get another 3-star here to keep Elevate not just in the lead on percentage, but having that 1-star advantage too?
Oh no. Okay, the Fox finally is running into the Invis spell, but I mean, take a look at that. The Fox not having many hit points left anymore. He's trying to redirect, and it seems like the Fox and the Royal Champ did not go where he planned her to go, and this means he's starting right away. He's not losing any more hit points on the hero or on his pet.
Yeah, he obviously wanted the scatter shot down there. That's why he put the invis on the defenses in the first instance, but then decided to just bail out, keep the Spirit Fox as well. So let's see how important that ends up being. The Crusher Mortar Oh my goodness, because of those defending ice golems, it's just pounding on his Root Riders right now. I think he's lost a couple of them at the start of this attack, which is devastating, especially so early on. And the Royal Champion also right at the bottom of her hit points. He is looking just lost right now.
Oh, that would be a really, really tough thing. Take a look at that. The Pyromaniacs are jumping as well into the Warden. Troops are redirecting into the Town Hall, but there's just so much damage right behind.
Oh my
we have
god.
as well another Invis, but that's too late. The Royal Champion going down. This attack is not looking good whatsoever. Wait a second. He's not even close to the 50% mark so far.
Yeah, I feel like I'm keep watching his camera. I'm trying to look at the attack, but his reactions are very prevalent. Everything seems to be going wrong for him, and he's struggling to focus there in the middle of the attack. He's got the King and Queen ability, and he really just has to try and grind out as much percentage as he can. Focus on the non-defensive buildings to the outside of the base. Elevate had a 22% lead before this attack, and it is being eaten up right now due to the start we had from Banal.
This means that's exactly what we were talking about earlier, that anything can still happen. Just one attack not going the way, and that can be such a big deciding factor. He's trying to pick up more percentage on the back end, but this one attack could cost them this grand final match. It's still going to be a bracket reset because they have this second life in this matchup, but Only Bats have everything in their own hands now with their final attack, because if they 3-star, they should have the percentage lead.
Yes, they go into this final round of attacks in the lead due to this attack. Even if Banal, didn't 3-star but got a higher percentage, they would have kept the lead. However, at this stage, it is actually leapfrogging across to Only Bats. They don't have a massive lead. The percentage will still only be around about 6%, but it means should they 3-star in this next attack, they take the victory. Elevate cannot catch up.
Oh, so much pressure on that next attacker for Only Bats. I mean, that is a lot of pressure indeed, and he can decide everything with that last attacker. 3-star, and you can see it on the percentage already. There is no chance of coming back for Elevate. Ninja has everything in his own hands, which, I mean, let's see if he can handle the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, this is really tough as well, because he had one of those awful situations that we just seen Banal stuck in, but in the last war where he only got that 66%, and he's got to be able to mentally shift that apart in order to now spin it back. I mean, he's had multiple 3-stars even during this weekend, but he's got to set that attack aside from the previous war to really pull it out of the bag when it matters.
Okay, let's see how that's going to work. The Skeleton Trap is going to delay him quite a bit. He has to invest that Rage just to speed up the Warden a little bit, so he doesn't have to invest too many invisibility spells, because he wants to have the Warden being stuck after those defenses so he can turn everything invisible, and he gets the Fireball onto that Poison Tower, if that's the one target I would assume he's going for. Maybe there's something different. We will find out in just a second, because I don't think that he will have the Warden Walk keep going for too much longer.
Yeah, no, I think what...
Okay.
Wait a second. No, Crusher Motor. Let's just go for the center of the base. Oh my goodness. Didn't quite get the Clan Castle down there, and he's lost his Grand Warden as well. Itsu got the Fireball, but the other aspects didn't work.
And the Clan Castle, he did not get the Clan Castle with the Earthquakes. Or I think he could have gotten that down as well, right? With the if he would have hit the Earthquakes over there. But, okay, but... yeah, it's entering as well from the far side. Everything on the line. He's going full risk, because if this does not 3-star, I mean, to be honest, he could still go with the safer approach, but he just risked it all with this one attack. Clan Castle comes out. He does not have a poison, so this Furnace is going to be not fun to encounter.
Especially as, look, everything's grouping up right now into that multi-inferno compartment, meaning the Fire Mice can just get extra damage, especially in combination with the Ice Golem. He's got some hero abilities to be able to try and lock up that Town Hall, but remember, only Bads only have a 6% advantage right now. Ninja needs to get the 3-star to lock up the wall for them. If he does not, then Elevate can still take this.
Okay, the Town Hall is going down, so the 2nd star is secured. But still, he needs that 3-star for being 100% safe that they're going to win this match. He has 35 seconds and a lot of power with that Archqueen ability. But that multi-arch tower and as well the defending multi-inferno tower on the back end is not looking easy to get through whatsoever. Another giant bomb dealing a ton of damage to his Archer Queen clones. And with 20 seconds and more skeleton traps popping up, I am not sure if that's going to be enough.
No, that defending Royal Champion as well clung on with the tiniest bit of health and was devastating to his attacking Royal Champion. He's able to grind the percentage. You can see the frustration. However, you've got to think, only Bads had a 6% advantage before this attack. Even though Ninja didn't get the 3-star, what this means with a 96% is Elevate half to 3-star.
This is the good news right now for Ninja, because you can see with the percentage 73% on the Elevate side to the 93.4% on the only Bats side. And with one attack, you can only add 20% to your overall count. And well, with that, they cannot get further. They cannot really beat them on the percentage level anymore, which means they have to win on stars, and Elevate has to clutch it up. We have the final attack to Seleno. Everything lies in this one attack. If he 3-stars, Elevate is going to win that golden ticket. If he does not 3-star, we're going to go to round number 2, Elevate versus only Bats, because we're going to have a rematch.
Oh my goodness. We just talked about the pressure that Ninja must have felt. Now it flips across to Seleno, starting with the Warden charge. Does have the Angry Jelly on the Warden, just like what we've seen in the attack of Ninja, that early rage spell powering through the defenses on the perimeter. And what that means is the Warden can actually get to the defenses a little bit deeper into the base before the Angry Jelly effect wears off.
So this is the approach which Max has been using for quite a bit in his attacks, and he had great success with this attack strategy. And at the same time, it is the base which Bash would love to copy. I mean, that's the base with the Tesla farm and everything, and all of this damage at the top side. Can he take it out with this Warden walk? We have the Root Riders entering, we have the Siege Machine in there, the Valkyries are getting added as well, the Ice Golem to tank those defenses. Yep, he's going to catch that Archer Queen as well. Great timing on that. Now, it's all coming down to this backhand, which we have seen now many times.
Yes, so far so good for him, you've got to say. Timing of everything has been pretty impressive. We've got that wall break to try and punch the Archer Queen in, as you mentioned earlier on, using the King on the outside, Queen to funnel that little bit, and then join the Root Riders. Now we see another Ice Golem, which is beautiful to distract the Ricochet Cannon. Overgrowth does wear off, but everything is right in that location.
The Warden went down, and this means the Rage Gem is missing. This was one of the crucial reasons why so many attacks of Elevate were crushing in the end. Still, that Rage Gem was a game changer, but the Warden going down means he's missing the power. You can see he doesn't have many troops left at this point, and we have seen already more troops going down to that back end, and he is running low on those troops. He's trying his best to somehow recover, but it seems like it is going to be the bracket reset, or what do you think?
Oh, I think so. That invisibility spell wasn't catching the Royal Champion. He was trying to get just that tad greedy there to make sure he could protect them after they took the multi, but in doing so, missed the Royal Champion. And we've got to remember that this is that tough area at the back of the base. There's just no chance of getting through this now. Even with those couple of spells and the spiky ball, it's not going to be enough. So only Bads do get the victory on this one. Like you mentioned, forcing that bracket reset, meaning that Elevate beat them yesterday, Only Bads have beat them today, what happens in this next matchup? Because that determines the golden ticket.
That's right, the bracket reset. And now the question to you, do you think Only Bats is going to rerun that base in the second match against Elevate? I mean, it looks... it wasn't...
have to.
It has not been 3-starred like once over the entire weekend.
I mean, I feel you just have to run it again, right? I mean, they've ran it multiple times. Celino has had time throughout this entire war to practice or like think about how that attack is going to go down, and it still wasn't enough. It is 12 stars to 12 stars, and really the difference maker being that attack from Bernal with such a low percentage, allowing Only Bads back into it, and then they held it together and did what they needed to do to get this victory and force the bracket reset.
Yeah, if something goes wrong in that beginning, those attacks can go downhill so quickly, and this is exactly what we have seen from him. He tried to redirect his Royal Champion in the Royal Champion charge. It did not work out for him. He had to recall her early, and from that point on, everything was going downhill. The timing with the ice golems, with the crusher mortar as well, nothing really was in his favor. And well, this resulted in this really low percentage, which means it's the bracket reset. But it's the first time that Only Bads had a match with not an 11-12 result. This time around, it's even closer. It's 12-12.
Just that one extra star. But hey, it has shown each of their matchups. I feel like they haven't been able to have like that blowout victory, but they're just grinding out the success each and every time. So taking a look at the bracket here, we see their run through that bottom section, moving to the grand finals, winning on percentage. That is now where we see the bracket reset, because Elevate entered the grand finals from the upper side of the bracket. They had not lost a match. Meanwhile, Only Bads had lost a match earlier on to Elevate. That's why we have the reset.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just so crazy as well, because do you remember from the interview with Morinol, Elevate, or at least like the Brazilian players except Max, they have over all of those different years where they have participated in the World Championship, never ever won a qualifier. They have been already to the World Championship stage, but they've never made it through a qualifier. Is this curse going to repeat again? Because last month they were in the finals and they didn't make it. This month they were in the finals, and up to this one match, they were looking dominating. I mean, they were just crushing everyone. And now in the grand finals again, they are somehow losing. But I think we should take a look as well at who was the MVP for this match. And it's again Dima. I mean, he is crushing it right now with his attacks and with his bases. And well, that second match is going to be scary for Elevate.
Who else could it have been other than Dima? I feel he truly has been their MVP this weekend. He has been so consistent, and like we've mentioned on the base building perspective, it's one of those things that you also, I wonder how central to the team he is. I can see him being one of the core motivational members within the team as well if things aren't quite going well, because he is one of their players that just has tons of experience at this level as well.
Yeah, and not just he is really good at those base building for pro matches, but as well he has built a lot of bases for Legends, for example. So he's overall really solid base builder. And yeah, I mean, you can really tell that the other teams are struggling versus his, and obviously Ninja layouts as well, and having a rough time, especially with this one base. I mean, I'm still wondering if in the second match, because I think we're going to see it again, if anyone can crack it.
Well, that will be the question. That is what we will have coming up. Only Bads and Elevate, the rematch of the grand finals, to see whether Only Bads can actually pull this off. I think everyone was expecting Elevate at the start there, and Only Bads giving the upset. They do seem to be the underdogs, but they seem to thrive under that pressure. One more match and they get their golden ticket. We will be finding out if they can do that after this short break. Well. Here we are at the bracket reset. Elevate in the same position they were last month. Only Bads looking to snatch the victory. We welcome back Lexnos and Clash Battering. Lexnos, starting out, what did you make of that matchup?
It's just insane. I'll have to keep saying it. These bases from Only Bads, they seem to be indestructible. Even a team like Elevate, who we've been mentioning before, is one of the teams that is just actually super consistent at hitting 13 stars, just not quite able to do it against these Only Bads bases.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely tough. You could see the frustration from Bernal. He was really unable to kind of focus throughout his whole attack. You saw he's just reacting and the camera was just all over the place. But I think if Elevate are going to win this one, they need to dial things back in here. It's going to be a tough, tall task against these Only Bads bases who, I mean, it's that one base. How do you even beat that base? It's impossible.
Yeah, it does seem super difficult. It reminds me of there's like a common legend base where there's the Rage Tower compartment on the outside and all of the traps and then an Invis Tower in the center. And it's very similar in that you have that one stacked area, which just feels so difficult to crack. I hate to put you on the spot, Itsu, but being a base builder yourself, what do you think about that setup and why do you think it is so effective?
I mean, I feel like it works especially well because you have those two really like multiple different damage zones, and especially the stacked one at the top side, which Bash likes so much. And then you have this tower part where people like to enter into, where then typically the traps are, which are forcing abilities in general for those heroes. So you can't really overpower them in the back anymore. That's the overall concept there from the base setup. But I mean, we don't know the traps exactly, so we don't know what exactly makes this specific base and this specific setup so special. But I mean, it's working. That's the important part over here, right, Dex?
Yeah, indeed. This base is working really well. And Bash, you got a chance to look at a lot of the important attacks of this matchup and hoping that you can kind of show us through one of them and see what stood out to you the most.
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to I think we already highlighted Dima a little bit earlier in the day, but I mean, his attack was so convincing and it felt like it was like kind of like that nail in the heart for Elevate when this attack came up, because it was just such a convincing 3-star, and then after that they weren't really able to recover. So it's nothing like crazy or different or anything like that. It's just the way he set this up. And I think Judo was kind of talking about it with Itsu as they're casting there. He's able just to cut such a funnel on this base and create such a great path. He's essentially going to take out that whole section of the base here with the World Champion. So he continues just to surge right up the middle of the base, even further and further, and getting out all of these defenses. I believe he even gets one of these ricochet cannons here as he works through. That allows him to set up the pathing. Yeah, there we go, that ricochet cannon getting ready to go down here. That allows him to set up the pathing to just wrap completely around the base, and that's what we're seeing with these Root Rider attacks. But I think this is just the big key to success here. He's got this whole section of the base. This is all eliminated. Doesn't have to worry about it. There's no defenses in there. Root Riders are a defensive troop. They're going to target those defenses. So he's able to just work those Root Riders in and around and be patient and go to that town hall, cutting in the pathing, the funneling as he needs it. Does have the one overgrowth spell in here as he needs it as well. It was just a really well executed attack. I mean, we've seen Root Rider attacks. It's not like this is any special kind of Root Rider attack. I think this was just so fundamentally well done. Along with that funnel he created with the World Champion, he cuts it off with the King. And it's almost like the old school hybrid attacks where you create that alleyway. And when you create that alleyway, everything's together. And these healers are just healing everything up and allowing everything to stay alive. I think this was the attack that kind of shifted the momentum over to Only Bads. It got a really good 3-star after the 3-star for ND. And really, I mean, Elevate weren't able to recover. Now with this, we're going to see a lot of tough bases for Only Bads, and Elevate's going to have to recover, but Dima has been playing so well today, so I definitely wanted to highlight just what he's doing with these Root Rider attacks. Again, nothing crazy, nothing out of the ordinary here, but again, even up until this last moment, everything's pretty together. Now they're going to start dispersing, but by this point, I mean, 75% of the base is gone. He's still got the King ability here. He's got the Queen with the giant in there. The base is pretty much done. Like, I don't think there's any ever any doubt about this one being a 3-star. Time was good on it. Everything was so well executed. I felt like this was just a fundamental hard mode Root Rider attack, and you can see the sigh of relief there, but also dial it back in. Don't get too emotional because he knows how Clash of Clans esports can be. So just a really well-performed war from Dima and the Only Bad squad. But now it all comes down to this as we reset things and we go back into the grand finals here for a bracket reset. Only Bads, Elevate. Could we see the unthinkable? Could we see Elevate not only get forced to bracket reset, but lose a bracket reset 2 months in a row? That would be unheard of, Judo.
I mean, it would be super unfortunate, let's put it that way. But maybe it is just this moment in the competition, you know, there's so much more pressure as you move through it. And that's where a lot of the time when it comes to predictions, you actually end up going with the teams that have had deep runs in competitions as well, even if stat-wise they might not be performing at the same level in that moment. In terms of predictions, I guess we can very briefly mention it. We might pick it up again later. I'm actually going to go with Only Bads for this one. Even though I went with Elevate for the last one, I picked Elevate twice over in the last qualifiers, and it didn't pay off for me. Dizzy Group ending up getting that. I didn't pick Only Bads in that last one. And, you know, it didn't work out for me there. But I think we'll go to a quick video and then I'll get your thoughts, and you guys can have a little bit of a think and see if anyone's going to back me up with Only Bads.
So it's either Dima who roasts others, or it's us who roast him together.
I guess it have to be me, since I am the captain, but I try to be not so rude.
We all joke a lot and roast each other in the voice chat, but I do think Fluxy is definitely the biggest one.
So we have a player, he used to play on a team called Time to Throw, so I think it's fitting that it could be him, and we know who it is, so I won't say his name out.
Friendly Wars, the guy who trolls the most might be me actually, because I struggle to take seriously things when there's nothing at stake.
Patolino has consistently had the best attacks on our team and the highest hit rate, and so I think he'll continue to perform well this weekend.
I think Darkstar is definitely the best in our team, and it's very clutch, especially when the things are not going our way.
It's gotta be Demo. This guy doesn't sleep. He's probably slept like 2 hours in the last 2 days, so yeah, I would say him.
Definitely Simon. You have big issue of sleep when the stage 3 is coming, because yeah, I don't know, he think about a lot of things and then he can't sleep anymore.
It's always fun listening to those little videos in between. But just prior to that, I had mentioned the predictions. Wanted to just get that discussion going because, like I mentioned, I'm going to go with Only Bads for this one. Itsu, how about yourself?
I mean, I was about to just play it easy, I guess, and go with the same prediction as you're going and just secure the overall win when it comes to predictions. That's boring. No, I mean, I don't believe in curses, so I don't believe in the curse that Elevate can't win a qualifier, and I think it's their month. They are going to win this, and they're going to claim this golden ticket. So that's why I'm going with Elevate. What about you, Lexnos?
It is interesting to see that Elevate have lost, like 3 grand finals matches in a row now, if we count last month. So hopefully this last one is going to be the one for them. That's the way I'm predicting, at least, but we'll see if that's how it turns out.
Yeah, there's no way they can lose 2 bracket resets in a row. There's no way this happens. The way they've been playing earlier, I think after that attack from Dima, it kind of shook him a little bit. Bernal's attack went a little bit sideways and kind of threw him off. And they kind of lost focus. I definitely don't see them doing that again. I see them dialing it back in and getting things right. But then again, I mean, I think I've gotten one prediction right today, so I wouldn't listen to anything I have to say.
Just put it on the screen, just so you could see Bash.
Oh, yeah. They had to rub it in. They're like, Bash was all right yesterday, but don't listen to that guy today.
Yeah, well, I mean, as you can see, that's the only chance I have of catching Itsu up, though, right? If I don't pick the opposite team, then I don't have a chance. But hey, I mean, like you said, when it comes to Elevate, like, surely this is the one. Surely. It's that whole thing of like, okay, this is the one. This is the one they will win. But I guess we will be finding out in just 3 minutes. It will be myself and Bash that have the pleasure of casting this one. So thank you so much, Itsu and Lexnos. We'll obviously hear from you afterwards. But let's dive in, Bash. Only Bads, Elevate. This is, as you put it earlier on in the stream, the final of finals. This is it.
After the final, with the finals, and then there's another final. No, this is it, guys. This is our final matchup of the day. Winner takes all. Winner will get the golden ticket and $15,000. I mean, that's a hefty chunk of change. I mean, we know the teams by now. We've seen them. We just saw them playing. Let's take a look at the hit rates. I mean, this Only Bad squad, they got to be feeling good. Dima is playing on a great level. ND's been really good today. And then like you throw in like Sean finally getting a 3-star today. Demo getting in there. Like any of these players can 3-star at any given moment.
Yeah, Demo getting that 3-star today, I think was huge because I mentioned it when the stream started today. He was the only player that didn't have a 3-star on the board so far. And I even said if he stepped up scenario, then it could transform things for their team. He got the 3-star in the war earlier today when it really mattered. And then, like you said, Sean getting one as well. It feels like they just keep grinding out those victories. I know I said it earlier, but there's something to be said where when the wars are super tight and they're difficult, if you can still grind out that victory, that can sometimes be more impressive than if you're just like miles ahead and continuing to maintain that lead.
Yeah, and it felt like their opponents, Elevate, had all the momentum coming into that last matchup. There's just that one moment in the war where it all shifted. As we take a look at them, we know, you guys know. But one interesting stat here, I mean, if you saw Bernal struggle in that last war, and as far as hit rates go, he's definitely the lowest on the squad. However, you got like Max and Pato putting up crazy numbers, Leo putting up crazy numbers, and then the closer, Celino. I mean, with Max, you're almost guaranteed a triple out of the gate. I don't know that he's missed. I think he missed once out of our 2 monthly qualifiers that we've seen them on so far. So you got to feel really good about what you're doing here. I don't even think he missed once, to be honest.
I don't think he has. I think he has, in terms of these monthly finals, I think he has a perfect hit rate so far. But I was actually just thinking that in my mind with like Max and Pato, they tend to go out first. We heard from Max in the interview that he said that, right? So they go out first and they tend to triple. That could really trip them up in this scenario should one of them go out and not get the 3-star. That could really put a spanner in the works. But looking at the audience prediction, I believe earlier on today, like Only Bads' predictions were down at like 10%. Now they're gradually climbing. Teams are getting to see them get those victories and starting to believe as well.
Yeah, but it's like there's no way like it could happen again, right? Like for me, that's where I'm at. I think your reasoning is very valid with Only Bads, and my pick is no hate against Only Bads. I have nothing but respect for what they've been doing, but there's no way Elevate loses here, right? Max is gonna start us off. No big surprise there. He does have the Angry Jelly on the Warden to start this one off, and like you mentioned, if he did somehow miss, that would be a devastating blow, but he's got his signature roots. He should be fine.
Yeah, and again, we talk about the bases, right? But like this is a base that we've seen previously as well from Only Bads. But it's always that thing of, even though there's 24-hour cooldowns in between bases, you can freely switch the traps around. And even in between wars, Only Bads can go ahead and swap traps around if they think they can then outsmart their opponents by doing so.
I went through and I looked through my notes as I was trying to do there, and yeah, Max has 0 misses throughout the last 2 months, and almost every single time except for I think 1 or 2 wars, he's gone first. So getting that attack out of the way and getting a 3-star on the board, it would be huge here, but it's all about the momentum here. Does have that flinger down there at the bottom working, and it looks pretty safe. Roots are going to cut across the top of the base. Does have 2 overgrowth, so he can just get rid of a lot of that damage in the middle. Here comes that first overgrowth, and the poison in on the furnace.
Yeah, I love how, like, just the dexterity that Max has of his fingers, like claw playing Clash of Clans down there. It's super impressive to watch. And some of the like non-characteristic things we normally see, like the early invisibility spell there to protect his troops and the headhunter moving into the defending hero, does catch the tornado trap up top though, Bash, and he's in a lot of trouble right now.
Yeah, it's definitely not going 100% to plan. King's still working there though, getting down the expo. Now going over to the scatter shot, getting the Gigabomb down. Monolith's gonna go down. Town Hall is taking some damage here. The Flinger's gonna continue to work down towards the bottom side of the base, but with only a couple roots. Okay, the roots are gonna come back and open this up for the Queen to get towards that Town Hall.
Yeah, he's got a couple of Root Riders and he needs them to stick out in front. He's still got an Ice Golem as well, so he really needs to hold that Queen ability for as long as possible. Disaster averted a little bit here, but he still does have the Crusher Mortar, which is now just blasting into the Root Riders in the center. When does he use that Queen ability? He's obviously trying to hold on to it for as long as possible. If the King can take down that Flame Fire Spitter, then he's not going to be taking as much damage on all of the Queens. Queens do reach across, get the Crusher Mortar. King is still there. Max, with that hit rate, it doesn't matter if he runs into questionable situations. He is good. You can see on his face, actually, that I think that was a lot closer than things normally are.
Oh yeah, I don't think he felt that was going well at all, but the patience on that Queen ability was huge, and it's gonna be our first 3-star for the war, and Max gets the triple for Elevate. They get the early lead, but man, look at the stress on his face. Normally the play is to immediately put his glasses back on, give us a nice little smile, but it's all focus here. It's all intensity. He knows he has to be there for his team, for his squad, but Max did his job. He got the 3-star, and that's what Elevate needs to start this war.
Sometimes you can really like feel the emotion and you feel for them in the camera, right? Like, I really felt like he was handling the pressure like okay, but you could see it on him as well in the middle of that attack where things weren't as smooth as usual. The Royal Champion just ended up by the Town Hall by herself, unprotected, but the 3-star is the 3. We have Sean opening up for Only Bads at this point, and this is I think this is the exact same base he attacked last time where the Royal Champion got pulled into the middle by the Minion Prince. Let's see if he's able to control it this time around.
It's one of those little awkward situations where you play the bracket reset. You probably are going to see some of the same bases. I mean, Only Pads, we've seen similar bases like throughout the whole tournament for them because their defense is so strong. So that's going to be kind of one of those factors that play in here. Can the bases get cracked for either team? Long Lunch is going to come in, take out the multi-inferno, and here come the King and Queen up into the top, into that expo compartment.
I'm still not convinced that's like good. Oh, let's see. Now, this time around, he turns the buildings invisible. There we go. I was going to say, I'm still not convinced that gives him the value that he wants, but with the buildings invisible, he can get the Super Yeti into the center of the base. Doesn't quite take out as much as I think maybe he was expecting, but it is certainly a lot better. We can see his thought process from last war. Barbarian King and the Spiky Ball gets a bit more damage, but that will go down. He's already used the Queen ability, holding onto the Warden ability though for as he gets closer to the Town Hall.
Yeah, it's one of those situations like you gotta hold it, but you can't hold it too long because then you take too much damage. There goes the Warden's ability, now finally popping off. Sean did get that 89% in the last war, so he wasn't too far off. Maybe that one adjustment might be enough. Queen in there, though, she is kind of low on health, and with that Ricochet cannon coming back up, he does use the invisibility. She took a couple pop shots from the Ricochet cannon, but a couple more, and she's going to be taken out. There goes the Queen. She's down.
Yeah, it was enough to help her through the gold storage, but not through that Ricochet cannon. Not even the Sneezy can take it out. And now the Battle Builder just repairing that Ricochet cannon. Meanwhile, it can blast onto the Root Rider and Royal Champion as she moves through. Does use the Rocket Spear as a last-ditched attempt to get through this base. But as the Root Riders fall, it is all about cleanup at this point.
And it's not going to be enough in there for sure. But how much percentage points can he get? It's always a percentage game, and that's what we saw in the last war, is the percent shifted in Only Bad's favor. Sean definitely showing some frustration. It's definitely tough when you play against the same base, and then you have almost the same result, if not a worse result here. He had 89%. Let's see if he can get a little bit higher than that. Yeah, it's actually going to be right about the same. I don't think the Archer's going to get the hero haul, but that Minion will get the army camp. Oh, he might get 1%, 2% more, maybe even 3% more. So a little bit of an improvement, but you definitely was hoping for a better result than that.
Yeah, absolutely. As things were panning out there, we were like, oh, actually, there's that building he can get as well. Oh, actually, there's the camp at the bottom. But anyways, it is not the 3-star. It's 92%. So as you said, a little bit of an increase than what he got in the first matchup. But starting out exactly as we did, actually. It was the 3-star from Elevate, the 2-star from Only Bads. Oof. Definitely a good start for Elevate, but they, you know, what are they feeling at this point? Is it like, are they feeling deja vu? Are they trying to just keep in the same moment? They've got to be happy with the start, but it's certainly, they just got to keep their head in the game, I guess.
Yeah, I think they have to just keep focus this war. They can't lose focus. I think there was that big moment when Bernal, when the attacks were going sideways for Bernal, where he was just like reacting on the camera, looking up, not paying attention to his device. I think they can't have that. Bernal's got to keep his emotions in check if something does go sideways. We know Pato can keep his emotions in check. One of the better hit rate players in all of Clash of Clans. Let's see if he can match Max's 3-star and really give Elevate a lead here.
You notice a couple of Tesla he had to deal with initially, then running into some giant bombs. That means the Spirit Fox is going to take some level of damage here, but where is he committing? Decides to be very preservative with the invisibility spells to keep that Spirit Fox alive. Sometimes you can use just one invisibility spell in between Spirit Fox rotations, but if you want to make sure she doesn't take damage, you just use 2. And after this one, there we see the recall. We've got that funnel set. Very nicely done so far.
Partial CC pool there, Headhunter, Archer, and 1 Ice Golem. Likely another Ice Golem and a Furnace still to be coming out of that Clan Castle as he makes his way into the middle. But he can actually deal with that by pre-poisoning it and knowing that there's most of the Clan Castle out and you know that there's only bigger troops than Ice Golems remaining. But here he goes. Queen is working through the outside. See what she's going to be able to do, if she's going to be able to cut back into the middle. Actually, the Root Rider is going to go to the outside. Keep an eye on that Crusher Mortar. There goes the Warden ability to protect all those troops, and the Queen actually goes to ability as well.
Yeah, and this is a tricky spot. He has the Overgrowth. I'm just waiting to see where he uses that because he's got quite a wide path of defenses right now. You have those ones with the Town Hall, but then that thick area where most of his Root Riders are, so he can't really get ideal healing through this section of the base. He manages to get through that left side compartment. Now everything honing in on the Town Hall at the center, but this is going to be tricky now moving past this because he's lost a lot of the troops in the middle.
Lost the healers also. It was very uncharacteristic on that play there. Like you mentioned, he kind of had like that wide spread of troops. Pushing the Queen to the outside, I understand why he started her up there to get the funnel and set the pathing. But this is looking like it's going to be in danger of being another low percent attack. Oh man, they can't afford too many mistakes in this war. Now you leave yourself open to Only Bads to come back and potentially take a lead after this one's just going to be a huge miscue.
Yeah, especially not from Pato as well, one of their big swingers. He really kind of, like you said, just didn't have things ideal through the middle of the base, but then even in the end, when he was using his spells, I feel like it was just not ideal timing, like the RC going down there, not quite getting all of the Rocket Spear shots off. So this is going to be, well, a very low percentage when it comes to Elevate's side of things. And this is where now Only Bads, who do they put up in this scenario? Is it Demo again, who tends to go quite early on in the match? If they can lock in a 3-star here, then again, they can take the war into their hands and maybe just really continue to drive the pressure on Elevate. As good as they are, it's very hard to get past that mental block if, you know, you're failing and losing wars in this scenario time and time again.
Was very awkward on the approach there, man. I'm still really confused by the decision to push the Queen or keep the Queen on the outside and no effort to push her back inside. Also, the early ability, I get the early ability there, but man, just a really unconventional approach and kind of uncharacteristic of what Elevate have been doing here. But with 81%, they were up by 8% after the first volley of attacks. If we can see a triple from Demo, I mean, this war completely shifts and Elevate are behind.
Yeah, I kind of feel like maybe Pato wanted to overgrow the Town Hall in that scenario, but then like didn't because of the pressure and the situation that things are, because he did just have that super wide area of defenses. But like you said, let's see whether Demo can switch things up. He has. moved to the dragons, seemingly, for these matches versus Elevate. And we see that invisibility spell redirecting the RC right in towards the Fire Spitter. Does get one shot off from the Crusher Motor, but that's not the end of the world when it comes to the Spirit Fox. Now another invis, pushing her to the middle. Still got 5 of them left to use.
Go ahead and Quake, loosen things up just a little bit here. Poison will slow down the attack rate for just a moment, but he's going to keep the invises flowing here. Still 3 more invises, and there goes the haste vial to go ahead and speed her up through that Crusher Mortar, trying to push her in towards the Monolith, it felt like, but she's going to go down to the Fire Spitter. Let's see if she walks back over there, but he's out of invises. I don't know that she's going to have enough in the tank here. Oh, yeah, she's going to get taken out before he gets the Monolith down. Now he's got a pretty wide approach for these dragons.
It's so strange because, like, this is the exact base he attacked in the last war, and I still don't like the plan. Like,
no.
I don't understand the funnel that he set up for the dragons here. And I mean, you can see them moving to the town hall, but with the Monolith and the 2 multi-target Infernos, I just feel like he's risking hoping he has enough damage towards the back end of the base. And with the invisibility spells, I think he could have better placed one of them to even get the Monolith in the end. Let's see what happens this time around. He had the Minion Prince and the Dark Crown really carry for him last time in order to get the Town Hall. I will say the Dark Orb is a lot better this time around because last time it didn't get him too much value. So let's see whether that's enough to get him a higher percentage. Does the Minion Prince even go for the Town Hall this time? Yes, it does. But as you can see, Dragon's just fading in the middle again.
That's usually what happens with the dragons. They just sustain and they just get taken out there. Does have the king working on the bottom, but the king's getting ready to get taken out by that Expo. The fire spirits are in there trying to work. The Minion Prince is doing a really great job here, but he's going to get in range of the air defense soon. The boogers are out and tanking. Now the air defense is going to take him out. The Warden goes down as well. The king is... Oh, wait, the king held on here.
The king held on, yeah. Those fire mites literally took out the Expo in the final moment. So the king has, like, it has no health right now. Royal Champion might... No, it's Royal Champion's going after the Frost Mite.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, there goes the king down. I was going to say, like, if the king went down to the Expo in the first instance...
No, the spirits are going to be enough.
Yeah,
if that furnace has enough... Yeah, the spirits will be enough to get through there. He's got the cleanup. It's going to be a 3-star. That's so unconventional, but it gets through. It looked like... I didn't like the entry either, the Judo. I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I thought that was a really awkward approach, but he gets through. He makes the proper adjustments, and it's a 3-star. And now, only Bads are in the huge lead, up on percent by 11%.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can just keep quiet because I did not really like it didn't look like he was doing that much different, to be honest, from the first one. Yes, he managed to get the Dark Crown to work in the Dark Orb, in a much better scenario. But I just feel like the opener from that first attack was the reason that it failed. However, maybe that's not the reason. He's able to do the adjustments. It is his plan. He got it to work. So it is the 3-star. But now, I mean, we see only Bads take the lead after that attack, and now they have this base up. The one that you keep talking about that seems to just defend time and time again.
Looks like Leo's going to go in for the Town Hall here with this Royal Champion. He does have 6 invises here, but getting the Town Hall out, maybe he can address that compartment a little bit earlier, which that would definitely be a little bit of a help because we see that... Oh, wait, nope, she's going to go up and around. Okay, he's going to push her into the middle, but still, I don't like saving that compartment for last, so we'll see what he decides to do with it. Oh, wait, a Royal Champion.
Run out the other way.
Oh, no. Okay, she's all over the place here, but she's still picking up buildings. Try to get this scatter shot, maybe a little bit of damage on the bow, and then she'll get recalled here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it looks like he wanted her into the center, right, to get the Monolith and stuff, but as soon as he placed the Earthquake spell, I had a feeling she was just going to turn around and go right back to those other defenses. Maybe he knew that was going to be the case, but I'm not sure he would have Earthquaked the buildings in the center if not. Let's see what he can do, though. Dives in towards this bottom section of the base, does secure that Town Hall. So far, it looks relatively okay, but again, you can see troops getting flung off by spring traps. I think they were Barbarians, thankfully, so let's find out what happens here, as he still does have some of the Valkyries alive.
RC now going back in, taking that Monolith out. She was getting that Monolith one way or another. queen is working in there, she'll be able to follow behind the king. The king will have some nice tanking and support, but it's all going to come down to that compartment. But remember, also on the right side, there is a multi-archer tower over there as well, if I recall. But the main thing is he's got to get through this top section. Got the crusher mortar, the multi-gear tower, the king, the minion prince, and all those gear defenses. Like, this is a tough compartment to get through.
Certainly is. He's tried to hold that water ability for as long as possible. He used it just as he was approaching this compartment, but I feel like he didn't have the force moving into the compartment. Now you see everything getting towards that area. Royal Champion just goes invisible again thanks to the Spirit Fox. That could be huge here. Now she does go down, but we've only just used the Queen ability. We've still got some Yetis with the Yeti mice, but this is the problem, right? Like, look at all of these skellies, which are just going to distract the queen, and the queens cannot get onto the defenses right now. It's going to hold yet again.
Wow. I'm flabbergasted by this base. I mean, they've tried, not only them, but so many teams have tried so many approaches on this base. Even if he gets through there, I mean, he has to get through the storages. He's got the multi-archer tower over there. It would have been a tough finish, but this is going to hurt. Judah, things are not shaping up well here for Elevate, and I hate to say it, but they are looking like they are on the verge of losing another bracket reset if things keep going this way.
Yeah, I mean, they've still got a couple of attacks left, so let's see whether they can spin it round, or let's see whether Only Bads can continue to put their foot on the gas and just secure this one. I thought you were going to say, I hate to say it, but you might be right. Because I did pick Only Bads in this one, and that's the only way I can equal Itsu in terms of caster predictions. So just to lighten the mood there a little bit after that attack, let's see whether that is actually the case. But I guess honing back in to the war, giving it the focus it deserves. Only Bads. Now we have Dima. Oh my goodness. He has been truly their MVP. He has been delivering 3 stars time and time again, and if he can get it a 3-star here, he puts them in a commanding position.
Dima, one of the base builders, may be responsible for that disgusting base that no one can crack through there, but he's also been on fire today offensively. And the rest of this Only Bads lineup, they have been playing really well as well. ND and Ninja, they could put up triples as well. I mean, this is at a position where it could be out of reach really quickly for Elevate. Nice little quick RC charge here for Dima, and here come all the roots, and it's going to be that long, drawn-out approach. He's got the 2 overgrowths, but this is what we've seen him do time and time again.
Yeah, and this is the exact approach that we've seen before, where Itsu called it. They dove into this compartment. All of the traps were there. Again, you see all of the giant bombs going off, just massive splash damage onto all of those troops initially. Doesn't get an ideal split here with the Root Riders going down to the fire spitter. There's so many fire-based buildings on the layouts at this point, but with that overgrowth, it does manage to pull the Root Riders back across to this top side compartment. But the RC actually rocket spears to the town hall. What?
Wow, catch a break there. Oh my goodness. She does go down, but she got the town hall completely down. Now he doesn't have to worry about that. I mean, he may have been considering overgrowthing it. Yetis with the Yeti Might's going to go ahead and work on the multi-gear tower. Multi-gear tower falls down. There's not too much remaining, but that back end still looks tough, but he has the overgrowth that'll shut down some of these defenses. Dima looking to get through and finish this one off.
Yeah, I was just about to say, he has to overgrowth that crusher motor, but what does he overgrowth alongside it? Manages to get the multi-gear tower and the expo. Things starting to fade fast, but he's still got that Grand Warden alive with the Rage Aura, and that is what's helping these Root Riders push through this area of the base. Now catches the Tornado Trap, but we've still got the Queen ability as well. He's just holding on to that whilst the Root Riders are still alive.
Yeah, but things are fading here, but he's still got Queen with ability. There goes the ability, just as I've mentioned it. Now the Giant can go out in front and just tank. He's got a lot of force, 43 seconds, plenty of time on this. Dima really hasn't had too many close calls as far as time, but the Giant needs to tank in here those boogers, catching all those red air bombs. He looks a little bit frustrated. The Giant is tanking enough for the Queen. I don't know why he's frustrated. This is going to be a 3-star, and Dima's going to get it done, and Only Bads are looking to pull the major upset here. Another 3-star.
Wow. What can you say? That puts them a star in the lead and 25 84% total destruction in the lead at this stage. So that is a commanding position. And with only 2 rounds of attacks left, you have to say that Elevate, they have to triple out at this stage.
Yeah, there's really no choice, especially when you have some strong attackers still for Only Bats. Like, my bad, Only Bats, for ever not picking you and disrespecting you in any way. I feel like I'm going to have to face them in Legends or something as a punishment. Bernal will be the next attacker, and Bernal has to get back on track here. He had that really frustrating low 70% attack that really hurt them in that last war, but we know he's capable. We know he can put up 3 stars. Let's see what he's got. It's going to be a Warden Walk. Angry Jelly's going to allow him to target those defense. Bernal, your team needs you right now.
They certainly do. I am keeping an eye on that Warden's health because it was going down fast at a moment there, but he's managed to avoid that. And like you said, he just has to focus up at this point. And what a time to have to spin it around because they really need him. And he's controlling it pretty good so far. Warden charging in towards the fire spitter. We've got the flame flinger. There is a couple of skellies walking over there. He hasn't put any troops onto that section at the moment. Someone needs to call out that. Oh, yes, he actually did. A couple of archers. I just didn't see that they were deployed. So took a little bit of damage, but managed to get those skellies down.
Flame flinger continuing to work in here, just being really patient with this Warden. Everything's looking fine so far, but the setup isn't really ever the issue. It's what comes after that. Here he goes with the Queen on the outside. Root Riders are going to work their way up as the overgrowth is in there, negating a lot of that damage. Everything's looking fine for him. I feel like this is the same base we saw last war rotated, because I remember that bottom compartment and I remember a Flame Flinger down there never getting towards the Town Hall. But let's see if they can get through and get a 3-star on this one.
Yeah, what is his plan for the Town Hall here? Because the Flame Flinger is going to pop open. He's still got other buildings around that area. Everything is pathing around that central part due to the overgrowth, which does now wear off. Where does he use this next overgrowth? Over towards the back fire spitter to then push down to the Town Hall, or does he literally finish on it?
I wouldn't mind. Nope. I wouldn't have minded on the fire spitter and negate that damage, push them right into the Town Hall. But no, we're going to take the big gamble. There's going to be 2 ricochet cannons in there as well. It's all or nothing. I guess Bernal has identified that his team needs a 3-star here. It doesn't really matter if he messes this up. It's got to be a 3-star or bust for Team Elevate right now.
Keep laser focused on your royal champion, Bernal. You've still got that ability. You've still got invisibility spells. Do not let her go down. He presses that rocket spear. She's outside of the invis, but is still protected. We now have the Archer Queen moving into the center as well. With that ability, he should be good for the Town Hall. Still has an invis, but he's holding on to that to try and assure he can get through this damaged location. Is it going to be enough, Bash? There is the invis. Can he get through these final few defenses?
Beautiful invis, and Bernal looks to have it, and Elevate responds to Demo's 3-star with a triple of their own, and they still have a glimmer of hope. Now they need a defense. However, Only Bats, they know with a 3-star, they can really push the lead. They can really push the advantage. GG's to Bernal getting back on track. We know he was capable of that, and we saw it there. Big gamble, Judo. I don't know about you, but I was clutching my pearls, nervous for that attack, but he ultimately saves the abilities and gets through there just right.
Especially given what happened in the war before. I think that's what really just elevated the pressure in that attack. Now, moving into the next one, you said it, Only Bads can just get the 3-star and keep themselves in that driving position. However, a 76% or below would basically below would put Elevate in the lead on total destruction moving into the last round of attacks. A 76% 2-star would tie the war. We do have ND, who has had numerous 3-stars throughout this weekend. He's been one of those, I would say, more consistent attackers for Only Bads. So he'll be looking to not mess up on this one and make sure he can keep them in the lead.
But he is changing up a little bit, going with the Dragons. That big Royal Champion charge, she'll take out the Town Hall. He's actually going with an early King entry also to try to cut this Royal Champion off. He's going to get this Town Hall down, get that under control, no issues there. He's also going to pull off the Clan Castle. There's the Furnace, there's an Ice Golem, and those rocket balloons will actually just wail away on the King. Royal Champions finally working through that Town Hall. I'm kind of surprised he didn't have Haste Veil and use the Haste Veil through the Town Hall. But now World Champion gets the Town Hall, and she's distracted by the Clan Castle troops, Judo.
I was worried about that. I was literally about to say, oh my goodness. When he dove the Barbarian King into that area, there was one section where I thought she was going to go after a Fire Might.
Oh, no.
She's gone. This is drastic.
Wow. That's not the value he was looking for at all. Like, that went sideways in a hurry.
Yeah, like, oh my gosh. There was one point she was attacking the Town Hall and a Fire Might came down towards the RC and then he turned her invisible and it was just in that split second. And I thought in that moment, he's got to be careful they don't go after the Fire Mights. But I was thinking in terms of the Town Hall, obviously then afterwards, that is the danger of luring the CC during your RC dive. So what does he do here? He has zero pathing for the dragons. At least he can breathe a sigh of relief that he wasn't attacking from the opposite side of the Town Hall, and that is down, so he should be good for the 2 stars. But I mentioned it, 76% is what he needs to hit to make sure they do not fall behind on percentage.
He's got to be really careful with these abilities. He's got to use them at the right times. He doesn't really have much support left. Remember, there's no Archer Queen coming in to support this attack. He had the King and he had the Royal Champion already deployed. Warden uses his ability, and that means these dragons are going to be very vulnerable in this base. Judo, this might be that 76% that you were talking about. This might be lower than that. He does get the 2nd star secured. Wasn't really worried about that. But the big issue now is how much percent can he run up as he's really out of resources, and that Flame Flinger is going to move in and really be vulnerable really, really soon here.
I think I would have been tempted to use the Dark Crown ability earlier as the Minion Prince was facing the center of the base, just to try and help protect the dragons, but it's a tough call. He let it go off automatically. However, it did mean he could get some more percentage on the outside of the base, which I guess was helpful for him. Unfortunately, the Headhunters, no, they do not get the Queen, so the Super Minions waste a couple of those shots on her. He does cross into the 70% mark, but what that means is this is exactly the defense that Elevate needed. And this will mean that the percentage lead flip-flops across back to Elevate. They have a 6% lead moving into the final round of attacks.
Judoslav, I've been known to call Celino Captain Clutch in the past. And he played with Clash Champs and they won that World Championships. He was always the 5 spot. And when they needed him the most, he always came in and delivered. His team needs him the most right now. A 3-star gets Elevate the come from behind victory, and this moment is it. 3-star and you win. Anything less and you leave yourself vulnerable to losing yet another golden ticket opportunity.
Oh my goodness, what can you say? Everything, even in the last matchup, seems to just keep coming down to the final attack. And here we go. This could be golden ticket moment for Elevate. They were so close last time around. It literally came down to that last attack as well, with Dizzy Group managing to clutch that up. Now Elevate have their moment again. Are they going to let it slip through their fingers with the final moments of this war?
Here we go. The stage is set. Celino knows he can handle this pressure. He's been on bigger stages than this. He's been in the World's Finals. He's been in the World Championships. He's won a World Championship, mind you. It's going to be Root Riders. It's going to be a Warden Walk to start us off. Angry Jelly, remember that Angry Jelly is going to allow him to target only defenses for the first 35 seconds of the attack. So that'll allow him to get in there, get that merged multi-cannon taken care of, and set the stage for these Root Riders to sweep right on through Demo's base.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the same base Max attacked, but just rotated 90 degrees. And you see that similar approach as well with the Warden charge up to the top of the base. So Celino obviously hoping to just imitate what Max did. Unfortunately, those Skellies will stop his Warden. Angry Jelly goes down. So although his Warden was targeting the Fire Spitter, he's now going to wait until he gets through all of those buildings before he can get there. So decides to just forget about that, use the Skelly spell, and dive in behind that Fire Spitter.
It's very similar to the attack that Bernal just 3-starred with, or the base that Bernal just 3-starred, I should say, with the Ricochet cannons in the core there with the Town Hall. Similar approach here with the Flame Flinger. does have to deal with these ice golems on the clan castle. Furnace is poisoned, everything's fine there. Queen is working around the outside, and it looks like a similar setup. And if things go the way that it did for Bernal on a similar base, Elevate could be walking to victory, but it's going to be all on these Root Riders, Judo.
It certainly is. I'm trying to keep my eye just that little bit on the Flame Flinger at the top. It's doing a phenomenal job stripping down those defenses. Now you see the King at 6 o'clock just to try and cut off the funnel, push the Root Riders back in towards the middle, because you see that Town Hall looming behind all of those heavy hitting defenses. Stuck in the Tornado Trap, the Warden. Oh, he used the Invis spell too late. Warden's gone down, so the Rage Aura is not there to help him power through to that Town Hall.
Salino's gotta find a way to get this one back on track. He still has World Champion with ability, still has King with ability, still has Queen with ability, and another Ice Golem yet to be played. You can use that World Champion's Rocket Spears at any point to take out the Monolith, and there he goes. Monolith is gonna be targeted right now. She's actually gonna go ahead and pop over towards the Town Hall, provide the support for the Queen, as that Root Rider will actually open everything up here for the Queen as well. He's got a clear path to the Town Hall. Judo, King's down there on the Crusher Mortar. Can Salino cross the finish line?
Can he get there? He needs to lock up that Town Hall first, using the Invis spell to help protect the Royal Champion. Still has the Queen ability, which he can now use. We've got the King ability as well. He's getting so close at this point. Remember, they have a 6% lead, so even if he gets past the 94%, that would force a 3-star to only Bash, but it's not even needed. It's the 3-star for Elevate Bash, and they finally get their golden ticket.
Elevate with the clutch, come from behind victory. You can see the intensity from them, the reactions, and Salino has done it, holding those abilities until absolutely needed. That Queen popping off the magic mirror, the giant popping off there, and the spiky ball finally getting through the crushing mortar. Elevate are going to be your June monthly qualifier golden ticket winners. We still have one attack from only Bads, but nothing but GG's all around.
Oh my goodness. Way to leave it until the last moment and keep the pressure building, but they have done it. Marinal can now for nevermore say that they have never made it to a World Finals via a qualifier, because they've locked in that golden ticket, and they were so close last month. We even said after Dizzy Group got that victory, in fact even before it, we said whichever team didn't win we felt would get a golden ticket. But you have to give credit to Only Bads. They have put on such a great performance this weekend, and should they continue to put the time and effort in that they have for this qualifiers, you've got to say we will see them time and time again, and maybe getting their own golden ticket as well.
Yeah, it's tough though, man, like, because they had to go down to the lower bracket and fight through there, and then you just use so many resources, and then you have to see Elevate 2 times in a row, and it's like, do we run the exact same bases? Do we switch the bases? Do we flip traps? What do we do against this squad? And we saw mixed results, but ultimately 13 stars is going to be enough for Elevate to get the victory. Here comes a big fireball into the middle of the base. This is a similar approach that he had on his last attack. It didn't get the clan castle on this one, but it didn't look like he even targeted the clan castle on this time.
Yeah, he went that little bit lower down with the fireball on this attack. I wonder whether that was the plan all along. In the initial one, obviously rotating the angle he's attacking from. In this one, used the freeze spell to help the healers a little bit. Now going to use the invis spell to protect them as well, due to side swiping from that air defense.
Everything gonna start working around here. Ninja looking to get a 3-star on the board. He's been kind of hit a little bit of a dry spell, but we know that he's very capable. I'm really excited, and I hope we see Only Bads back here again, because they have been such an exciting team to watch, not only in offense, but their bases are something else, man. I think it's very clear that I'm in love with that one base that just gives all the teams the problems, but just in general, their base builds have been really, really strong. That was kind of the story coming in for this squad, was that their defense kind of carried them this far, and I think it got them here to the grand final. Nothing to be ashamed of. They're gonna, I know they all look disappointed and sad, but they showed that they're capable. They showed they can hang with some of the best teams in the world. You just regroup and get back at it next month.
Exactly, and especially when we're seeing attacks such as this one from Ninja, and you notice they ice blocking everything, trying to allow the healers to heal everything back up, but I think something took down that last healer once he had used that spell, so I'm not sure he even ended up getting any value out of it. Nevertheless, though, the attack itself was very nice to watch throughout. Anytime we see a deep fireball like that, you're always going to be happy, but obviously only bads, they're just going to be feeling pretty devastated right now. Exactly the emotions that Elevate would have felt last month. So I guess they have to try and put themselves in the shoes of Elevate and see whether they are able to replicate what they've done this time around. But obviously, big congratulations to Elevate for finally getting that golden ticket.
Our third golden ticket squad has been secured. And man, did they have to earn it here today, Judo. I think we all felt like after the perfect war, it's like, oh yeah, Elevate's got this in the bag, but only bad showing why they are in the grand final here with an amazing defensive performance in that first war. But I think the big thing was like the defenses, but here we go. Elevate are your June golden ticket winner. We will see them at DreamHack Atlanta in the World Championships.
They thoroughly deserve that. Our third golden ticket of 2025. They came so close last time around, and there you see it. Finally seeing that war victory screen, having the celebration, and it smiles all around. I think Banal can breathe a sigh of relief as well, given what happened in the first war, that they as a team managed to pull it together. And it is a team game. I know I've said it more than once this weekend, but it just shows how you can really help to support each other to rise to the top. And there we see it. Elevate taking the June golden ticket. We had Dizzy, who have now partnered alongside Stamina, got the April monthly ticket. Carry Esports, that was Dizzy Group in May, now taken over and represented by Carry Esports. And now Elevate getting the June golden ticket, but still plenty more to give out, Bash.
Yeah, as you see here, we still have 5 teams still to be qualified for our World Championships, but we have already seen so many exciting wars, so many exciting matchups. Man, I've had such a blast casting all of these. GGs to all of our squads. I mean, props to Dizzy making it back here and giving these teams a run for their money. But Elevate finally getting over the hump and getting that golden ticket via the qualifier.
I can't imagine what they are feeling right now, and I think we are trying to line up an interview with Max for after this, which I am sure that is going to be just a very relieved interview from him. But before we get to that, we can recap all of these stats, continuing that perfect hit rate he did, getting them off to that great start, and despite only bads then flipping the war in their favor, Elevate finishing off strong. So you just see how neck and neck and these teams are, and how much the wars are just flipping at each and every moment. And that's where, when things don't go to plan, you have to keep your head in the game, knowing that you can pull things back at any moment.
Yeah, only bats were up and down quite a bit throughout, but the defense carried them. I think it was just a big gamble there with the way they, obviously you're gonna have to run some of the same bases, but they ran that one base multiple times, and they Elevate were able to crack it, and I think that was the big thing there. It's one of those things, it's like, oh, they failed on this base a couple times now. Do we run it again? Actually, let's run it multiple times in this war. But they came up with the plan, they got it cracked, and they broke it down. And that was really what swung that war. But I mean, Only Bad should definitely be proud of themselves. They put up a great performance, some of the best bases we saw throughout. It was a really, really fun war between both of these squads.
Yeah, and I think just within the community, they have gained a lot of respect, right? Because throughout all of the predictions, you've seen they weren't always at the forefront of people's minds, often being the underdogs, but time and time again, getting those victories. And even in the times they did lose, both of their matches they lost, by the way, were to Elevate. They haven't lost to another team. Both of them, they only lost by 1 star. So it was a super close match each and every time.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy to even think about. I didn't even realize that their other loss was to Elevate. So yeah, that's something to keep in mind for them as they work through, get ready for next month's qualifier. You know they're going to be playing, getting ready for that. I'm not sure if we have the interview quite ready yet. Yeah, but here we go. We do have an interview with the one and only, has to be the tournament MVP, Max. How you feeling, brother? Congrats on the golden ticket.
Hey, I don't know what I'm feeling. I'm so relieved. I guess I lost my voice a little bit, screaming so much at the end. But I'm super happy that we won.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously massive congratulations. So happy for you guys. You fought such a hard round last month. I'm sure it was devastating for you, but I loved in the interviews how you said you've put so much work in to make sure you could get the golden ticket this time around. I did just want to ask, after that initial grand finals where you did take that defeat, what was the mindset and how were you able as a team to spin yourselves around for that final matchup we just seen?
Yeah, for myself, I just tried to stay focused. I knew that they would rerun some of the bases, so I immediately started planning on that one base that they reran multiple times in the final match. So I knew that we could still do it. We still had strong bases left, and I believed in our attacks.
Yeah, I mean, that was super intense. I guess when the war prep starts and you see that same base multiple times, is it just, hey, let's get this cracked and then just run that same plan? Or is it just run what you're comfortable with? I mean, it felt like let's run that plan after we cracked it, right?
Yeah, they had already failed on it, I think 3 times in the previous matches. So I did my best to get a strong attack on it that they could copy. It was a little bit of a struggle to get the details over to them because they can't understand what I'm saying. But they were able to figure out from the replay and make their own adjustments. They changed a couple things that I did that worked really well in their favor.
Yeah, we definitely seen that. And I love the creativity that you bring to matches as well. I want to ask you about the Grand Warden and Angry Jelly approach. What made you start using that over the Royal Champion dive?
Yeah, so it has a few advantages. A lot of people are focusing on baiting the Royal Champion. So this, you don't lose the Fox this way or the Royal Champion. And it saves you a ton of spells. So you can bring an extra heal spell, an extra skeleton spell. You get so many extra ones. So if all you need to set the funnel is the first layer of defenses, then it's a great option.
Makes a ton of sense. I guess my question is, you guys got the golden ticket. You're flawless throughout these qualifiers. Are you guys going to continue to grind away at the monthly qualifiers, earn some of those prizes, maybe even do what Dizzy did here and kind of manipulate the brackets and kind of control your fate? You continue to grind hard here?
Absolutely. You'll see us back next month.
Awesome. I look forward to seeing that. Max, thank you for joining us. I did want to give you the opportunity. Any thanks, shout outs, closing words before we let you go?
Yeah, big shout out to one of our base builders, Ghost. He did a lot of work behind the scenes and he stayed up very late helping myself prepare on offense as well. Our coach, Velami, he was a lot of help with our overall offense for the team. And I also wanted to thank my mom. She made me a lot of meals this week that gave me more time to play the game.
Shout out nice. W Mom. You gotta love that. Congrats again, buddy. GG's to you and the squad. Well-earned golden ticket victory there for Elevate. Man, it was just so much fun to watch.
Yeah, thank you so much, Max. I appreciate it, and I look forward to seeing you back next month.
Bye. Thank you.
All right.
Alrighty.
I guess we can let him go and celebrate. He's like itching to get away and celebrate with his team, right? We're like holding him on here. There we go. Max can celebrate, elevate, get their golden ticket. Let's bring that back Lexnos and Itsu so we can see what they made of that matchup. What a roller coaster of a ride it was. Itsu, you won the predictions. How are you feeling?
I mean, I don't know if the predictions are like the most important thing right now, but it obviously, it's nice. No, but I think for the interview, one thing which I feel like is really cool as well, like talking from my own experience, and I think Lexos can agree on that, is when you're doing esports in any way, and obviously with the state of esports, sometimes still being like questioned, I guess, having the support of your family is always such a big deal, and hearing that from Max, that his parents are supporting him in that way, is always really amazing to see. I think a big part as well to his personal success and obviously for the rest of the team as well.
I agree completely. It was so awesome to see his thoughts after that match, but congratulations, to Elevate. And we can also take a look at the points leaderboard for all the teams after this monthly qualifier, because things have shifted around a little bit, as we can see here. Bash, what are you noticing?
Well, our top three teams rather, have golden tickets. But now we see Tribe Gaming shift up into that leaderboard spot of 4th. So if it were to end today, Tribe would actually earn a golden ticket via points. So something to keep our eyes on, as we still have some more monthly qualifiers yet to be played.
Yeah, I would say as well, just highlighting how much Only Bads have obviously jumped up the leaderboard there as well. So clawing their way up that leaderboard. And this means with the next 2 months of qualifiers, it's still anybody's game. You think Navi didn't even qualify this month and they're still right there in 5th position. So anybody could get the golden ticket out of the points leaderboard. And that's another exciting dynamic that we'll see unfold over the next couple of months, Itchu.
Yeah, and exactly as you said, we have 2 more seasons to go. And with having those top teams especially being so close to each other, if we just take a look at like the top 4 teams behind the golden ticket winners already, we have all of those teams being so close to each other with Tribe, Navi, Vedic Esports, and as well Only Bads now. Anything can happen, and I'm really looking forward to now the next 2 months to see how this is going to change, and as well maybe some other teams are going to catch up, because if you're going to finish high, you're going to collect a lot of points with your high finishes.
And that's a great point, because obviously there's going to be 5 golden ticket winners, and then whoever has the most points after that will also get a golden ticket, but then we're still looking for 8 more teams on the leaderboards to go into that last chance qualifier. So still a lot of opportunities for other teams who don't have a lot of points yet to do well in the next couple months.
It sounds like we got a lot of great Clash action yet to go, but let's go around the horn here. Let's get our final thoughts on the weekend, Judo.
Well, I would just say that my thoughts going into the weekend were that Elevate would get the golden ticket. That did happen. However, I was surprised at some of the other teams and the fight that they gave Elevate. So that certainly is going to be something I look forward to in the coming months. I've had a blast casting with you all, so thank you for that. And obviously the production and everything behind the scenes as well. How about you, Itsu?
I mean, for me, it's just an interesting dynamic with teams who are able to compete again, who already won that golden ticket. We have seen it in the bracket with Dizzy. Like, they were pushing Vedic into the lower bracket, into the arms of Tribe. So then one of those 2 teams eliminated each other, which means those points are going to be even closer. So those golden ticket teams really manipulating the overall bracket in a specific way with winning their matches in the upper bracket is having a lot of impact. And now with more and more golden ticket teams and their reappearance in the bracket, this will be a really interesting next 2 months, I would say, Alexis.
It is for sure going to be a really interesting next 2 months. The only real chance, or I guess bracket, where there won't be any sort of that manipulation is the actual last chance qualifier, where we're just going to have a team or a bracket of 8 teams with none of the golden ticket winners in it. So best advice to all these teams is make sure you get enough points to at least get to that last chance qualifier.
Yeah, and we heard it from Max. Elevate aren't going to let up on the pressure. They're going to continue to play. They're going to be back next month, hopefully. I'm assuming we'll see Dizzy, even Carry Esports, all playing for that monthly qualifier. So yeah, you just got to come out, give it your best, and get as many points as you can. But guys, that's it for us here today. We are going to be back next month with our next monthly qualifier, where we give away our 4th golden ticket. Make sure you subscribe, leave a like, that way you don't miss anything. We'll be back next month giving away more golden tickets. We'll see you then. Clash on.
setback after setback. It took me way too many years just to get back what I lost. Push through whatever the cost, and who knew you end up becoming the boss. But I'll never quit. They'll try to throw me off, but I'ma get ahead of it. Stay on top when it drops and reap the benefits. Survive the attack. Do what I gotta do to stay on track. Cause I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. Never going back. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back. Never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back. Hard road, talking setback after setback. It took me way too many years just to get back what I lost. Push through whatever the cost, and who knew you end up becoming the boss. But I'll never quit. They'll try to throw me off, but I'ma get ahead of it. Stay on top when it drops and reap the benefits. Survive the attack. Do what I gotta do to stay on track. Cause I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. Never going back. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back. Never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back. Step up, we need a hero. We running out of time. We gotta find someone to set the clock back to zero. We headed straight for the iceberg at a fast clip, but you can save our ship. So step up, we need a hero. We running out of time. We gotta find someone to set the clock back to zero. We headed straight for the iceberg at a fast clip. Somebody save our ship. We need a hero. 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 Step up, we need a hero. We running out of time, we gotta find